Carr's not a top 5 pick.
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned. Just
thinking out the box, I'm an astronaut. I blasted off a planet, rocking cause catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it now. I had a part of my rank, had to go in an opposition, kinda shocking. They run static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback, and
Welcome to the Death Star.
What is good, Raider Nation? Welcome to our Raiders Friday night roundtable discussion. I'm joined by my friends Dustin, Cortez, Eric, and Sergio. Say what's up, everybody.
What's good, Raider
Salute
Nation?
Raider Nation. Salute to the chat. AJP, bro.
Yo, salute. Yeah, so thank you to this panel for showing up. As always, thank you to the mods in the chat for holding it down. Wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. And thank you to all our viewers for hanging out in the comments and just watching along with us. We got another great live show for you guys as always. Just a quick reminder before we get started. When you get a chance, just like this video, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for all three of the platforms that we are broadcasting to currently. That's the Death Star Report YouTube channel, the DSR Aftermath YouTube channel, as well as the Twitch DSR Aftermath channel. So if you guys don't have links or URLs to those already, we should have them available for you in the comments very shortly, as well as multiple times throughout the broadcast. So whenever you get a chance, like I said, like the video, follow the channel, or subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell, or turn on notifications, just to stay completely tapped in with us. Just because it helps us tremendously, and it helps us to deliver the content that we know you guys like. And like I said, it'll help us out a lot as well. So without further ado, as always, let's get started with our first topic. So obviously, what's in front of the Raiders is just, the very last game of the season. I mean, obviously, there's no playoff hopes at all for this team. All that's left now is a regular season finale, an AFC West divisional rivalry game to end out the season. Just an opportunity, to knock the Chiefs down a peg, screw up their playoff standings, as well as, sort of reclaim maybe some dignity or some kind of confidence for these players and for this team as a unit going into next year. So with that said, why don't we just go around the panel and just talk about, like I said, this week 18 matchup against the Chiefs. Why don't we just go around and talk about what we like about this matchup, or what we don't like, what we're afraid of, or what we're confident in, what we'd like to see, what we'd like to maybe see this team improve on, things of that nature. So Cortez, you want to go first?
Yeah, I just want to see us kill the Chiefs, beat them to mess up their playoff so they won't have the number 1 seed. And if we beat them, that shows our head coach is good against the division, and we're split 2 games with the Chargers and the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, if Stidham played like he did last week, we should be able to have a chance, because we're gonna go against a worse defense than the Niners were. Niners were the best, and look what he did against that Niners defense. And the thing is, if Jacobs, I'm kind of afraid if Jacobs ain't gonna play, then Zeus goes behind the line, gets hit by his own players. Like he doesn't have that vision to go through the holes, nothing. And to be honest, we just got to see what we got for the future too. Like, let some youngsters play. That's never played either. If there's a way, if we're blowing out the Chiefs, let Chase Garbers go in there and play. Let him get some game time experience. See what we got with him, since he's been on the practice squad till these last 2 weeks onto the active roster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, obviously, if we are able to win this game, that will mean that 4 of our 7 wins this year will have come via the division, which is obviously one of the highlights, one of the big takeaways, positively speaking, for this team. Because regardless of their struggles overall, the fact that they're still able to compete, being 4-2 in this division wouldn't be bad at all. And then when you think about their only 2 losses, once again, assuming that they win and don't get blown out in this last game, their only 2 losses in the division this year will have only been by very slim margins. Obviously only losing by the 1 point in that heartbreaker to the Chiefs, as well as that tough loss to start off the year against the Chargers. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, winning this game from that standpoint would obviously be, a big plus, something to take away from the season, something, at least for this group, whoever does stay going into next year, that, hey, we can at least compete in this division. So as long as we, at least go maybe like 500 or maybe like a game or 2 above 500 throughout the rest of our games, if we maintain that success throughout the division, then we can really think about, becoming a playoff contender, as well as, maybe even competing for a divisional title, which is obviously the ultimate goal, because we want a home playoff game as well. So, so obviously that right then and there, that would be big for this team. Also, like you said, this game especially will be a tryout for a lot of players, especially a lot of young guys. Looking to see a lot of guys like Tyler Hall and Luke Masterson, who we've already seen a lot from, but we'd like to see them build off it. Potentially some guys we've elevated from the practice squad that we recently signed, things of that nature.
Tyler Hall needs to play the whole game. Like, he needs to play way more snaps so you can see what kind of real player he is.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So obviously, looking for contributions from guys like that. Just to see, what this group is going to look like moving forward, and what this coaching staff may or may not, or who this coaching staff may or may not want to move forward with. So even if we don't win, seeing positives from guys like that could also benefit this team and be something to, once again, one of these positive takeaways going into the offseason. Eric, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, about this last game, it's kind of bittersweet because we could have been right now competing potentially for the AFC West title. This could have been our game, but due to unfortunate blown leads and things, it happens. But it's an opportunity, like you said, for a guy like Tyler Hall to really get their feet wet, Chase Garbers to finally see the field, so we can see what we have, in the future. So let's just say TB12 does come through here. We're gonna need some insurance for that, just in case he gets hurt. We can know that the person behind him can step up and to perform. Kind of like how Stidham did, because no, I didn't see that coming last Sunday. I was blown away. But this is the game just to see what we have for our future. It's like an evaluation period, to where, okay, the season's over. We're gonna decide who's going where, who's leaving, who's staying. Like, this is like the game for the guys who have question marks about like their future. The ones that, is he gonna stay? Is he gonna go? This is their chance to make their point. Say, hey, give me a shot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, the most obvious guy as far as a relatively young guy who's still unproven in this league, that's on this team that we'd like to see a lot from is Jared Stidham. I mean, we saw, I think everyone can agree, a lot more than we would have thought we were going to see out of him. And if he continues it, if we have 2 games of consistent, good, really quarterback one level play, as we've all said, this guy at least deserves consideration for some kind of QB controversy going into next season. So, at least deserves to, get a shot at least, first team reps. Maybe, really be considered potentially QB1. And that's obviously going to be the biggest, concern, obviously, going into next year. What is this team going to, what is this coaching staff going to do to solidify the quarterback position going into next year, because it really seems like this team is going to be team number one when it comes to the focus of the QB carousel that's going to take place in this offseason. So yeah, definitely, obviously looking for contributions from Jared Stidham. Um, and like I said, in once again, the tank mentality is kind of weird because it's counterintuitive, because if you win, you're potentially jeopardizing your draft spot, and then that forces the coaching staff to make different decisions. So once again, we could also see some questionable decisions from this coaching staff as far as in game and winning the game in front of them, which is this Chiefs game. But the longer game, or the war as opposed to the battle, if you will, would be actually would be getting as high of a draft pick as possible, because frankly, this coaching staff, whether you agree with it or not, has thrown this season. They've sold the team short, and now it's just a matter of what are they going to do with their draft stock, with free agency acquisitions or subtractions. So, but like I said, it's really just a way for this game, is a way for this coaching staff to evaluate the talent, going into next year, whether they win or lose.
Dude,
Uh,
I wouldn't be surprised if they go out there and play send him till halftime, and if he's doing good, pull him and then play Chase on the other end just to get the spot in the draft. So it has a 0 point meaning anymore. It don't even matter. With the Bills Cincy deal, it don't matter. Their fucking game's pointless anymore. So I feel like they do that shit on purpose. I feel like they just scheme this shit because first off, it would have fucking meant something going into there and putting a ruffle into their fucking feathers for damn sure. But the fact that how it's going to end up being, it's not even going to really matter. I don't think. I don't think it would matter win or lose. So I don't know. I think we like to say Stenham. I think it's Stenham's turn to fucking showcase who he can be going forward and go from there. The season's done. So what more is there to talk about until we're in the off season?
right? Yeah. I mean, as far as the decisions that this coaching staff makes throughout this game, the one thing I will say is that it really did seem like, especially that second Chargers game, that first of all, they McDaniels, at least if you ask me, called a good game. I think Patrick Graham called a pretty good game in just that game alone. I mean, obviously the Chargers were very depleted with injuries for that game, but it felt more like the coaching staff wanted to win, or at least wanted to let the players win and play at their best. So we could be seeing that, just as far as McDaniels especially wanting to prove, like I said, that they
They're
can.
gonna want to give the Chiefs an L for sure. I mean, fuck, every time you play a division team, you're gonna want to beat them. Like regardless of the outcome of it or how it is, you want to try to play your best at every time you're in the division. So, and I said Josh's play is good in the division, man. He's played good all year long, and the way Stenham played in that Niner game is only going to favor him more because of the way that again Josh plays in the within the division. So I think Stenham's going to go out. I think Stenham can go out there and do just like he did in that Niner game and go downfield. Like I truly believe it. Like there ain't a doubt in my mind. And what it's going to come down to is are we playing till it's fucking 37 fucking 40, 40-41, or are we going to get a stop in there with our defense that allows us to win the game outright, So I think that's where the biggest decision is in this game is are we going to just make Stenham for the second game of his career throw for 400 yards because that's what it'll probably take. And if the defense can't show up to get stops, I mean, the defense has to get fucking stops to let any quarterback win. I don't care who the fucking name is, dude. I mean, if Stenham's out there in his first game putting up 34 points and the defense allows 37, what the fuck you asking this dude to do? Like, this motherfucker got to go out 40 burger every game? Like, god damn.
Yeah, I mean,
Josh has to get better with game management. That's what that fucking guy got to do. He got to get better with running the clock longer, man.
Yeah, I mean, this obviously this coaching staff has been one of the biggest question marks I think I've ever seen in my time watching football. I mean, it's become obvious that they've thrown the season in a lot of ways, and obviously I'm not here to say that Josh McDaniels is Vince Lombardi or anything like that, but at the same time, I think there are a lot of cases where he could have coached the game better, and he knows that, but he purposely sold the team short. So with every shitty decision that I've seen this year, it always makes me wonder, is it just because he's throwing the season? So
It has to be because, look, Niner game is a rival game, means a lot to Raider Nation. Competitive as fuck the whole entire game. What the dude ain't taking a snap besides the Saints game in the whole entire year. And then you go watch out the Denver game. We're fucking putting up points left and right the whole entire time in there, dude. Fucking even in the Chiefs game, we put up points in there. And even in the Chargers game, we put up points. Like, when he wants to put the damn points up, he's going to get the points. And he's putting up 30, 40 points in those games in the division. And 27 against the Chargers, 30, 40 against with the Broncos. I mean, the guy puts up fucking points, man. So I just say, like, I know he's playing. I mean, how else do you explain this? It's not like you went out there and had one lucky game. You had multiple when they mattered in key places in the game. Other games that you should have just gone out there and kicked the shit out of them. You fucking can't even get over 14 points. Like, that's what really put us in the deal. Even when you look at the games that we've lost double digits and throughout the whole entire season, in this last stretch in those 4 games where all these dudes are doing that 6-week stat line bullshit, those were key moments to solidify yourself in those playoffs because those were weak ass talent right then and there. So again, I just don't understand how you can go up and put it on Denver that Denver had one of the best defenses in the league. You're going against the Chiefs that have a high passing rating, same as you're doing with the Chargers. Then we go play some of these teams that are broken, depleted, and we don't even exist. Like, it don't even exist. Like, it just don't make no sense.
yeah, I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens tomorrow for tomorrow's game. Sergio, was there anything you wanted to add?
I mean, it's not a lie that McDaniels is a whole different coach when he's against division and outside division because the average score in our division is 26-18. Raiders have the 26. Now I fixed it. I had to make it fair, so I got rid of the Broncos games. So again, the Chargers and Chiefs games this year, the average score is 25-25. So McDaniels is competing in that division.
Right. Well, yeah,
and at a high level.
So that's what makes me excited about this game is Niners game. McDaniels proved what he can do against the number 1 defense with just a systematic backup QB.
Right.
So now we get to see what he can do against the number 1 offense.
Right.
And not only just the number 1 offense, the freaking Chiefs.
Right.
So I'm excited.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, and I think this is the name of your topic, Sergio. But basically, it's going to be, it's not going to be a defensive struggle for sure. It's going to be a lot of defensive failures, I would say, on the parts of both teams because neither defense has really proven to be that competent, I would say. So, as much as it it sounds funny to say this. This might be one of the marquee QB matchups of the year, Patrick Mahomes versus Jared Stidham. So
And
uh,
wouldn't that just be crazy to say? Motherfucking guy ain't playing 4 years, 3 games, and he gonna come out here in this system that people bagged on this motherfucker all year long about how his points, how he's doing, and then watch him go out there and throw another 30 on and keep up with them. Like that's what I just think's crazy. Like that's what I think's crazy. It doesn't listen, most people when they come from the bench and they're come no matter what fucking scheme where you come from or not, you don't play at that high of a level. Like you just don't go out there and be like, yeah, what's up, Niners? Fuck slap, get off me, fool. Oh, what oh over here. Like you just slapping them left and right, dude. Like and you got to think it was mostly him because we only had 67 yards by Jacobs. You know what I mean? And then I don't know, Bolden probably had another 20, 30 in there, so that's all I say. He went out there and swung against them, and he's going to do that here against the Chiefs because who the hell is going to stop him over there? So I think it's going to come down to, like I was saying the other day, is if Adams come back out and can be consistent because there are games where Adam has a really good game and then the next game he's non-existent. So if he comes out at the same level that he was in that Niners game and Waller comes out with that same energy, it's probably going to be a fucking high point day that day. So I think a lot of things are going to temple into that. And if Jacobs doesn't play, it's going to 100%. What are you going to rely on? Bolden? That's who they're going to go with. Bolden's ass over there. So I don't know. I hope Jacobs plays for sure.
yeah, I mean, obviously, so as far as guys like Jacobs or even Devontae goes, it's been one of those seasons where like you can be proud of individuals for their accolades and what they've been able to accomplish on their own, but the team as a whole, they haven't been able to put it together. So one of the things you can hang your hat on as a Raiders fan this year is knock on wood, but hopefully a guy like Josh Jacobs is able to hold on to the rushing title. Hopefully, I don't see how he couldn't get first team All Pro honors. I mean, anything short of that to me would be ridiculous. Even if he does somehow lose the rushing title, which by the way I think Nick Chubb against a pretty good rush defense in the Steelers, whose game plan is probably going to be try to stop the run game at all costs against the Browns. Chubb would have to get over 160 yards. He'd have to get 161 yards exactly to surpass Josh, and that's if Josh doesn't play at all. So Josh, still has a good chance of locking that up. So correct me if I'm wrong, but Devontae, he still needs. No, did he already pass Tim Brown's single season?
Yeah, he broke Tim Brown's record. He just got to get 3 touchdowns to break the all-time touchdown. He gets 2 to tie, 3 to break.
Right. So yeah, so that's another guy. Definitely, you're definitely thinking. In the running for All Pro honors as well. I mean, probably not first, but because with the way guys like Justin Jefferson have played, but it's possible it could be second team. But yeah, just an opportunity for this game, especially guys to add on to what they've already accomplished this season as individuals.
Dude, I seen a list that had Jacobs, Adams, who the fuck else was it? One more player and Cole on the list. All of them were second team, and Cole was the only guy that was first team on that deal. That's why I just think. I think when they look at the Raiders as a whole on anything, they always just shaft us no matter what. I mean, again, people talked all the deal on Carr and Devontae, one of the leading receivers in the NFL, and it was because Carr was throwing him the ball. He breaks the record. I mean, Stidham comes in and puts up a one game of 153, but let's go back and look at all the games. Carr gave him 150, 140 multiple times throughout the season. So, like I said, man, Josh's system, if anybody can be in there, it's just like over there in the Niners at the quarterback right now with Kyle Shanahan. You can pretty much put anybody in there, let him play. Certain places have that luxury of being able to do that. I mean, that's like I said, one game for the Niners and the way they play, you can gauge off of that as much as you want. I think, I mean, I don't see how people can't say that the guy did a pretty damn good job in that game. So if he comes in here against the Chiefs and does the same thing, it ain't luck, dude. It's because he knows Josh's system and the way he looks at it. And it's harder to scheme for a quarterback when you've schemed for Derek Carr for so long. So you schemed for Derek Carr for so long, you're like, well, he's not going to break the pocket and take off. So people already know that you don't have to scheme for that. But with Stanham, man, you got to scheme when motherfucker going to run up the gut like a halfback ISO. Is he going to do sweep to the outside? Is he going to be a rollout over there and fucking go? Like, the guy has so many different types of maneuverable plays that he does pretty well as a player. So, I mean, I think it becomes a hell of a lot harder to be able to scheme for a guy like that. You just don't know what you're getting out of it, you know. Then you're gonna have to put a QB spy over there, somebody that's got to stay there and physically stay on them, you know. Then that takes away from either in the middle of the field or on the line, depending who you're spying. So I don't know. I mean, like I say, I think Stenham adds a lot of factors. That's why I want to go with Tom Brady. I mean, I've said it the whole time, man. Stenham, if he puts up yards like this against the Chiefs and beats them, let's just say he beats them, Carr's record against the Chiefs were 3-14 in his career. 17 games, 3-14. So how do you go? How would you sit here and say like Stenham goes out there 300-yard game and beats the Chiefs on his first attempt, dude? Like probably an allegiance that favors the Chiefs fans over the Raiders fans. Like
If Stidham
let's
does
just
beat the
say,
Chiefs, I will agree forevermore that Stidham should be QB1.
I think he should at least be able to go for it and not have to. Why would you bring in a guy like Tom Brady at that point? Like that's all I'm saying. Listen. This is all. This is why I think Stanham makes the better reason. One, if Tom Brady comes, you have to fix the offensive line. He can't. He's not mobile. He can't get around there. That means more money gets spent back into the offensive line. Phantom's already showed you with the fucking line that we have right here, right now. Motherfucker put up 365 yards, rushed for 34, dude. Got 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. Like, he could show you he can work behind it. So when it comes to have to revamp the offensive line, they're actually going to be able to get away with a lot more with a guy like Stenham there than you are with Tom Brady. That means you could actually go get a receiver. That means you can put
You
more
don't
money
have to
into the
spend all your
defense.
money on the O-line.
Damn right. You're not even going to spend a fracture of it. You could probably fix it right in the draft instantly, you know? So, and again, when you're young like Stenham is and got the mobility and the agility like him, he's more versatile. Just like Russell, dude. Russell Wilson, they did this in Seattle where they didn't have to put a lot in there. And did it suck? Yeah, but Russell was good at getting out of that pocket, getting open in the field, most winningest quarterback in his tenure being in the NFL. So, I'm not saying that Stenham's going to do that, but what I'm saying is you don't have to invest so much money to him to the line if Stenham's the quarterback versus how much money you're going to invest in the line if Brady's the quarterback. So that's all I'm saying. Like, why go give up Carr, take that money, give it to Brady, then go pay for offensive linemen and then try to hit on draft picks and the deal for the defense when you can just say, fuck it, we'll just get one dude on defensive line, probably right tackle, so they know who the fuck it's going to be. And then from there, we give them a receiver and go to the defense and start spending money. So, I mean, that would make more logic and go with the youth player because it doesn't matter if he goes out there. Nothing says if Tom Brady comes to this fucking team that we're going to go fucking 13-4. There's nothing that says that. So, I would just I'd rather roll dice with Stenham than Brady. So
you're gonna roll. I mean, because here's the thing. Here's the thing about Stidham. First of all, like as I've said before, I think for the 49ers, mentally it was a trap game because they knew Carr wasn't going to play. So they let their guard down a little bit. They're also
they
missing
can put up any excuse
so,
they want. Number one defense is number one defense. So if you're telling
yeah,
me that you got beat up on a backup, then that speaks fucking shit for you as a fucking defensive coordinator. Because if you're in the Super Bowl and you're going to tell me that the starting quarterback goes down and you didn't scheme for the backup, that's your fucking bad. They knew that motherfucker wasn't going to be in there from Wednesday morning on that presser, and they could have went right to the tape and been like, okay, we have 4 games in the preseason that we played this whole year. You got the Saints game he played, and you have fucking 3 games underneath when he played with the Patriots. So to say that they don't have tape to scheme for him or not, that's bullshit. There is plenty of tape out there to scheme for that player regardless. And I said he was going to do On Friday night show, I said he gonna do the same shit he did in that preseason, and he sure enough shit did. So if we can sit here and say as a fan see it and a motherfucking D'Amico Ryan didn't see it, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all.
I mean, any given Sunday, but on top of that, the 49ers had virtually no film on Stidham. I mean, they had preseason tape. You can trust that as far as you can throw it. So, now the Chiefs, I mean, obviously the Chiefs, what they have that the 49ers don't is at least one full game of tape to judge Stidham off of. So that's an advantage right there. And that could prove the difference as far as figuring out a guy like Stidham, because he's never really proven to be, elite by any means. So it could just have been like a one game. I'm just saying we for right now, until the game happens and it comes to a conclusion and all is said and done after tomorrow's game, we have to pump the brakes on Stidham a little bit. We can't just, say he's the quarterback of the future, because to be clear, what I meant by he should be part of this QB controversy, it doesn't mean necessarily we should move. We should act like he is, the chosen one and all that. He's had a couple of games, maybe, try him out, maybe even be a week one starter, but to just roll with him as the one and only quarterback, I don't think is responsible from this coaching staff. But this coaching staff, the jury's out on them still, so they may very well do that, because
I think more people would back the Stidham play starting than they would accept the Tom Brady coming here. Because there's no factual truth with either one of them motherfuckers playing on there that you end up with the same fucking result. Like, until you fix the defense, it's already shown that you're going to have to score 40 fucking points every game. Tom Brady scores 17 points a year, average, game-wise. So that's not going to happen. So he's going to have to go step the shit up over there massively. And again, it's just an assumption. It's a fucking assumption. Tom Brady had way better teams for the last 3 years. He going to just come here and take a Super Bowl? Goddamn, I didn't know they were going to paint the field gold and put gold bricks out there. Like, it doesn't work like that. I said that shit about when Josh came here with the system, with the players. It doesn't work like that, dude. Like, you just don't get to go in there unless they're rigging the fucking games. Like, there's going to be so many different moving pieces through the whole entire deal, offensively, defensively. If Brady goes up and puts up 21 points and the defense gives up 30, how does Brady win those games? How does that happen? Just because his name's Brady and throws a touchdown doesn't change the outcome of the way the game's played.
yeah, I mean, I will definitely say that, even if we do end up getting Brady, it's not as if he can wave a magic wand and all our problems will be solved. But at the same time, like I said, what we're just going off of what we know now, and this second game that Stidham's starting hasn't happened yet. So right now, to me, the water's still murky, and the jury's still out on a guy like Stidham. So I mean, if we're talking about, just a 1 year deal for Brady because he's a free agent, and it could just, it simplifies the process as far as going out and getting him. It could just be a 1 year deal. Um, I mean, it seems like it's worth a roll of the dice. I mean, there's no saying they're going to give him like a long-term deal, and like especially what obviously what Brady's done versus what Jared Stidham has done. It's not even worth comparing. And
Yeah,
instead,
but the math doesn't work itself out if you do that. So if you take the money from Carr, right? And you take if you take the money from Carr and you say that you take 40 million, let's just give them upper hand, $40 million. And you out of that $40 million, you turn around and give Tom Brady 35 million of it. How does that fix your team? Like, how does $5 million on 27.5 million, which would make it $32.5 million, fix your team? That don't make sense. If you take Stenham, give him 2 year $20 million, and take that $40 million and keep 30 million of it, that fixes your motherfucking team. That's $60 million right there, 57 million. So There's a big difference in when you're looking at, are you trying to fucking go out here and do the same thing? So you're thinking $37 million. What two players can you get at $37 million that's going to fit your franchise? Because you're really going to be paying dudes 15 million, 17 million, 20 million. That's what fucking dudes salary shit's going for now. So when you're looking at $27 million, what two motherfuckers you going to go get at 12 million? You know, because you're going to have to still keep money on your books. So how do you fix the team when you do shit like that? Then you're gonna go out there and take that 27 million and buy a lot of $2 million players. Well, let me give you a new snap real quick. There's 27 players on this team that are gonna get cut. 27. That means 27 more motherfuckers gotta be resigned. So there's a lot of fucking things people better start thinking about than a salary cap number that you go look up over the cap and what's really happening within the organization. There's a lot of fucking things there. Players like Foster, players like fucking Perryman, they ain't gonna be no $1 million. Motherfuckers, people like Stenham, not gonna be $1 million. He's hitting free agency. So again, all these players, there's so many people on here that again, you have to revamp your whole team in multiple ways. So that's all I say. If you get Brady, you can't do it. You stay with Stenham and draft fucking Stroud or a quarterback, you can 100% do it. That's all people have been talking about for the last 3 years. Is if you get a quarterback on a cheap contract and a rookie deal, you can win Super Bowls because you can take the money and spread it around the team. They've been saying it for the longest time. These guys want to go take it from one, give it to him, and keep the same fucking money. Like I think that's dumb. I think that's hella dumb.
Well, I mean, first of all, Brady has been known to take pay cuts in the past, so that's definitely in play. And once again, I just want to clarify, I'm not guaranteeing that Tom Brady is going to be a part of this team next year. I'm just, I'm playing with the idea of it, and based on the assumption that he does come to this team or that he wants to. First of all, like I said, it's possible he takes a pay cut. Um, you know, so
people keep saying that Brady's taking a pay cut, but I don't know why people keep saying that, because if you go look at Tom Brady's salary, he hasn't ever really taken a pay cut at all. He's taken a fucking signing bonus. Is that a pay cut? No, that's him receiving money off the salary that he already is owed in cash money up front. So he didn't take a pay cut. He just took cash out of motherfucker's hand so the cap can drop. That's all he did.
Well,
so for him to say
what that means, that it's not.
His contract is still $30 fucking million. No matter how any person wants to justify that, the contract is still $30 or $35 million. So Roger Kraft got more money than Mark Davis. So if Mark Davis brings him in here 2 years, $60 million, what is he gonna cut him a fucking $15 million cash check?
I mean, what we've learned from the Vegas experiment so far is that Mark Davis's credit card is unlimited. I mean, they've spent $2 billion on the stadium.
He didn't spend that.
$500 million on contracts this year.
The casino in Vegas spent that money. He didn't.
And the tax dollars, guys. Hey, salute, fellas. How's it
Salute, bro.
And the tax dollars, guys. If you guys go to Vegas and check out your hotel receipts, there's gonna be like a little change there on the receipt saying like 2-3%. Yeah, that's for the stadium, dude. You got that shit paid by taxpayer money.
Because the casino forked out the fucking damn near fucking 7/8 of the money. Like straight put out fucking over $2 billion.
Yeah, Mark Davis is the poorest owner in the NFL. I think he's probably not the case now.
He's worth $300 million net, bro.
Time out. We have to be very clear about what we're saying when we say this, because if we're gonna go down the road of he can't afford to fire Josh McDaniels, that is a complete lie. We're talking about a franchise.
Google his net worth right now. Google his net worth right now. Google it. The franchise doesn't pay for that. Mark pays for it. Like, people need to misunderstand that when a coaching staff is hired, it is not hired out of any cap of the salary. Anything within the team has zero to do with it. When a coaching staff is hired, it's hired out of the motherfucking owner's pocket. He pays for that shit. So the NFL, the motherfucking Raiders over there ain't got a fucking salary cap for the coaching staff. It's his coaching staff. He's the owner. He pays them. The salary cap is implemented under the players of the NFL. Mark Davis's net worth is $300 million. You know how I know? Because I look motherfucker up all the time.
You're saying that an NFL owner is only worth $300 million?
Look it up. Why would I say it? Do you see me writing it out? I didn't write it out. I said look it up online.
Hey, dude, Josh or Josh McDaniels. I think that's your name, right? That's I guess your moniker.
His name's Jeff. Yeah.
So Mark Davis, unlike a lot of NFL owners, he doesn't have his own business. He's not like a self-made guy. He inherited the team from his pops, right? So he just he didn't have like business ventures in some other areas. Like look up like Kroenke.
For Robert Kraft that owns Kraft macaroni and cheese.
I get all that, but what? So my question really here is, let's just say, because okay, it's all relative. You know, he might be the poorest NFL owner, which isn't really saying much because they're all filthy, stinking rich. What's your point? Like, what is the point of him being the? Are we just supposed to like, you know, accept that he can't afford anything, or like if he doesn't feel like?
I don't know. You could ask him that question. I'm not. How would I answer that question? I'm just saying. I'm saying as an analyst with numbers and math and fucking, that's what I do best. And when you look up his net worth, that's fucking, when you put in, what is Mark Davis' net worth? And it pops up and says, Mark Davis's net worth, because that's his money. It's not asset. It ain't asset. It's net worth. It says he's only worth $300 million. So then what I do is I take this $300 million number, bam, pops right up here on the fucking deck instantly. And then I say, when people like you say, well, what about the coach? What about this? Well, guess what? If he's paying the offensive or the head coach $7 fucking million, he's paying Ziegler fucking another fucking $10 million, so that's 17 fucking million, and then he's fucking paying the defensive coordinator and all the other fucking coaches, so he's probably in another, let's just say 50 fucking million out of his own fucking pocket that gets rejuvenated back through sales, game winnings, and things of those factors. Then yeah, it matters. It fucking matters. It matters a lot. When you're Robert Kraft and you got $5 billion motherfucking dollars and you're looking at 50 million, that's nothing. That's a fucking pea. That's a pebble. When you look at $50 million to Mark Davis is 300 million, that's a big fucking asset. That's probably why he probably was like, yep, enough a car, because I'm not going to lose all my money. And if the motherfucker owns the team and he can't even pay the luxury tax on it, if his mother dies, that should tell you enough right there.
So I'll tell you this, guys. The reason why we moved from Oakland to Las Vegas was because Mark Davis is poor. The city of Oakland, the county of Alameda, they were not willing to put up tax dollars to finance the construction of a new stadium. Right. And so he couldn't get the money in California. So
he Ronnie Lott and them coming over, offering to do it.
Yeah, but they wanted a piece of the ownership, and Mark Davis wasn't willing. And Mark Davis wasn't willing to relinquish any piece of the ownership. So Mark Davis essentially hoarded around the country, dude, looking for a jurisdiction that would be willing to put up the tax dollars, the public money to finance a stadium, which is completely different from Kroenke, who's a multi-billionaire who built that bitch in Inglewood with his own cash, dude. So we moved from Oakland to Vegas because Mark Davis is poor.
You're looking at millions, hundreds of millions versus dudes that are billionaires. Like, they throw fucking 100 million into a pond and don't hit them nothing. Don't even affect them anything.
I think Allegiant was like 1.5 billion to build. It was like over a billion.
2.3 billion.
2.3, yeah. So
billion.
So Mark couldn't fuck with that.
Dude, listen, 7/8 of the money came from the casino that the fucking guy owns in Vegas that passed away and his wife owns now. Then Mark borrowed the rest of the money from the NFL. Yeah, Mark borrowed the rest of the money from the NFL. He didn't fucking go dumping out any of his fucking money. If he dumped out his money in there and he was worth 300 million, well, it would be worth 150 million right now, you know? So, like I say, that money was funded by there. And watch, when he loses that team, guess who's going to swoop up on that fucking deal? It's probably like the city of Vegas, dude. And then it's going to be owned like Green Bay, where the city owns the fucking team, not no fucking individual. That'd be
Guys,
crazy though.
all those years when we were playing all those home games at fucking Mexico City and London, we were getting slapped around by the other NFL owners who essentially were forcing the Raiders to play one of their home games out there. None of these NFL owners want their home games to be played elsewhere, with the exception of the Jaguars owner, who's I think he's Pakistani British guy who actually does want to play out there in London. But essentially, like Mark Davis always has to acquiesce to whatever the other owners have to do because he's essentially the poorest owner. And Jerry Jones, Robert Kraft, Kroenke, like these guys, the high rollers are the ones who call the shots.
And they were the ones that put us here to begin with. They rejected us in LA and then pushed for us in Vegas. And then not only that, that's why the John Gruden hire was so crucial at the time, because their deal was is that if we got to Vegas and won a Super Bowl off the get go, then Mark Davis would be able to pay the luxury tax if Carroll was to pass away, because they want him to win a Super Bowl or two so he can get the revenue off of that, which would be enough to pay it. That's what their agenda has been the whole entire time. So, and again, it matters. It matters a lot when you're fucking doing signing bonuses. And the reason that we're even on this topic is to even go back. The reason is that if Tom Brady comes in, if you sign him for 1 year and say that you do $30 million, because he's going to get $30 million. There's no fucking way he ain't getting $30 million. And again, just go back a few years ago when Dana and them had him here, it was a 2 year, $60 million. Cut it in half, $30 million. So long story short, if you do that and he does take a pay cut at the salary, Mark got to sign a $15 million check and
I
give
gotta
it to
go,
him,
alright?
so
I'm out.
that's all I say. That's all I say is that when you do those type of things, somebody has to pay it. So unless the fucking lady that owns the casino over there comes down here and writes a $15 million check, then it makes it harder for him to do that. Then, like I said, then you're taking away the money. Then you're not being able to build where it needs to be. So that's the only reason I even said it, to even start the conversation is when you start doing things like that and then you start bringing in other players, you're going to have to start doing that to a lot of players. So that shit adds up a lot. People got to understand when you're looking at a guy that's worth 500 million and a dude worth 5 billion. That's a massive fucking
What are you
number.
guys talking about? I've been gone.
It's a massive number. That's all I say. It's massive.
We're just talking about how
what's the topic?
About like how Mark Davis is like essentially the poorest owner in the NFL, and how that interacts with the contract with Brady. And I agree with you, Dustin. He's not taking less than 30. Like, I mean, this guy's no dummy. Like, he's not doing this, pro bono. Like, he's gonna want to make this.
I made a post about this. Is that after Brady's rookie contract, his average annual salary has been $18 million. So this dude takes massive pay cuts. And even today, his recent contracts have been no more than like
you have to look at the time. So that his contract's going to be flawed, okay? And I'll tell you why. When he was in the NFL and was in those contracts, people weren't making $30 million. He wasn't. They weren't
especially
$30 million
quarterback. Picks, especially 6-round picks.
What you have to do is if you're going to rate his average, if you're going to do his average rate, and this is how you would do it, you would go back to the year that the salary cap became over the $40 million mark. And then you would take his salary cap from that point on, which is probably around $25-35 million per year, and then do that to the end. When you're taking a salary cap in 2000, that's 10 fucking years of a salary that never was over $30 million. So that's a massive inflation inside the contracts when they changed that up to where quarterbacks were in the 30, 45 or 40 range. Brady's been there every year just as well. $30 million. Fucking, I've seen him 25 million, but he's been in the 30 million mark. So I know it says 18.7, but you have to look at when the year that it came in, that they changed that, and then from that year on, where Brady was at in there. That's how I'd rate his contract, because that's the only way you can rate it right now to where the actual cap is, because how high the player's salary has gone up. I mean, fuck, back then, 45 million didn't even exist. That shit didn't even exist. 40 million didn't even exist. So
Yeah, I think the other thing that I would add, Dustin, is like we need to remind ourselves that all of these players, I think virtually all players are represented by agents, and agents are motivated by one thing, and that's money. What's the maximum amount of cash that I could get for my client? Because an agent's
in
going to get a
Vegas,
cut of that. Yeah, because an agent's going to get a cut of that, right? So it's not necessarily up to Brady by himself. It's Brady in consultation with his agent, and his agent is going to try to like squeeze the Raiders for as much as he can because that's his job. They have a fiduciary duty to get as much money for their client.
and you got to remember, you got to also take this factor in too. If they come in and say, let's just say this scenario, let's say Raiders offer him 30 million. What if Tampa tells them, hey, we're going to be cutting players here. We're going to have a lot of fucking money here. How about we build you back your line that you fucking need? You get your players and you stay here and we give you 35 million. Like, then fucking what? His family's there. He just got custody of his fucking kids. Like, there's a lot of motherfucking things inside there that are going to factor in massively for a dude just to up and pick up and come the fuck on over here. And if any person even says that any team, any fucking personnel that's even, it's not the only people even talking about Brady even being signed to the motherfucking Raiders is beat writers, YouTubers, and other motherfuckers. There ain't no organization even talking. That's tampering rule instantly. You'd be in trouble instantly. So again, it's here. He says, she says. Tampa has a really good team. They had a bad year, dude. If they fix up that line, dude, give Brady his time. That team's way better than our team. There's no denying it. So to sit and say that they will give him more money, then what do? We get in a bidding war with them? Well, we'll give you 35. Why would Brady come here and just leave his house, his kids, his everything? Just leave it and come here. Like, what the fuck has he got that what we don't like? That's what. I don't even know if he can bring his fucking kids over here and stuff like that. I don't even know how that shit works, but no, I'm not even going to speak on it because I have zero idea. But at the same time, that's all I'm saying. There's a lot of factors people ain't taking into consideration when you're just putting Tom Brady like he's a fucking pawn, and you use his name, and then you're just going to move him all the way across the whole entire fucking United States. Like, I mean, like I said, it's easier to talk about it. You got to still take into consideration this dude just got divorced. He has a lot of deals. He's on a good team. He's in free agency. People think like Tom's going to come sign here for 25 million when Tampa would probably offer him 35 million. Like, and then he's in Florida, so it's untaxed money, the same as it is here. Like, there's a lot of factors people need to start looking at. I mean, even now they're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, dude. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy takes less than 25, dude.
Hey, Jimmy's garbage. I don't give a fuck. He takes fucking 10. I'd roll a Stenham over Jimmy. I don't care
I
where
would
the fuck
too.
this guy goes, what he's done. People can be delusional all the fuck they want. They can act like the defense doesn't exist in the NFL anymore, I guess. Because I'll tell you right fucking now, Jimmy ain't on Patriots with the defense. Jimmy ain't on the motherfucking Niners with that defense. Jimmy's ass sucking motherfucking dick. Like, straight up, dude. That guy is not fucking no fucking Derek Carr. I don't give a fuck, dude. Carr throw more touchdowns than his ass any day of the week. So,
No question.
yeah, no way I'm even going that route at all. Like, and then you go that route, you just dumb as hell. I think if you're going to try to be a business aspect to rebuild you got to rebuild. You can't just be like, let's take Brady until a fucker passes out on the field. Like, what are you going to fucking do? Like, motherfucker's going to listen, as much as people would love to say, like, he's never going to quit. One day, he's going to wake up one fucking morning and motherfucker ain't going to play the same ever again. Plain simple fact. No matter who the fuck his name is.
Dustin,
And if he's on our team in the middle of the fucking year geared for a Super Bowl and you don't have a fucking backup because you invested your money in him, you're fucking dumb. You're over. You're done. You're out of there. Just like Derek Carr in 2016. Connor Cook get his ass beat by who? Brock Osweiler. Get the hell out of here. So
hey, Dustin, check this out. So, like, I've been saying this on some other live streams, and I think we could all agree on this. Father time is undefeated, and that shit creeps up on you on these athletes. It could creep up on them overnight. and Brady is 46, if I'm not mistaken. That dude's gonna be
He'll be 46.
47.
Well, yeah.
I think he's gonna be 47. Like next fall. It's just that shit is old, and I know he's eating the avocado ice cream and doing yoga and like drinking organic this, organic that, but
There's
father time
always
is
this
undefeated.
time, if you look at your parents or you look at other people's parents or not, you look
Yeah,
at people like back in the day, 30s to 40s was I can see, but now it's like 40s to 50s is like that 30 to 40 range
yeah,
because I believe people are staying healthier, older. Like I said, a 40-year-old person isn't really that old anymore. Like, I know how people looked at it a long time ago, but 40 ain't really that old. But when you hit that
40's
50
30 now.
motherfucking mark, yeah, exactly. That 50 mark ain't no fucking bullshit. It's like you hit
Yeah,
50, you got a cane. Like, you're like, oh shit, like, when is Brady gonna roll out that fucking ball that they put the football in between and it shoots it out? So he rolls that out behind the halfback or the center, hikes it, puts it in, and get it. Fucking like motherfucker ain't gonna be able to keep doing what he's doing. And again, why would anybody listen? Why would we want that for our team? Like, I don't understand that. You got a guy in CJ Stroud. I hate that people use the narrative that Oklahoma or OSU quarterbacks come, they never work. Yeah, that's not the coach's fault. That's the coach's fault, motherfucker. That dude go out and get 50 goddamn touchdowns, run for all those yards in motherfucking college and pro ready ass offense in one of the highest schools in the nation. He come to your ass and you can't coach him. That's your motherfucking fault, dude. Like, that's why you're a coach. That's why it's called development, dude. That's why it's called transition. Like, those things are crucial in those points. And I've always said, if you don't tailor your offense to some of those players these days, you're going to just lose out regardless because sometimes they don't fit the system you're bringing them to, no matter who the player is, no matter the tangibilities or not. They just probably can't physically grasp it like that. So I just think in me, like when you look at look, I have plenty of tape to go off. I don't need to watch a lot of tapes of Stidham because I already watched hellish tapes of fucking Carr all year long. I've watched the system play. I watched the base of the system, dude. People keep talking about, oh, Josh put in other plays. Josh opened up playbooks. Bullshit. Fuck. If you know football, how about motherfuckers need to start studying tape before they start talking about fucking football? Because I can go back and show you just about every play that was played in that fucking game was played throughout the season. So how in the fuck is it that Josh just opened up this play calling and Josh just did this or that? No, motherfucker, he just ran it better. There's a difference. He knows the system. He's seen it. He knows what he's gauging on. Let's be real. Let's be real. The sacks that Stidham could have took would Carr would have. That's the only reason why he looks better in there because he didn't get sacked like that. He didn't get sacked down there, and he didn't get stalemated in the fucking pocket and just throw the ball out of bounds.
I will.
Stidham plays the system better. He knows the system better.
I agree, Dustin, and yeah, no, 100%. I agree, and that actually supports the argument that you and I have been making, which is, or I'll put this on me, the argument that I've been making, Carr being in so many different systems over the course of his 9-year career, I think it's actually a disadvantage. So for all these fans saying, well, he's a 9-year vet, he should have this shit down. I actually think it's harder to unlearn so many different ways of quarterbacking when you're in a new system after you're a 9-year vet. But then you have Stidham. He gets drafted by New England in 2019. This is the one and only system that he's been under. So naturally, he would have it mastered. So I do
And
think the
don't
offense.
get me wrong, too. Carr done really good in year 2 systems.
He
And
does.
again,
He does.
don't be surprised. Listen, nobody on my fucking Raiders have said one fucking thing about Derek Carr going anywhere. Nobody said shit. They said they benched him on the fucking money. People can take. Carr chose to leave the faculty. They never asked him to leave. He's more than welcome there any second right now to this point. Now, I get why he would leave because fucking Stidham's going to play. Why would he want to hold the clipboard to him? Like, he wants to play. That's what he wants to do. But if we're going to be real, and motherfuckers want to talk about knowing the system, hey, Carr gonna probably know that system pretty goddamn well in year fucking 2. And if you're just talking about a fall off in mid-season because of miscommunication, I'm pretty sure you don't have that the following year. But the difference where I would say why I would move off, and this is why I would, is because of the fact of the record against Kansas City, dude. You can't win within the division. How you gonna win in the fucking playoffs? Like, that's a crucial point. And when you're 9-9 with the Chargers, fucking like 13 and fucking 7. It's like 13-7 against the Broncos, and you're fucking 3-14 against the Chiefs in 9 fucking years. Like that is substantial. That's a substantial deal. That means for fucking 14 years you got your ass, or 14 games you got your ass beat by them. So that means probably 7/8 of your time span in the AFC West you've never even won in it. Period. That's pretty big. That's big. That matters. That shit matters. And then, like you say, if you go into listen, I bet Stenham would have had a better game in Pittsburgh than Carr because Stenham comes from cold weather area to begin with. Like he comes from New England. He didn't stand over there, well, fucking 3 feet of snow, you know.
So
that's
I
all
think
I'm saying.
so Dustin, I think they meaning Ziegler and McDaniels mismanaged the whole Carr situation from the get go. So I think I mentioned this the other night, but Carr's stock wasn't. It's never going to be as high as it was at the end of
Salute,
last
Obi.
season. A salute, Obi. After he threw for over 4,800 yards, led the team to the playoffs, especially after the Gruden emails, the Henry Ruggs situation, the Damon Arnett situation. So his stock wasn't. It's never going to be as high as it was then. And I think the Colts were offering those 2 first-round picks, right? So if Ziegler and McDaniels weren't convinced that this was the guy, they should have traded him and should have gotten some assets for him before the season. Now I recognize that Carr was key in order to get Devontae over here. I mean, Devontae said it himself. The reason I'm a Raider is because of Carr. So I think
Not only that,
go
sorry
ahead.
for interrupting, but not only that, but I think it's also because Davis likes Carr. Like he really is close to Carr, and he didn't want to get rid of him.
Yeah,
But let's
that's
put in this
probably true.
scenario
Yeah.
too. Let's put this scenario in too. One, nobody in the ownership has even stated one bit about. You can't even talk about a trade to begin with. So you're just making assumptions of those points. That's what they're implying that they're going to do because of Bencham, right? But what happens if they fucking bring him in? The minute the season's over, everybody up and leaves. They fucking bring Carr in, and they tell him like, listen, you played really good in the beginning because he has a 96.6 fucking rating in the first half, dude. So there's no denying the fucking points and the stats and everything he put up. They obviously he worked in the system in the first half. What would make sense is why would you go get Brady, have to have him uproot his fucking whole fucking deal, come over here in the middle of his fucking divorce, his kids, all this shit. So there's gonna be multiple factors that factor in on that deal. When you can just talk to Carr and be like, listen, if we restructure your contract, you've already know the system, you've already been in it. If you restructure your contract, give it to $30 million. Let us get some of that money back so we can invest it back in the defense because we are lacking in the defense. Who's to fucking say if they don't do that? Motherfucker's here already, and he probably would restructure his contract right then and there.
Hey, Dustin, I've been telling my buddies like who are other Raider fans, and they've been talking about how Carr is gone and how it's pretty much a done deal. I've been saying weirder things have happened. They were saying the same shit about Garoppolo last year about how he was gone and then he came back and he was there. So anything could happen in this crazy world that we call the NFL. I mean, nothing shocks me at this moment, like nothing could shock me.
Watch what's going to shock the world here on February 15th. There's 2 ways you can be shocked. One, which would probably just be mind motherfucking blowing, is if the Raiders just physically cut Carr and ate $5.6 million. That'd just be mind blowing to me.
I actually could see that happening.
If they stay on, then they're in for the contract regardless of the trade or not. So you have to find a trade partner, and if you don't find him, he's here. So that's why I think it just makes more sense for both sides to not take a risk. And it would be to ask Carr, do you want to win a Super Bowl here, and do you want to do it this way? That's how it's going to be approached. Do you want to win a Super Bowl here, and do you want to win it this way? And if you do, we're going to need you to restructure your contract so we're able to fucking move this money around on here. Otherwise, we'll send you to any destination you want to go, and kudos to you. Like that's how that shit's gonna go. It's business. It ain't about fucking hard feelings or not. It's business, man. So you want to be a businessman, make a business move. Like that's what it is. Scared money don't make money, dude. Straight up.
I agree, dude. Like no risk it, no biscuit. But
yeah,
I guess what I come back to, yes, like it is business at the end of the day. But there's a lot of human emotions involved, right? And I'm sure you saw how Carr's not following the Raiders anymore on social media and all that shit.
Debo did the same thing, came back, dominated just like he did before. So
I
sometimes
think
it's not about.
I think it's actually different though because Carr was the face of the franchise for 9 years essentially. Debo, I wouldn't say is like the face of he didn't have a long enough tenure with the Niners to be the guy. Whereas
Yeah,
now
but
you have a
still, who was
situation.
the guy? Who would you have said is the guy outside of if you're gonna say like Nick Bosa? I mean, Debo's a pretty big factor in that team. He's a big name. CMC wasn't even there yet. I mean, you're not gonna be like Jimmy Garoppolo.
I
Whoa.
mean, last year everyone was making the joke how they had Debo play every single position.
Yeah, I
Like
think he
he
would
was the
be.
punt returner, kick returner, he was a wide receiver, he was the running back.
Yeah, I just think when you're looking at because he has high energy and he's a big face for them to be looking at right now. That's all I'm saying. Like when Carr, listen, Carr took himself out of the deal instantly. He's probably not even in Vegas at all. He's never even made one statement. His brother's speaking on his behalf. It ain't the first time his brother spoke on it. He did it with Josh McDaniels when they were looking for the coach. Like it's not the first time he's done it. And people can sit here and say like, oh, they want a stable coach, they want a stable this. I mean, yeah, everybody would. But what team are you talking about when you say that? If that's what Derek said and David's going to rely, I mean, let's be real. I mean, you're going to have to go to somewhere like the Niners, the fucking Patriots, fucking Green Bay. Like, you got to go somewhere that got long tenders of fucking of that history to begin with. Like,
Yeah,
there's not
you're
very
also gonna have
many
to
of them.
go the cold environments.
Damn right. And that's my point. That's my point. If we felt that Carr would make it in those cold environments, why wouldn't you just restructure his contract? But I think when you're looking at it, you have two quarterbacks that are going to be on the board, dude, and we can trade up. I would trade, dude. I'm telling you, I would trade. I would make the trade. I'd call fucking Chicago or I'd call Seattle. I'd call one of those two motherfuckers for sure and be like, it would probably make more sense with Seattle because they're only if we're at the sixth pick, then they're only 3 picks away. So it would take less draft cap to get there. And if they were just looking defensively, their player's probably going to be on the board because the next team would probably take Will Levis to begin with. So my point would be is we already know Chicago ain't going to get a quarterback. And it doesn't matter if Houston is first or second in there because Chicago ain't taking quarterback. So you know Houston going to go over there and they're going to take Bryce Young. That's what they're going to do. They're going to take Bryce Young. I think Bryce Young's first dude off the board this year. So he's going to go. I think CJ would make the most fucking sense in that aspect because of the fact that he would fit the mold of what Stenham did. Stenham played really fucking good as a run pass quarterback,
He
dude.
did,
Like
dude. He really did.
yeah, people can say, "Oh, Josh isn't a RPO guy." How do you know? Tom Brady fucking goddamn cement feet, bro. How do you know what Josh's system is? Brady played in it the whole fucking time, so you really don't know what Josh's system. And people want to say like, "Oh, Josh failed over there in the fucking Broncos." This, that. Listen, Josh went fucking 6 or 8 games without losing to start off, and again, he drafted motherfucking Tebow and I think he got motherfucking Thomas and fucking like the guy didn't make fucking Josh didn't make dumb fucking draft picks and he didn't pick fucking dumb deals. And if people want to talk on Tebow, let's be fucking real. As much as people may say they didn't like motherfucker went to the playoffs following year with John Fox because
I've said that. I've
Josh
said that.
fucking drafted him. Josh drafted him. They fired him. John Fox came in, took motherfucker to the playoffs, dude. So it wasn't a fucking dumb pick. He obviously succeeded. I'm pretty sure Josh drafted Thomas at the same time, and he was pretty badass motherfucker too. So you're talking the guy has done pretty well. It's just the other people have got the credit for it. And yeah, he did lose. He did lose. But look, he come over here, and no matter how people want to look at it or not, he still only lost a certain amount, like what, 4 or 5 more than what wins versus loss.
We lost
John Gruden
9
was
straight
4.
one-score games. That's how close the games have been. 9 straight one-score
Exactly.
games.
Gruden was 4-12 the first year here. The first year here, when he blew up with Amari Cooper, Khalil Mack, all them, he was 4-12.
We didn't have
Fucking
any
like,
talent on that team, though, Dustin. We did not have
hey, that's
anybody.
fine. That's
We
fine.
did not
Either
have
did
that.
Carr. Either did Carr. Like I said, if they want to talk about talent, we expected to have talent on that year, and we got rid of it. Here, ours got hurt. Like
No,
that's facts. We had
no,
two
but
fucking dudes that carried the whole entire offense all year long, and their names is Josh Jacobs and motherfucking Devontae Adams. Go look up the stats.
no, I agree. But like 2018 that was 2018 when we went 4-12. But comparing it to this year, like this year, like this team is much more talented than the 2018
How?
team,
What
dude.
defensive players is talented? Tell me. I'll wait right here. Outside of Max, who is it? I'd like to know.
Well, Mac didn't even play that year.
No, but what? No, I get that, but that's my point. Max is the only fucking one on this side of the defense that even has the caliber outside of fucking Deron Harmon.
So I would say I would say that the defense is as shitty as the 2018 defense is as crappy as the 2022 Raiders defense, but the offense, at least from the weapons perspective, is
I
better
would
than the
give you that
2018 line.
Devontae and Jacobs. I would give you that. I'd give you that. But what I would argue is the 2018 in the 2018 season, they had a better overall roster from lengthwise from receiver 1 to receiver 4 versus where Carr was at this year with Hollins and fucking Keelan Cole.
I mean, 2018 we had what, Jordy Nelson and Seth Roberts.
Yeah, I don't know if Seth Roberts was still here at that point, was he?
Yeah, because I think he kept Seth Roberts and then he traded away Amari like after week 4 or 5.
Yeah, because I know Seth Roberts went to the Baltimore, but did he go in 19? He might have went in 19.
No, he played
18. 18 was the first year Gruden came in.
Yeah, 18 was the year.
Yeah,
that
he was
blew
here
it up.
100%. That was the. I think that was the year. Wasn't that the year that fucking Derek Carr had the 500 yards in Tampa?
No, that was 2016. That was the overtime game. Yeah,
Yeah, with Seth Roberts. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
right.
when he had the game winner.
Yep. Nope. 100%. With Musgrave.
Yeah, so I just think like I guess we could go like person by person comparing the 2018 to 2022 squads, but I think this squad just has more.
I think the number one receiver, 100%. They did. Waller and fucking Renfro only played 3 games to this.
I agree, they weren't available.
Steelers game.
And that's one thing that I've been saying, like on some of these live streams, like, hey, there's a lot of talk about Carr having all these weapons, but how many snaps, how many games did these weapons play together?
The thing is I've talked with people about this, and what's weird is the only 2 games where he's had all 3, like all 4, like Jacobs, Adams, Waller, and Renfro, is 2 games, and in both of those 2 games he threw 3 picks. How he started the season and how he ended his season, throwing 3 picks.
That is bad.
He had everyone available. You're saying?
Wasn't he? All 3 of them were in the Cardinals game, though, were they not?
No, because they were in the Cardinals game. That's my bad. But then after that, Renfro was gone, and then
Waller went out after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they went on. Well, they went out at the same stretch. One went out on obviously Renfro went out in the game. Waller just went out later that week, and then they both went on to the deal, and then they both ended up on the IR.
Yeah, so even when Carr had all his weapons, it wasn't good.
I wouldn't say that. Well, what was the score when they were going into the halftime against Arizona? 20-0.
Yeah, but then against the Steelers and the Chargers, it was just.
I'm not going to argue that, but he still did have 27 points against the Chargers, even with that pick six.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, I'm looking at the 2018 Oakland Raiders roster, and that shit is sad as hell. Our edge rusher.
Who was on it? Was it who were the receivers? Was it Andre Holmes?
It was. I'll read them off to you. Marcel Aitman, Rico Gafford, Dwayne Harris, who was the punt returner. He was actually good as a punt returner. I like that guy.
He was one that ran that one back out there, picking up the ball and picking it off.
against the Donkeys. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that defense though had a lot more picks. We only have like 2 guys on the secondary that can make picks happen.
So check this out. So Marcel Aitman, Rico Gafford, Dwayne Harris, then Keon Hatcher, if you remember that guy.
Yeah.
And then Jordy Nelson and Seth Roberts, and then our tight ends were Paul Butler, Derek Carrier, Jared Cook, who had a monster season. I remember.
Jared Cook was goated.
Yeah, Lee Smith, who was more of a blocking tight end. I like that guy actually. And then Darren Waller was picked up off the practice squad. He didn't play much that year.
Hey, how many yards did they have that year?
Who in particular?
The Raiders. Carr, 4,000 yards.
Yeah, he had like 4,029, I think.
Yeah, with motherfucking Rico Gaff and
fucking baller, dude.
Seth Roberts in there. That's crazy, dude.
Let me see. Yeah, dude,
Jordy Nelson wasn't
he had
even
four.
nowhere close. Jordy wasn't even nowhere close to the player he was from Green Bay to here.
Fuck no,
Nowhere
dude.
close.
He was running like a 4.8 at that point, dude. Like I was
Yeah,
at
because I
those
think it was
games. I
the
was a
next
season ticket
year. I
holder.
think it was the following year. That's when Seth went to the Ravens.
Yeah,
Fucking
he went to the Ravens. So yeah, he threw
yeah.
for fucking Carr, dude. Like he had a huge jump in completion percentage. He actually went from so let me read off the completion percentages. So 2016, right? Like that's the year that everyone says that was Carr's best year. He threw for
2020
39.
is probably the best.
Yeah, so but like most like regular fans say 2016.
Oh yeah, I
So,
argue with people. 2020 was Carr's best year.
yeah,
Easily.
I think 2020 was like a monster
If
year.
he
But
didn't
check
get hurt in that Chargers game where Marcus Mariota started, he would have had 30 touchdowns that year.
Yeah, no doubt. But
Yep.
check this out, guys. Check this out. So 2016, his completion percentage was 63.8, and he threw for 3,937 yards, 28 touchdowns, 6 picks. But then you see 2017, it actually goes down like a percentage point. His completion percentage 62.7, 3,496 yards, and that's the year that he got injured, if you remember. But then check this out, which I find very interesting, because 2018 was the first year that Gruden took over. His fucking completion percentage jumped up to 68.9 in year one, throwing to Jordy Nelson, Seth Roberts, and Keon Hatcher. The dude threw for over 4,000 yards, dude.
I
Car's
know.
Yeah,
a
but
fucking
go.
Car's a
How
fucking
about this?
monster.
How about this? Read that percentage for the next 4 fucking years.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
dude.
he got.
It's
I
so
know he got over 70% in one of
yeah,
those years.
yeah, he got over 70% in 2019. So he got 70.4 in 2019, 2020, 67.3, and last year, 2021, 68.4. So he's consistently been over the past 4 seasons 68 plus percent or 67 plus percent completion percentage. This year was just an
with
anomaly, dude.
4,000 yards. With
It's
4,000 yards.
yeah,
Which is
it's an anomaly, dude. This guy, Derek Carr, I've been saying, like the dude's a monster, man. Like he's gonna kill it
How do you
wherever he
just
lands.
explain that people cried about the offensive line, who they were, they shipped them in and out. Carr threw for 4,800 yards behind that line. Straight the fuck up. 4,800. You can't deny it. Go look
It's
it up. It's
wild,
in the
dude.
stats.
it's just
4,800.
so it's what I question myself because it's like, did Carr just like because it can happen to any player at any moment. Like did Carr just because even the players saying that Carr felt different this season, did he just drop, or did McDaniels just
I don't
could he
think it's
not
like
coach
that.
him in
Look
his
at it from
system?
a quarterback's point of view. Look at it at a quarterback's point of view. Let's say that in the off season, the reason Carr looked so good in the beginning of the season was because in the off season you studied those certain types of plays. Because remember, they were doing jet sweeps, they were doing all kind of different play deals. Then after we hit over the fucking at the break, when we took the break, that's when Josh came out. He said, "Hey, we're gonna fucking take plays out of here. We're gonna try to simplify the deal." And then what if you start putting in different plays? What if you got to learn different plays, different rhythms, seeing the field differently? That's gonna fuck up any quarterback, no matter if you're in game or not. Like that's gonna be a big deal. Like we don't know that. That's all I say is there something in that motherfucker had a deal because all of a sudden miscues where Carr was dotting on motherfuckers in the beginning, they swapped this shit, and now all of a sudden he's in miscued. Why? Why? Carr ain't been miscued in his whole fucking career, including under Todd Downey. So what the fuck happened there?
It's why
Like
I
that,
don't. It's why I don't trust the big Raider content creators when they say, "What's the point if McDaniel sabotages Carr?" Because if I was McDaniel's and I never wanted Carr in the first place, I would kind of want to make him look bad so I don't have to pay him over $40 million a year.
or you just got this twisted ass fucking mind, which these motherfuckers probably do, and they're like, well, Carr's playing fucking way beyond our belief, so we didn't think this was gonna fucking happen. So now we're gonna have to bind that fucking 40 million. So there's no way we're gonna be able to fix the team. Which I spoke about this in the off season about how Devontae's contract gonna have $40 million on it, and Carr will. That's $80 million fucking dollars in 1 year. So what's to say if they were like, well, we can't get fucking Devontae because Devontae, every time Devontae gets the ball, you can't control Devontae because Devontae in the field, he catch the ball fucking 5 yards out, he's gonna go fucking 60.
Yeah,
Like
people
you
are talking
can't
about the
control.
crazy catches with Justin Jefferson. You know how many games we've seen Devontae do the craziest catch?
craziest, and not only that, he gets in these short routes, dude, and turns them into big plays. That's why I'm
Like, how many
saying
catches did we see him catch a long pass when the defender like is grabbing both of his arms?
fucking facts, or holding on to his left hand, he has to reach out and cup it with his right like that, you know. That's why I say you can't control Devontae. You can control your quarterback, 100%. You're the one fucking telling him where to look, the progressions, the things. You can control that. You can't control when Devontae gets the ball or Jacobs gets the ball on the field. You're expecting if you run a certain type play against a certain formation that he's got to hit 1, 2, 3 players. So the odds are he's not going to make it past the second, third tier. Where in plays like where Devontae slants across, gets caught 2-on-2, stutter steps the dude, and now he has the whole field open. There's no way to play call for that. You can't play call for that. And like I said, you know how you get Carr to get down on that contract is one, Carr is loyal as fuck to Raider Nation. He's a diehard fucking Raider. There's no disputing it. He'd do anything for this fucking team. And when you bring him up in there, like I said, I feel like you're going to have two conversations when they get there. They're going to say, your progression fell off here. They can have their talk behind closed doors. Well, they'll say, hey, we put in different plays. It was harder to read progressions, never doing it in fucking camp. There could be a big story we'll never hear about. So it can just be what the fuck if. But I really believe, like, unless Carr just really hates fucking Raiders now, which I highly doubt, then I think what are you gonna do? I mean, I think logic would say have him cut his contract, dude, and keep him here. He's already here. Let's send him compete against him. Send him win. Fuck, who cares? You already signed him for $25-30 million. So then trade him. Then trade the motherfucker at that point. So I just think I don't know. I just think it makes more sense if you can get him to stay, or I mean, it is what it is. I don't really give a fuck, to be honest. I don't care if motherfucker stays or not. So I think it's probably time to move on, and I'll say numerous reasons why is because, like I said, Stenham's played in colder weather, and when you're looking at the division, when you're looking at Buffalo, Cincinnati, fucking Kansas City, all cold weather teams in this time of the year. So to me, I think if you're looking to succeed and go into a Super Bowl and win, you're going to need a quarterback that can play cold weather environments. And that's why I say you got 2 in the draft right now. That'll be right up in the fucking beginning. You got fucking Stenham. You got numerous people that can do it. So that's why I would just say wouldn't be a bad idea to think about. So I just think Carr is a diehard Raider then. That's all I care about.
The other thing to think about, are you talking about like waiving the no trade clause?
He's gonna have to if they restructure the contract. I think he's gonna have to do it 100% because if they restructure and say that they want to keep him, I think 100% they're gonna have to waive the no trade clause because if they put in an open battle in camp, for instance, right? And say Carr's contract at $30 million, that's feasible to a lot of teams in the NFL. So if Stenham beats him out in camp, they're going to need to trade him wherever the fuck they want. They're not going to keep a $30 million quarterback on the roster and then dictate where the fuck he's going. They're going to need to move him off for whatever the fuck they can get at that point in time. So that's what I think it would be more logic to do at that point in time.
Well, even if he waives the no trade clause, because other teams know that the Raiders have a strict window to trade him or have to release him unless they want to pay him a lot more money. Even if he's willing to go along with the trade to any particular destination, couldn't any other team just realize that and not want to give up any assets, i.e., like a pick?
Let's put it like this. If Carr goes out to the waiver, you don't think someone picks him up? You think he just clears the whole entire waiver?
I'm saying from the standpoint of the Raiders, like you could argue that they don't have leverage in the sense that other teams could just wait for the Raiders to say, oh shit, we have to release him because we have.
Yeah, but if you want it, because even if you keep him on there and say that you get Stenham to go for $10 million a year, if Carr restructured down to $30 million, then it'd only be a $40 million between the two of them, which would be no different than Carr's original contract. So in all reality, all you're doing is restructuring it to where Stenham's a free agent. He's going to have to get paid, but they don't pay Carr at $40 million because that's where they're devaluing him at. So right. You give up 10 of that, give it to Stenham. Now it's a $40 million, but for 2, not 1. those type of things become feasible to them at that point in time. Which that's why I'm saying I can see it, and then them telling them, you want to be fucking Raiders quarterback, go fucking get it in camp. It's gonna be open competition. You're gonna have to fucking compete against him, and if you want it, go get it. And I guarantee you, if he loses, that there are gonna be teams out there. You could only get so many quarterbacks in the draft. And to sit and say, no matter how people want to say, if Stanham knows Josh's system better because he's been in it longer, then so be it. But there's no way nobody's going to sit out there like Kyle Shanahan or any guy and be like, yeah, car's washed. Not even going to look. Nah, fuck bullshit. Bullshit. No. Motherfucking Baker Mayfield went over to multiple fucking teams and traded. So there's no way Carr ain't getting down that motherfucking road.
No, I'm not saying that other teams don't think.
No, I know. Yeah, I'm just saying that
you could get the same person, but without having to give up draft picks because you just, pick them up in free agency as opposed to having to trade for them.
There's some teams that just give up picks for quarterbacks that don't even deserve to be traded.
I'm just saying, if they do that, they're dumb. I'm not counting that. I'm just saying that when you really
but that's the point. You're implying like that would be implying like they just released Carr. Like I said, if you restructured the contract and it's $40 million total for 2, what does it matter if Carr's the backup? If Carr don't want to be the backup, he's going to have to request a trade. So he'll request the trade. Then they're going to look to other teams. And I can tell you right now, there's teams like the Jets. There's all kind of fucking teams that would be like, okay, got to get rid of him. I'll give you second round draft pick. Send him over here. All right, done. See you later. Like the Carr makes other teams better. There's no denying it, man. Like there's no way to deny it. His stats, if he's in the right system, if he's with the right people, Carr is a fucking good quarterback. So there's no denying that aspect. So there's no way that they're going to – that's what I'm saying. If you drop him – if Carr had zero value and people thought, oh, he can just be released, go to the free agent, why don't they just cut him right now? Why don't they just cut the motherfucker right now, pay the deal? Like, why are you waiting? You're done. It's over. Season's done. Just get rid of motherfucker.
It's because I think if they wait till it's
I know it's only $5.6 million capped it on the 15th.
Mm-hmm. But
I'm still, even with that, I don't see the Raiders just being like, well, fuck it, Carr, you're top 10, 12 quarterback. We just release you like you don't even exist. Like, fuck. I mean, that'd be the stupidest fucking thing ever.
Well, they're obviously going to try to trade him, but I'm just saying, like, if you think about it from the perspective of any other GM in the league who may be interested in him, they may realize, well, wait a minute, if the Raiders don't find a trade partner by such and such a date.
That's if 2 people, okay, let's say that you only have 2 teams. That scenario works. But now let's go out here and say, you got the Colts, you got Indy, you got Tampa Bay, you got motherfucking the Dolphins, you have fucking the Titans, you have the Jets, you have the Giants. Well, I won't even include the Giants. You have Washington. Carr hits free agency. None of those guys stand a chance, and they fucking know it. So there's going to be teams in there that know that they're not going to stand a chance if he fucking gets out there in New England or other fucking places. Miami's going to fucking go. So there's going to be a team in there that's going to be like, you want motherfucking Carr. Could be even Atlanta. Atlanta might just say, fuck, hey, let's get the first round pick. Let's get that motherfucker over here. He's better than any quarterback we got. So that's all I'm saying. There's going to be a team to pick him because the fact that if he hits free agent, they become irrelevant. Where if they trade, then it doesn't become irrelevant. They get him. So that's all I'm saying. There's going to be teams going to pick him. Like, I'll bet anything. I bet 1,000 cash right now Derek Carr going to get a draft trade. He has to. Like, I couldn't even name a quarterback of his stature would just be released. I mean, somebody can refresh
that's because nowadays it doesn't exist. Like, quarterbacks don't just become free agents anymore.
Fuck, not that type of quarterback. Motherfucker just had 4 years at 4,000 plus yards, and last year at 48, and you just kicked motherfucker the curb like he fucking broke his back, bro, and can't walk.
Even mediocre quarterbacks, like, they're not really free agents anymore. Like, teams try to trade them for at least late round picks. Like, quarterback's like the one position where it's rare to see them just be a free agent and sign with another team in the offseason.
Yeah, and I get, like, if 2 teams are battling amongst each other and they're like, okay, if I give draft cap, you're going to give draft cap, what's the point? Because if he hits free agency, it's just going to be us 2 battling. So it really doesn't matter at that point. May the best man win. But when there's gonna be 10 fucking teams, that shit don't fucking theorize like that, because when you're trading, 10 teams are irrelevant. When he hits free agency, maybe 3 teams become irrelevant. So that's all I'm saying is some teams may need a quarterback like him because they don't have one. Like, be real. Like, what was the best quarterback over there in the Jets, dude? Ryan Tannehill? Like not Ryan Tannehill, Fitzpatrick? Ryan Fitzpatrick? Like, he's probably one of the better quarterbacks in that fucking deal for a long time. Like, those guys don't have good quarterbacks, dude.
Carr
Dude,
would
I think
probably be willing to go to the Jets if he can just handle the cold weather.
I think so. Oh, quick. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, dude. Actually, like, quick point that I just want to make that I think touches on a couple of things that you guys have been discussing. So I don't just follow football. I follow like a variety of sports. I'm just like a sports nut. I don't dude, I don't think, dude, like that there is a single athlete in the past couple of years that has divided a fan base more than Derek Carr. And when something or an athlete, whatever, divides a certain fan base, it creates like a very polarized situation, right? Where
That's
there's
why I say
extreme.
it's the best decision to move on from him.
Yeah, which I think it's the best
Yeah,
decision to
that.
move on from Carr. But what ends up happening, right, when you have so many deep emotions on both sides of the camp, those that are pro Carr or against Carr, it prevents people from looking at things objectively. And the objective thing here is Carr is a good quarterback. Whether or not he's a top 3 quarterback is like up for debate, right? But what I don't think is up for debate is the fact that Carr can make certain teams better, and he can, and he has a lot of value. My whole thing is, if Ziegler and McDaniels weren't sold on DC, if you're trying to improve the franchise and essentially rebuild it, which now we realize is the plan, then you should have traded the guy when he had the highest value, which was at the end of last season. You could have
Well,
gotten allegedly 2 first-round picks and used that to beef up that defense, dude, because our
so look, I'll
defense
tell you.
sucks.
Let me tell you this real quick. Why I think they didn't do that, and why it wouldn't work. And this is why certain players ended up with 5-year contracts and others didn't. Okay, so one, the reason I think it works is you can't trade Carr in the offseason, no matter the draft stock or not, because you don't get Devontae. So even if you cut Carr, you still have no faith for the Raiders. You have zero faith. Waller fucking is good. He's good, but he's no fucking Devontae Adams. So I think what happened is they knew they were either going to win or lose. They were probably betting on the lose just because it's not their players, not their system. They have to go so many moving pieces. I said it the whole time. So many moving pieces. The defense got depleted. I think if they had the team that when they were in the off season and going into the camp, if that team would have made it into the regular season, yeah, we probably would have had a pretty good chance. We had good linebackers. We had pretty good players. Arnett, everybody. Injury just came one after one after one. But still, long story short, let's say like people are saying, well, why did they give this guy a contract and then tank this year? You think if you told that motherfucker when you brought him over here because you got Devontae coming here, you're going to have Chandler, you're going to have all these dudes trying to come, Dron Harmon, all these guys. You think they're coming here if you tell them that you're going to get that you're going to tank? They're going to be like, yeah, fuck you, bud. But you know how you get them to be here regardless if you take or not? Give them 4 years, give them 3 or 5 years, 3 years, because they can't go nowhere now. They're stuck fucking here. So now you got 4 years left on them, and then you're able to rebuild in that time. Gives you a pretty good base for 4 years more. So you don't get Devontae here if you get rid of Carr. So there's no doubt. So it doesn't matter if they're like, give us the 2 draft picks or this, that, and the other. That trade would have never happened. And if you move off of Carr, just like I said, if you move Carr and bring Brady, if the dilemma was of Devontae leaving, it's like, here goes Carr, but look who's here. Here's Brady or here's Roger.
It's why word came out that Devontae is going to be the player that they're going to have on loop on who the QB is. So Devontae is also going to have, even though he's not like a staff member, he's going to, and he deserves it out of anyone in that
instantly
franchise.
Came here and overrid Carr right from day one. Like, he literally came here. His voice was the one being preached out there. He was the one making the big talk.
Yeah. At this point, if you get rid of Carr, Devontae owns the locker room. I mean, the dude just broke your records in his first
Damn
season
right.
with you guys.
He's a Raider great, dude, in first year of ever playing as a Raider.
Like, the dude
He's
is
a
a
Raider legend,
legend.
to be honest. I mean,
He's
let's
a
be real.
diehard
He broke
Raider, and
Tim
he
Brown's
immediately became a
all-time
Raider legend
fucking,
in one season. So
yes.
he should have a really big say in who's throwing him the ball next season.
You know, that was one thing why we're right at that point, because I just thought about this, man. Like, fuck Rich Gannon, dude. Like, that guy is such a hater. Like, he hates on Carr. Carr broke every record of that motherfucker, and he just hates on that fool as a Raider. Like, I get that you may have your opinions or not, but man, you're a fucking hater, bro. Like, you're a straight hater, dude.
Dude,
Like,
as I mentioned on the Discord, Dustin, let's compare Gannon's first 9 seasons to Derek Carr's first 9 seasons. It's a fucking joke. I think Gannon threw for like 1,000 yards. It's wild.
I mean, Gannon became relevant because of the Gruden system. Because
damn right.
Gruden made him.
He was on the bench in Kansas City when Gruden went and got him, like, straight up.
I mean, that is the Raider way. We picked up QBs from their bench, and then we just made them freaking star players.
Yeah, Gruden made him great. I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, and I still wouldn't say he's great, dude. But I mean, fuck, let's be real. Like, Carr is good, dude. Carr didn't have what he had. He didn't have Jerry Rice, Tim Brown, Crockett, Wheatley, fucking Gardner, fucking. He didn't have Morris and all those
Charles
motherfuckers.
Dudley.
Yeah,
Dudley.
Woodson. He had fucking, and he had what's his name, the other motherfucker, that badass corner at the time too. Fucking oh man,
Did you say Rod Woodson and Charles Woodson?
Charles Woodson, but
Eric Allen. Eric
Allen. He had Eric Allen on the other side. He had motherfucking Romanowski, dude.
Romanowski in the middle.
Yeah, they had a lot of motherfuckers over there that were killers, bro. Like,
and that offensive line was nasty
like that.
too.
Carr didn't have no fucking team like that. Not even close, bro.
That O-line was nasty too.
Facts. Fuck, even what was that? Robert Gallery at that time, I think, was in that.
Yeah,
fucking
you had
line.
Lincoln Kennedy on the right
Lincoln
side.
Kennedy, yeah.
Barrett Robbins.
Yep. That's why I'm saying they want to compare what Gannon did with what he had. Go give Carr that team and let's see what the fuck he does. He'd be killing it with Rice, dude. Like,
I mean, it looked like Gruden was slowly building that team before the league just decided to get rid of him.
Dude,
was killing it, bro. Henry Ruggs was about to kill it.
Even though they were kind of close games, like 3-0 off the bat, and then after Gruden goes, they immediately just destroy everyone. But then the Ruggs situation happens, and the whole team falls apart because of it.
Yeah,
and then they came together, dude, and made the playoffs.
Like, and I kept saying, if the Gruden situation didn't happen before the bye week, Raiders would have been 7-0. I believe it right off the bat.
It would have been a special season for sure because Gruden had that bitch rolling.
Because the moment that Gruden email thing happened, the team just didn't trust being around him.
It was a different deal for sure, and the shady part about that whole deal was they knew about that shit in fucking in like June
July
of that year.
Yeah,
June of that year. Yeah, and you don't bring up nothing until we start winning like we do every year. Start out the gate 4-0, 3-0, dude. Like that's what I'm saying.
We were like one of the only undefeated teams at the time.
It has to speak a lot on Josh. But listen, this is what I'm gonna say. Listen, we can talk this narrative about is it speaks a lot for Josh. He's not gonna fucking make Carr. And listen, Gruden wanted to make Carr. Gruden said it on his QB channel when he had him on there. He said that he would love to fucking join up with Carr and fucking try to win a Super Bowl. And he even said if I had you as my quarterback, we'd probably win a Super Bowl. Now by year 4 of Gruden's system, Carr rated out at a 97.0, dude, at the end in the second half. It was one of his highest grading ratings under fucking John Gruden's system, dude. But motherfuckers think after going to Greg Olsen, any football player know here, Greg Olsen trash as fuck, motherfucker ain't never done shit. I bet you Carr knew that playbook better than Greg Olsen knew that motherfucker. And there's a reason why when he went back over there to the fucking Rams, when they just sent their offensive coordinator to the Vikings, that he didn't even get the fucking job. So there's a reason that shit happened. So, and there's a reason that 31 other NFL teams did not hire Rich Bisaccia as a head fucking coach, dude. Like, there's certain things where players are, but you cannot discredit John Gruden's fucking system. He did this shit in the early 2000s, and he was doing that shit again right here, right now. They know where they were about to head. But they just thought, oh yeah, we'll fucking teabag fucking Gruden, and then we'll hope Josh can come in and do what Gruden's doing. And that backfired on that motherfucker. But the bottom line is it doesn't matter if he failed Josh, or Josh failed, or Derek failed. If Derek failed Josh, the thing is Josh needs his guy. That's what it's going to come down to.
I just
It's
think
not
that
about.
I just think that Carr was finally in a system that he couldn't adapt to. That's what
Yeah.
I think, because I think this is the one system that he couldn't process.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. Why would he first half? And so if you're looking at 17 games, what would it be? It would be 8 and 8, 16. 9 is 18. So just say 18, 8.5 games. He was rated at a 96.6.
I mean, it's like we say how like Jared Stidham, like he's been in the system. In the Niners game, #1 defense, he put 17 points in the first and second half. So it's like
that's facts. And he put up
I
points that Carr couldn't even put up in the second half for three of the weakest fucking teams in that stretch.
and then people are going to speculate, obviously, because they have to. Like, what would the game be like if Carr was in the game? Would it just be a blowout? Would
we would have got beat by 2 touchdowns, I bet, because Carr. This is where Stidham makes the difference, where Carr doesn't. And I spoke about it on that show on Friday. That again, he does not fucking look through progressions and then see the hole and run. He don't do that. That shit matters. That fucking matters right there.
Actually was I wonder if you saw it. He was talking about the play where there was this one play where Foster, he was just gonna go like 10 yards up and then take a left. Jared made it look like as if he was gonna throw the ball to, I think it was Adams, because Adams was just gonna go straight in a post. And then the linebacker saw where Jared was looking and went that way. And then Jared last second turned around and just threw the ball to Foster, and Foster became wide open because of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And I think that's part of Carr's problem is Carr's accurate, but he slowly becomes too obvious on who he's going to throw the ball to.
If you want to see like how where Stidham is, go back to the screenplay with Josh in the beginning of the game. Well, I think it's first, second quarter, but Josh, he looked through his progressions, and fucking Jacobs was right to the left here, about 5 yards, 10 yards out. And watch how fast, if you watch that one individual play, watch how he progresses through the field, gets to this side, and then instantly looks right back to Jacobs and throws because he knew he was going to be wide open. See, he knew by the way that the field was moving, the way that it's contrasting, that people were moving towards the side that he was more focused on. He knew Jacobs was going to be open, and he fucking just turned back. Like, Carr wouldn't do that. And again, this is what I said. Like, he may have 34 yards, but his 34 yards are fucking moving forward for fucking 8 yards to pick up a first down or put you in 2 yards.
Heck, he tried to fight that you're in third and touchdown.
Carr, dude. Like I said, Carr. I like Carr. There's no knock against him, any fucking deal. But let's be real. Any person here knows Carr doesn't run up the gut. When the fuck last time he ran up the gut? QB sneak. So Carr does not run up the gut. 99% of Carr's runs are tossed to the outside, which is he just fucking curls out, goes to the sideline, and runs straight for the sideline with the football out in front of him like this, so it gets across the pylon. That's what Carr does. And that shit fucking bites you because, look, you're running so far out here and you're only picking up a few yards here that has zero meaning inside the game. So that would be 3 and out. 3 and out, gets turnover. Where Stidham comes in, motherfucker don't go 3 and out. He fucking gets the first down and he progresses the ball to where you're in a field goal deal or a touchdown fucking deal because he's always progressing forward, man. I mean, that play to Devontae Adams for the touchdown, him waiting into that little corner of the fucking sideline in that pocket right there.
He was waiting until Adams gave him the
signal
to throw it.
Yeah, he knew he'd come open,
because
dude, and
I
he
was
fucking
watching
waited it.
the tape. He was waiting till Adams lift up his hand, like, okay, just throw it.
Like, yep, and he dotted him. And then let's be honest. Let's go back and look at tape over Carr for the last few weeks, and let's see how accurate he is at dotting dudes. He's not. Look at Stidham, dude. There were plays where like fucking they would have to get up over the top of him, even on Devontae. Look at that one play where he tosses it over the top. It was like 30, maybe 20-yard pickup. But dude, it's just like bow right in his hand. Look at the way he puts the ball on the corner in the end zone with his accuracy. Like, he does a really good job at ball placement and where it's got to go to fucking be. And listen, this is coming from a guy. People can say, "Oh, it can be luck." Hey, luck at what week 16 in the NFL, dude, where he sat on the bench all year long, dude. Like he only had practice in practice. That's the only time he practiced. And he's practicing with the second stringers, not the first stringers. So it's a big difference when you go from those dudes to these dudes. The chemistry, the timing, like a lot of that shit matters. And he was on point. Like he was on point, man. He played really well. I ain't gonna lie. And there's just things where you can go back if you watch tape, progression analyst, the way that he views it, the way that he sees it through his own eyes, going through you know, like he's on his shit. Watch Carr. He fucking look. How come Stenham coming in getting rid of the ball at 2.2 seconds, but when fucking Carr comes in, he's trying to wait 4 and he still don't even fucking get rid of it. Like how come? You know, like there's a big difference in there when you're holding on the ball. People have said in the past that, oh, he would be better at it. Holding on the ball, Carr's worse at it, to be honest. Carr
Yeah,
is really good when
apparently,
he
yeah,
gets in
I
the
was
ball early.
dumbfounded when I saw
Salute
that stat
Person and Ozzy.
that apparently Carr is a lot better in his accuracy when he has like less than 2 seconds to throw the ball, but when he has more than 2 seconds, his accuracy is just like thrown out of the window. I don't know if that's him overthinking where to throw it, or I don't know. Maybe I don't know that. Maybe that is him just overthinking on where to throw the ball if he's given too much time.
I think what his problem is that he's always trying to make the big play because I believe Gruden told him that you have the playmaking ability that you can make big plays with your accuracy and your arm downfield, then you can be mobile with anybody, you know, because you can throw the ball 40 fucking yards, 50, 60, no problem. Where I think in this one it doesn't work that way. It's all about picking up the yard and picking up the progression through the system because like I said, Stenham moving forward made it easier to run the ball, be able to call different plays because we were always moving forward. Like Carr, you're not always moving forward, man. Motherfucker is gonna sit in the pocket too long. He's gonna get tackled. You're gonna go from a 1st and 10 to a fucking 2nd and 12. You can be at fucking a 2nd and 3, and he gets sacked. Now you're at a 2nd and 7. Like that's the thing. You look at Stenham, he breaks out of them. He fucking tries to extend them, dude. Carr goes like this and fucking goes down. Where Stenham's like fucking falling and fucking still dotting. Like there's just a thing about somebody that's young. And look, dude, I'm not gonna lie. This fucking guy probably does represent the Raiders a lot more, mystique wise, personality wise, lifestyle wise, things of those factors,
I
like living on
remember I
the
said
edge.
this way earlier, and I think I asked everyone this, where if it's the right decision that we have to leave like the Oakland Raider idea in the past, like because we're no longer the Oakland Raiders. Like this is Vegas now. Vegas is a whole different environment, a whole different feeling. Like we should probably have that like what word am I looking for? Like I don't know, I guess that feeling like that you're a Vegas Raider, not like an Oakland Raider. And like how you
That's
said, like how
that.
Stidham gives that feeling because it's like Vegas. Carr, you're in Sin City and you're a pastor. Our
That's
quarterback.
my point. That's my point. And then you got to look at it like this: Carr can't go out there and just fucking yell at a fucking person because he's being watched across the whole entire fucking world or U.S. Well, he's watching across the world because motherfuckers watching all across the world. So he can't do that and then go to church on Sunday and tell kids and this and that. So he has to keep his cool to a certain point where people view him publicly. Where Stedham's a young fucking kid, dude. Look at this guy, motherfucker partier, bro. Like this motherfucker, like I almost want to be like, damn, this guy be like Kenny Stabler. What is he gonna come in with the cigarette next,
I
dude?
mean,
Like
hey, the
motherfucker out there.
cameraman, every like 2 plays kept showing his wife. I mean, like,
Damn right, and his fucking friends. But that's all I'm saying. Sometimes when you're making that change, like you're saying, the Oakland Raiders, that vibe probably fit because it didn't really have the Vegas. It didn't have a Vegas atmosphere where it's just a fucking straight party town, dude. That's where they make their money. You know what I mean? Like Vegas has a look like LA does. Like those places have New York. These places have big fucking venues, big places where a lot of people come. I mean, let's be real, dude. Vegas is probably one of the most toured places in the whole entire world. And Oakland, California ain't even thought of. You think motherfucker goes into fucking flies over to Frisco to go across to Oakland? Fuck no. What are you gonna look at? The port? Like, you know, you ain't looking at shit over there. So That's all I'm saying. You go to Vegas, you're going there to party, you're going there to fucking see the casinos, and now it's the motherfucking Raiders, silver and black. I mean, it fits it perfect. And when you look at Stenham, just the way, like, just go look at his profile, look at his pictures, look at his lifestyle, look at how him and
I
his
think
wife
it's
don't have
ironic.
all,
I
even
think
with
it's
the kids, they're still there. Where's Derek's wife? I ain't never seen her up in the boxes like that. You know what I
no, he
mean?
wouldn't. He
Like,
wouldn't allow his wife in Vegas.
hell no. But that's what I'm saying. Raiders need to get behind shit like that. It's talkable points. They're like, man, his wife's hot, bro. Like, look at how he's
Yeah,
balling
and
out
like
there.
how
Let's
they'll
fucking
show, and
go.
how
You
they'll
know,
show
like,
Davis with like young women. I'm like, yeah, it's Vegas.
damn right.
Just do that. And
Probably.
people are making jokes how Stidham learned from Davis how to pull women like that.
Hey, that's fucking
Yeah.
funny.
And yeah, that's just my point.
Exactly.
And like, I don't know, like it feels like it'd be better if like you don't have like a QB like car when you are in Vegas. Like that's the whole different scenario. Because like
And you got to have a guy that's going to be a risk taker because that's what fucking football's about is taking
and
risks, dude.
I mean
Like,
that's also Vegas. Like just go all in.
facts. Facts.
That's why I love the old announcer that retired, the guy that like said like jackpot baby, like Raiders touchdown. I
Brent
liked it.
Musburger.
I liked it. It
Yeah,
gave a
that
new
guy.
Raider.
it
That guy
gave a new
played.
feeling. I liked it every time he said jackpot baby because it felt like, yeah, we're Vegas Raiders.
He's one of the most legendary like football broadcasters of all time. Like that was an unreal hire. But he's just old as shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
I wish he was younger.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, can you imagine if this
But
were
that's
like
all I say. Like when people are sitting here saying like people are hating on Carr, it's not, dude. It's that you took him there, you tried him out, you figured you'd give him the benefit of the doubt because of everything he did with you in Oakland, which they did. They stayed honest to him the whole fucking time, and they brought him there, and they got him the coach. But look, they probably were thinking the minute that Gruden and all that shit went down, they were probably like, man, dude, like it's gonna be hella hard to be able to recreate that here. So if we bring in Josh, he comes in, he don't play. Like, I really don't believe Josh and them had the intention to fold. Like, let's bring up the fucking first games right now. They were all 1 point, 2 point fucking game, 5 point game. That's not sounding like a motherfucker trying to lose. You know,
Besides
and
the
not only that, he
Broncos.
was
Besides
holding
the
fucking the
Broncos.
lead in numerous of those games. So it ain't like he was trying to lose. I think when they got to the Chiefs game, that was right where that's where you can see after the Chiefs game, shit went the other way because then shit started happening hella weird. All kind of different shit was coming up. Like that's all I say is like that kind of shit changed a lot. That shit changed a lot because it changed the whole dynamic of how people were looking at it at that point. So I don't think it was intentional from the get go. I just think it ended up that way after that. I think it was the Chiefs game, my personal opinion, 100%. So, what's up, Josh?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, I keep thinking this to myself, and I hope I don't jinx it, so I'm knocking on wood. I bet you that this
Yes.
game, even if we win or lose, is gonna go to overtime 40, like a 40-point overtime
It'll
game.
be a shootout. Hey, what do you guys think
I
about
bet
like
you.
the Jared? What do you guys think of the Jared Stidham and the Brady and Garoppolo news? It really seems convincing, like to a lot of people.
Yeah, I'd be like, I'd ask their agents if they talked to them, and then if they did, I'd get them for tampering.
there was a well, how can you tamper with a free agent?
He's not a free agent, so you can't talk to that motherfucker right now.
They're both
Yeah.
going to be.
It
It's all right.
doesn't
Dude,
going.
it's NFL.
Going
It's
is the
NFL.
key word. Okay, here, hold on. Maybe I'm the only one fucking spacing this motherfucker right here. They are in week 18 of the NFL, so they are motherfucking under contract by that motherfucking team. So if some motherfucker's implying that the Raiders have reached out and talked to motherfucking Tom Brady about come Vegas, that's tampering. 100%. Can't fucking do that. You have to wait
That's
till the
straight
Super
facts
Bowl.
right there. You
You
can't
have to
beat
wait
that.
till the
did it
Super
the
Bowl is
same time
over.
period
You have to
when
wait till
Brady
the
was with
Super
the
Bowl is over
Patriots.
and talk to him.
No. Shit, I barely woke up.
Yeah, you can't fucking do that. You'll lose draft picks instantly, dude.
I mean,
Like
look what happened
you,
to the Dolphins. They lost their first rounder.
fuck yeah.
Yeah, for
They don't
tampering.
fuck around like that. So when people bring up Jimmy Garoppolo, fucking Tom Brady, it's all beat writers, ESPN analysts, fucking players or people that are making assumptions. because the NFL rules state you cannot talk or reach out to any fucking player under contract during the regular fucking season at any given fucking point in time. They have to wait between their contract becomes unavoided, which is at the end of the league year, in order to fucking be able to talk to them about it. So there's no fucking way any person's had any fucking talk that fool coming here or not. And Tom Brady can't even speak about it. So can't speak about it, can't answer about it, can't say nothing. Motherfucking Jimmy. Fuck that guy. I don't even know why he's even in a motherfucking conversation, dude. Like,
Waller's not even a top fucking 8 tight end in the league.
I don't view Waller as a tight end. He's an oversized receiver.
Yeah,
I've said that
he's a
a long
wide receiver.
time.
He's not even a top 5 tight end. There's no
Heck,
fucking
he played
way.
a wide receiver. The only reason he was moved to tight end was because he was huge.
Yeah, that's the only reason too.
I
He's
mean,
not
hey,
a
I'd
top
be
five.
fine with him on. I hope McDaniels fixes that too. Like,
He
just
did
have
in
I
Waller.
this
don't get how
game.
they
He did
think
in that
he's
Niner
still a top.
game. He did what I said. He would use him on the outside as a receiver because it makes fucking Adams a harder. So you got to pull two fucking motherfuckers every single time. Waller on one side, Adam on the other. Now Adam got the corner in the middle linebacker. Adam got the corner in the safety. Waller got the fucking corner in the
Not only
linebacker,
that, you need
corner
your
in the
biggest
safety.
guy out there to block Waller because.
Yeah, and they fucking show. They just go out there and fucking were moving at will like nothing.
I mean, yeah, Waller was making crazy catches. Like I remember they had like 2 guys or 2 to 3 guys on Waller, and Jared kind of overthrew it a little, but Waller like jumped for that thing and caught it.
He
And that was
played
kind of,
different under it.
and that
He
was
turned
kind of the
around and
first.
fucking up in the air.
That was kind of the first I saw Waller like really try to catch a ball throughout the entire season. So I was like, oh,
Yeah, because
Waller really
remember, he
doesn't
had
play
that
right now.
chance in the end zone, but he had 2 dudes going to lick his ass, so he fucking cowered down and fucking ducked under it.
Hey, I just want to know, how is he in the top 5 as a tight end? He's not.
I mean, technically speaking, like, this is the problem. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, blocking.
What has he done this year for us?
He's not a George Kittle. He's not going to offer.
He ain't
He's
top
not a
5
George
in any
Kittle. He's
category
not a.
this year. What category is he top 5? Sitting on the bench, picking Gatorade
He's
from the
not George
cooler, and
Kittle.
going to
Yeah,
He's
the
he's a
not
top
stadium with
5
his
in rap
woman.
albums. What are you talking
Travis
about?
Kelce. He's not an
Turf
Andrews.
Well, I mean, like, but to be fair, I mean,
Andrews is the third. He's not a Hawkinson.
Kelsey's not really that much of a factor in the run blocking either. Like, he's not.
Salute,
So
face mask.
Kelsey's basically in the same category as Waller. He's just better than Waller.
But the
Waller
thing, this is what gets me. They say that he's a top. He ain't. He's not even
Waller
a top
isn't
10.
built like a tight end. Like you look at tight ends and then you look at Waller. Waller to me doesn't look like a tight end.
No,
he just
he's
looks
a
like
right
And let's be
receiver,
honest,
big
hold on.
receiver.
And you guys are missing a player too, Pitts, because if
Yeah.
fucking Mariota wasn't over there and they still even stuck with Matt Ryan, Pitts would have been easily they had him in the top 5 in 1 year, dude. So again,
Yeah,
to
Pitts,
put him in the top 5 and then let him fall off because of Mariota, he would have even
and
exceeded
even
fucking
last
Waller.
year, what did Waller do for us? Get injured? He's
He's
only
been
had
injured
one
for the
good
last
year
2
with us.
years. 2.
One good year, to be honest.
He's got 2. He's got 2. He's got 2,000-yard seasons.
Yeah, 2 1,000-yard seasons.
But the last 2, he hasn't been all that.
I mean,
yeah, and that's why I always say the motto in football is you're only as good as the last game you played. So
No,
that's just
he's
how it is,
not a
like
top
straight up.
5, man.
Yeah,
He
no,
needs
I
to
mean,
stay healthy for 2 years to prove that.
what's going to happen is Waller's going to be healthy next year. He's going to play well, and then we're all going to change our tune on Waller.
He's gonna
he has to
like
do that for a couple years.
He's gonna
All right,
coincidentally
he has
just
to
be
become Shannon
healthy.
Sharp in order to.
Yeah,
He's gonna watch
years.
Waller.
You can't
Watch
just do it
Waller
after
next
one
season.
Yeah, but then he's gonna be old and then regress. It's like,
Yeah, but
like,
watch Waller.
he's gonna catch 22. Waller's just in the catch 22. But what is he? 29.
No, he's
so
like
he got time.
He's almost 30, I believe.
He's about the same age as Adams. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
30.
so he's 30, 29, 30.
I think he's younger than Adams. Yeah. Yeah, but watch Waller
Listen, I
conveniently.
get when they were saying last year there's not any guy on any panel anywhere gonna say Waller
Yeah,
top
Waller's
5
30.
tight end this year. No way in hell.
No, no way.
That's
Hell
why.
no.
That's why
One
I
hell.
didn't like it when like
Yeah,
other
if you're
content
looking at
creators.
if you're looking at Waller under Gruden's tender, yes, Waller was a top 5 tight end because he
Hey,
had two
did you guys
1,000
see
yard
this comment
seasons,
of him
100%.
saying Jimmy G
But he
about
was
Jimmy G?
injured last year at the end of the season, and he was injured for over 11 fucking games this season. So did you say he was ranked 30th,
Who did?
Jeff?
What? No, I said he's 30. He
Oh,
turned
30
30
years
in
old.
September. Yeah.
So then he's like a couple years younger than Carr.
A couple years. Well,
Carr is
Carter's
only
like a year
31.
older.
So yeah, Carr's only like 31.
Yeah, like 1 year younger. Man, all these motherfuckers think that.
Hold on, it says elite quarterbacks like in Mahomes area.
Thing about Lamar Jackson is there's no way that
Lamar is a runner. He's a running back.
there's no
So
way
I
the
would say like
Ravens, if the
yeah, I
Ravens
100%
give up
agree.
Lamar
Carr better.
Jackson, they are
I wouldn't
so
want him.
dumb.
I listen. Any person that thinks Lamar coming to this team is going to help, that's delusional as
Fuck no,
fuck, dude. He's
No,
$50
that's
million
why. No,
dollars.
that's why I'm
He's
saying.
a $50 million fucking quarterback, dude.
That's
And
why
if
I'm
we
saying
ain't even
that.
got a defense now, you're gonna give up Lamar and fuck.
Nah,
Get the hell
That's
you
out
why
of
I'm
here.
cannot
saying that
say
if the
21
Ravens,
that he was a top 5 tight end. Last year, no.
if
He got injured.
Lamar
That wasn't a
left the
healthy
Ravens,
season.
I think that's the dumbest decision on both Lamar and the Ravens because every time Lamar isn't playing, the Ravens offense just flat out dies because he's literally their offense. But then there's no way Lamar's going to fit in any other scheme. There's no way he's going to fit in this. Carr couldn't handle this system. What makes anyone think Lamar could
Lamar won't
do
because Lamar would always want to use his feet all the time. Like, and
I
then
mean, well, that's not
he's a
completely
running back. To
fair.
be honest, is he not?
Yeah,
I mean,
look, I'll just say this right away. Lamar is a phenomenal athlete. He is not a great quarterback. And again, he got fucking John Harbaugh's fucking defense over there. We got the Raiders. Like
Plus, John
I'm not
Harbaugh's
understanding,
offense, it's a
motherfuckers.
run. Ravens are a run first
They
offense,
tailored it
so it
to him.
works really
Yep,
well for him. They're not a
they
passing
tailored it
offense.
to him. They
Why do you
tailored
think
that
their
to him.
only passing weapon is Mark Andrews, a tight end? Like they're not going to spend big money on receivers.
And how come Cam Newton didn't work out with the shit in Josh's system? Like, I'm not taking that fool. I ain't trying to put my money on that. I don't care. I'm not trying to put it. Lamar ain't learning that system in a year. There's no fucking way in hell. Wouldn't even entertain it.
I'm not defending the Lamar idea. The only thing I'd say is that I think
Hey, can
the
we say
idea.
the same for Malik Willis? Is he the same type of
What were you
quarterback?
gonna say, Jeff? That what?
The one thing I'll say is that when you look at Jared Stidham, in this one game sample having been pretty much a dual threat quarterback, or at least show ability to extend plays and even act as a running back. I mean, you could argue that Lamar would just bring that to a higher level. So arguably, it
Yeah,
would
but
fit
then
well
that's
in.
saying so. So then that's implying that you're gonna get rid of Josh Jacobs then.
No, I didn't say that.
Well,
Why
how
do
you
you
gonna
think?
have two 1,001 backs like that running the fucking ball with no offense with Devontae Adams? You think that's gonna happen?
No, that's not what I said. The term I used was dual threat. I said, Jared Stidham proved that he can, extend the play. He can even tuck it and run. He has that kind of instinct that guys like Carr don't have. And I'm not talking about physical tools. I'm talking about instinct. Instinct is that's what really counts, because that's the ability to see and value. I have open running lanes now, and Lamar, because as you said, he's a phenomenal athlete. He can create a lot of those running lanes. So all I'm saying is that, I mean, I think Stidham rushed 34 yards on 7 carries. Lamar could do a lot more than that. So I'm just saying, that you could have like a balanced attack in one person in that sense. Would you have Lamar? I'm just saying, like,
The
that's
thing,
why
like
that's what
the
I
difference
think.
is though, is Lamar is just gonna run. He's not gonna try to like maybe throw the ball down the field. He's just like, well, I'm just gonna try to make 100-yard play and get a touchdown and juke people out and risk an injury instead of like maybe throw it to a wide open receiver. I mean, that's my problem with Lamar is like he'll make a play, but not like the right play for a QB.
That's why I think CJ Stroud fits the bill better because he fucking can throw like a motherfucker. He's accurate as shit. He's got great arm. He's got great pocket presence, and he's a mobile quarterback. Like that's what I would take him over fucking
See,
Lamar. If they
like
had
when
Lamar here and CJ there, I'm taking CJ.
like
I'm gonna be
people
like,
thought when
come
I was
on over
complaining
here.
about Carr, they thought like I wanted Lamar Jackson. I'm like, no, I don't want Lamar Jackson. I want like a Mahomes who's probably gonna be right in front of the line of scrimmage and just maybe like chuck the ball or toss the ball to someone nearby to like get a couple yards or a first down. Like that's what I want Carr to do, but Carr won't do that. He'll just
No,
even the Pittsburgh game, like when the final drive, when the game's on the line, he just throws the balls away if no one is open. I'm like, dude, just move the
he could have
pocket to try
underthrew
to
that
get some.
pass. He could have underthrew that pass to Renfro and dotted the fuck out of him. I don't even know why he had to throw it so far. I don't even get it.
That's my one problem with Carr is when he throws the ball away, and it's just like at least don't waste a play, make something happen.
I don't think you're gonna see Stenham do that.
No, Stidham just kept throwing the ball wherever he could.
I think, like you said, with when you're looking at Lamar, he does offer that play capability. The only problem that he would scare me is he would want to run the ball more than he'd pass. You got Jacobs that you're going to probably most definitely extend. You're going to go with you have Devontae. I don't think Lamar fixed this at all. Not at all. I think Aaron Rodgers fixed this perfect. Like I think Aaron Rodgers would fit that perfect. Like for me, but I think freaking looking at that, like I said, I just think CJ Stroud has got to be the guy, man. Like I want him to be the guy. I hope the God
Hey, if
they
he
go get him.
proves it, I will
Yeah, he's
just make a
talking
thousand.
about
I will
Jeff.
make 1,000
He was
apologies.
talking about Miami or for Carr to Miami.
Heck, that is kind of an underrated trade because if Tua somehow does if he's brave enough to try to do a season, that man's gonna kill himself on the field.
Yeah, I
Especially with
mean,
what happened with Hamlin. Like that's gonna be a big deal now.
yeah,
Like Hamlin unintentionally, like his incident, canceled in one of the most important games of the year.
right.
So that don't think that's not going to affect players like Tua, where the media is going to be like, "Hey, shouldn't the NFL have done the same to Tua, who got 3 concussions? Like the dude's going to have CTE on steroids."
I mean, I don't know if we can say because so Waller got in this year he has 1,145 yards, 12.7, and don't forget what quarterback threw him the ball. All right, so don't forget that. And then another thing is he only had 3 fucking touchdowns. Then the following year he had 1196 with did I see that right? 9 touchdowns, average 11.2 yards. Then the following year he fell off massively, fucking to 665, 2 touchdowns. But in the whole time he's only put up what
Hey,
12
face mask,
touchdowns,
that's
13,
right.
14, 14. So what does he have this year? Fucking 2, 3 touchdowns. So he has 16 total touchdowns in his time. I don't know if that's fucking the league. I mean, what's fucking Kelsey got? Fucking hundreds. Like I'm
Heck,
just saying, I'm just
Kelsey's on
exaggerating.
pace to break his own record.
I'm just fucking around with that. But he probably does. I don't know, but he probably does. But I don't know, man. Again, that was under Gruden, and that was Carr giving him those passes, those touchdowns, those yards. So he's the top 5, but Carr isn't. So,
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
freaking.
it'll be interesting to see. I mean, you bring up a good point, Sergio, about Tua. I mean, is he going to continue being an NFL quarterback? I mean, honestly, at this point, if he did indeed sustain another concussion, like it's really looking like the
Yeah, and
doctors
what
are
Face
like,
Mask said right here is a very good point. Like that was on national television.
right,
So
and
like
the Tua thing was as well.
it was
The
that Thursday Night Football?
yeah,
Yeah. So now you have two instances on national television.
Right. I mean, it was a shit game, but everyone watched it because that's
I
what we
mean, yeah,
do.
who watched Thursday Night Football
Yeah,
anymore?
but to my knowledge, I mean, I
Lamar.
can be mistaken
Watched
on this. Lamar hasn't Lamar lost every year going into the playoffs? He's lost every single year, has he
I think
not?
he's
In the
won.
first
I
round,
think he's
he's
won
won
two
one.
playoff games or one playoff game.
He won
Yeah,
one.
and every time, every other time, he's been 86 right out the get go.
Yeah, Lamar isn't good in the playoffs.
But I think Lamar is a better runner, but Carr is 100 times better passer by far. Not even
Like
fucking close.
Lamar's that QB that'll get you in the playoffs, but then
I mean,
playoffs
God,
are way different than regular season. Like teams are gonna know what to do with you.
I would love to see fucking Carr go play on Harbaugh's defense. I mean, I'd love to see that. I
Like
mean,
the teams I can name on top of my head that Lamar's lost to, like the
wouldn't that be
Titans,
crazy?
Mike Vrabel, the Buffalo Bills, Sean McDermott. Like these coaches are gonna know how to stop a running QB eventually.
Yeah, Carr doesn't. I mean, I'm not gonna say Carr doesn't. I mean, there's so many times I've sat and said like, why the fuck did you do that, motherfucker? Like, there's so many times where, like I said, yeah, people are right about. So look, there's a few things people have to be able to also say, acknowledge to themselves. When people say that, well, they only have a short fucking view on them, they've only seen so many plays on them, this, that, and the other. You're right. You have to see more tape, so you got to play more. The only way you're going to evaluate a quarterback, you can't. It's not fair to say, well, you balled out your first game, but we're not going to give you no more games, and then you're not going to be judged. So you got to have the fucking games to be judged. So it's only right that he gets to play if he play at that good a level. And if he comes into this Chiefs game and plays at a very high level, well, guess fucking what? He should be able to start on the next year because that's what a quarterback's supposed to do. That's what their job is supposed to do. Now, you could be right. He may be right in the train, the adrenaline high, because that shit happens in the year. So if he becomes a factor in the off season that he cannot actually have that job, then may become a whole. He may fall off. You don't know. Bringing in somebody else to be able to challenge him can obviously help him, but I just
Wait,
think
but
if you're gonna go for the fact that, I mean, fuck, does Josh in that does it help him to have Brady here? Because do you think it helps Josh's career as a coach to bring Tom Brady here to win a Super Bowl?
I'm gonna be
Like, I
honest.
don't think it
No,
does. I don't think it
no,
does.
because then
To
that's because
be
I
honest,
think the
no.
reason why Josh wants to prove he can win without Brady and Belichick. Like it's gonna
And he
ruin.
can.
It's gonna make him look worse if he brings in Brady. As much as I like the idea, it doesn't sound logical to like your legacy if you want to make a legacy. It's
Yeah, but at the same time, what's at stake is that McDaniels could be exposed for really not knowing what he's doing. Whereas if he gets a Brady, then at least Brady could save
Yeah,
his
but
I
ass.
that's
mean, if you get a
assumption.
Brady, you're exposed either way. That's a lose-lose situation.
Well, yeah, but at least you might as well win a Super Bowl, or
Yeah.
That's
like a half.
not guaranteed. Like,
No,
did the NFL write a note with Brady when people are making the assumption? Did the NFL say, "Hey, bro, if you go get Brady, we're gonna give you this fucking paper that allow you to cheat. You can get away with all these fucking
The get
penalties,
out
and
of
you
jail
will
free
win
card.
the Super Bowl." No, the fuck they did
Brady's a get
not.
out of jail free card.
You know,
but
I hate that we're implying that because the guy won Super Bowls with Belichick and he went to fucking Tampa when they had all that money and restructured that whole fucking team and let him fucking put his offense in there and he won that year and he struggled like a motherfucker in the beginning of that year. Then he went on and won it and he ain't done shit yet since. So I'm mind fucking blown that motherfuckers think that we're just up off that motherfucking team. Come on the fuck over here at this broke ass fucking team, and we're winning fucking Super Bowls. Like, I mean, good. I mean, hey, listen, great. I mean, fucking got to keep your hopes up one way or another. Be optimistic, but I'm gonna say right now, I don't see it. Like I'm a fucking big time analyzer of fucking teams, players, what they have, what we have. I'm not fucking delusional on what the fuck we got. I mean, you got $27 million. You get Brady. How the fuck you fix your line and your defense? I'll fucking wait because I'd love to hear it because I already know the player's
I would
contract.
like
I know.
McDaniels to at least prove that he can win with a rookie not like a rookie QB, but maybe like a second year QB or like even a guy that's just in his system like Stidham. Because there's guys that done it before.
First of all, they lost the game. Second of all, it's one game. Second of all, it's one game. So like that's the thing. Like McDaniels, if we're just looking at his resume right now, he has not proven to be a winner at all, like as a head coach. So you would think that you have two choices: is you could actually try to build your own legacy and fail miserably because you don't know what the hell you're doing, or you could hide behind someone or something else. And if you at least have some degree of success, like, and McDaniels as a head coach has never done this, have a winning season, that's already better. Another example is, so in the NBA, Steve Nash, horrible head coach, was able to hide behind the likes of Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, which put together, that's pretty much a guaranteed competitive season. You'd much rather have that than go to like the Charlotte Hornets or something, and really try to build them from the ground up and get exposed, like really get exposed. At least you can hide behind something. So that could be what McDaniels is thinking, because whatever he's thinking, to this point, he's never proven that he knows what he's doing, and
but he's also never had the chance either. He went to Denver. He started out 6-0. They lost their team. He came back the next year. He still had decent fucking. I'm not saying decent, but he also didn't have no fucking 1-win season. So he did fucking win, and I think his record was only off 6 wins to losses.
More than one win. More than
he
one.
He was only in the NFL for play calling for fucking 2 fucking years because he got the Super Bowls in there. So he's a young fucking kid. Now he goes back, Belichick, gets seasoned, fucking got 10 more fucking years of experience, and then comes the fuck over here. The guy ain't fucking dumb and he ain't uneducated. Now the only way he can be proven is if you get the chance to be proven. He came in here with somebody else's team, and no matter what any fan or any person wants to say, they can look at a person. They can look at a person, doesn't mean it's his person. And the defense sucks. So if we're gonna just be delusional, like the defense didn't matter, there were plenty fucking games this motherfucker was up 24 fucking points, 17 fucking points, and was beating their ass, playing in fact. So if people just want to say the defense don't exist, go the fuck ahead. Don't care. But to sit and say to just be blind to the motherfucking sport because there's two sides of this motherfucker, he put up points. No fucking doubt about it. As a head coach and offensive coordinator, he put up motherfucking points. He get us the 12th best fucking offense. So he most definitely know what the fuck he's doing. The problem is he just needs the whole fucking circus to be able to fucking do it. But there's nothing wrong with it. I've argued it all year long. You're motherfucking Hollins and motherfucking Keelan Cole and Foster and these motherfuckers playing with Gabriel Davis, fucking Stephon Diggs, fucking Adam Thielen, motherfucking JJ, motherfucking playing with fucking Higgs, fucking Chase. I mean, these motherfuckers got players. Go to the fucking Lions. Go to the fucking Jets. I mean, multiple teams that are up there, and Carr and them were still putting where they're at. So I don't know. Like I said, Josh knows what the fuck he's doing. The points are there. It's on the paper. He was up on numerous fucking leads. You don't lose 5 fucking games at 13 plus points by not leading at those games. So you just don't do that. He did it fucking plenty fine. It just, like I said, the end of the season tanked out regardless if they wanted to or not. Something massively changed in that second half. And they may have said, hey, Carr ain't our fucking guy and we don't want him. Like something may have fucking conflicted inside there. So I don't know. Don't know how you can be a 96.6 QB for the first 8.5 games and then after that just fall off the face of the motherfucking earth. Like you already knew something.
Before they even benched Carr, the final 4 games of the season, they said, hey, we're gonna review Carr's performance on these final 4 games and see if we want to keep him or not. 2 games in, Carr just throws 7 picks, and they're like, all right, well, let's show them what our guy can do. The dude puts up 17 points in the first and second half, and then goes toe-to-toe with the number 1 defense. McDaniels goes toe-to-toe with the number 1 defense, and sure, we can all say it's 1 game, but I'm going to repeat it. It's the number 1 defense, and now he's going to go against the number 1 offense, which he almost beat the last time.
And it's not just 1 game. They've played 17 fucking games, dude, or 16 games. So just because when you swapped out the quarterback that knew the fucking system just as well as any fucking buddy, if not better, All Josh proved is it didn't fucking listen. It's even more improvement to Josh. Period. So Derek Carr had 16 fucking games to learn it, play it, be in it, see it, examine it, played fucking weaker talent, better talent, and he never even eclipsed the 300-yard mark, but what, 2 times? I think it was 309, 307, or 303, something like that in those two. Jared Stenham, this is why I say systematic. You fucking guy knows the system. He's been in it. Comes right in, just right in. Motherfucker sit on the bench, fuck me, whatever. I don't care. Fucking people say scheme not. He put up 400 yards total. 400 motherfucking yards total and never missed a beat in the same exact system, the same offense, the same fucking players. It's systematic football. It's not about, people keep saying, like, we're evaluating. No, the fuck you're not. This is Josh's dude. He built that fucker. That's Josh's vision. That's what's happened. It's not about we got to see more tape. The guy, listen, he played in fucking Belichick's deal for 3 games over there. He fucking didn't even come close to those type of fucking deals. There's a difference when a coach is grooming a player to be able to see the vision he wants that motherfucker to see. He comes out in his first start and blows it the fuck out of the water. He didn't go out there and put up 150 yards. He didn't go up there and put up 200 yards. He put up 365 passing, 34 rushing, down 400 total fucking yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Was he lucky? That's luck. That's luck. It's every guy, Reuben Foster, fucking Greenlaw, fucking Joey Bosa, Ward, all these guys just fucking forgot how to play football because of Stenham. They was like, goddamn motherfucking Bo Jackson, Steve Young over here. Like, fuck no. Fucking Greenlaw's coming after that motherfucker no matter where. If Reuben Foster coming, Joey Bosa coming, none of them guys are fuck Joey Bosa's job. Just get to the quarterback. That's what his job is. Just get to the motherfucking quarterback. Stenham got fucked away from him. Got the fuck out of there. Didn't let him get to the quarterback.
Heck, he challenged Bosa.
Damn right. Damn right. Carr would have been like, get me.
Yes,
fucking,
yeah, they're weapons, but the offense had 500 total yards, and Stidham was 400 of those. So, yes, we have weapons, but you got to know that Stidham kind of basically was the guy during the whole game.
Yeah, let's be real. What was Hunter's fucking yards? Like fucking 20? Adams had 156 of those 365, and then Waller had to have a pretty goddamn big chunk of those too. So those just 2 players right there carried probably a big bulk of those yards.
Jacobs was non-existent. Well, not non-existent, but he wasn't in the game because he was hurt.
67 yards. He had 17 carries for 67 yards.
And they had to keep taking him out of the game because he was hurt.
And nobody said that Adams, Waller, Renfro, Jacobs ain't weapons. I would say that Waller and Renfro weren't even in those games, like I said, till the Steelers game. You guys talk about potential fits for Carr. Fuck if you guys want. I don't. Where do you guys think he'd be the best place?
I made a top 5 list. No.
Go for it. Let's hear. Do you have it on you, or do you remember off the top?
Yeah, I got it. So, for my top 5 list, I'll go from like 5 to 1. All right, I'll go from like 5 to 1 that I feel like are like the fits. So at number 5, I have the Colts, and then number 4, I got the Bucks. Number 3, I got the Dolphins.
Okay, hold on. My bad. I just got in. So where was the 5th option?
All right, I'll start over.
All right, but yeah, my bad, dude.
I'm gonna go. So this is like my top 5 list for Carr, and I'm gonna go from like 5 to 1. So at number 5, I have the Colts. Number 4, I have the Bucks. Number 3, I have the Dolphins. Number 2, I have the Jets, and number 1, I personally have the Titans.
You don't think he can go to New England?
No, I don't think he would. But I think Titans like
they're about to get Bill O'Brien, dude. They're about to get Bill O'Brien over there for the offensive coordinator.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
I think he's the leading candidate.
Okay, I didn't know that because my reason
Bill
was
said like when they asked him in that deal in his presser, Bill said You could probably count on being here next year. Like
Yeah, my
he's
reasons.
confident, but you are right. He ain't.
Yeah.
Nobody's put anything under
So
deck.
like my reasons so far for the Titans were like because Mike Vrabel has like very high connections with McDaniels and Ziegler,
It's facts,
and not
man.
only
That
that,
that
and not
front
only that,
office
how
is
like
a
how
Patriot
how
motherfucking front
David
office.
Carr said how his brother said he wants like stability. He wants a good head coach owner relationship. Mike Vrabel, coach of the year, can carry a depleted team to be the number one
Did he get
seed.
coach of the year this year?
No, he got it last year,
Last
and he got
year.
it
Yeah,
last
but
year
he was
because
on the hot seat though, wasn't he? I mean, I swear to
it was
God, I
because it
thought
was
he was.
because the Titans were like depleted, like they were, and they didn't have Derrick Henry. So, but they still got the number one seed, so it's kind of how he won Coach of the Year because he proved he can win without Derrick Henry.
But they also played the Texans and Jaguars for 4
Yeah,
games out of the year.
and also and also it's an easy division, sort of, because you got the
Well,
Man, I would
Texans.
love to go to Miami, bro. I swear, if I
well,
was
you're
Carr,
seeing
I'd
how
push
if
for
the
Miami
Texans
so
division
hard.
gets like 9 or 10 wins, they could pretty easily challenge the Titans. Because I mean, I don't know. I might be rare in this regard, but I'm somewhat of a Mike Vrabel hater. I don't think he's built upon that run that they had in 2019. He hasn't. I mean, that's just objectively
And
true.
plus, and let's be honest, in that time, it was Henry like a motherfucker, 225 yards a game, fucking 6 times out of the year, he eclipsed the 200-yard mark, dude.
I
Like,
mean, hey, if Carr's looking for like, that's why I had the Jets and Titans is probably because like defensive minded head coaches like Vrabel and Saleh, they're really good defensive minded head coaches. Vrabel for his 5 seasons as a head coach, his defense has always been top 20 and like I think 2 or 3 times has been top 10.
so look,
So
I've heard this been talked about numerous times, which I think would be a bitch move if it happened, but let's just say it happened. So they've talked about because how the end of the year for Miami that the run like how they talked like Mike McDaniels puts the energy in is going to pick up the team leading into the playoffs, but they've just been falling down off the board. So I've heard deals, just people talking where they're like, "Oh, Mike McDaniels can be ousted for Sean Payton because they were just trying to talk to him a year ago with Tom Brady." And what place would make perfect sense of bringing Vic Fangio over to Miami with motherfucking Sean Payton, and then Derek Carr goes to Miami because fucking Tui? I really think. Do you think they're gonna force Tui to retire or take a year off? Because you can't just keep going out fucking out there 3 times a year and fucking getting a concussion. One of them times you're gonna go out and not even wake up.
maybe face mask about the New Orleans thing. I like it, but I don't like it because I don't think that's where Carr would want to go. And the only reason that that option is relevant is because of like the chat sports, how they're like, because Carr's like one of his first head coaches is there, Dennis Allen and
Right.
stuff.
It's close to Texas too.
Yeah,
Yeah, but don't forget, dude, they fucking
but
played like
but
shit
New
that year
Orleans is
too.
just a Louisiana version of Vegas. Like, are we sure he wants to go to another
What were
version of
they? Three
Vegas?
and 13, 3 and 13 in, under him.
Yeah,
What was it? He was the one that wanted to kick the 60 fucking 7 yard field goal or 70
No,
yard field goal.
that was Lane Kiffin, and
Oh,
then
Kiffin, that's right, that's right.
Al
yeah.
Yeah,
fired him.
fucking
But I didn't
dumbass
like this. I don't like
motherfucker.
the
Yeah,
Saints
he's
option.
dickhead, that motherfucker.
My number one reason I don't like the Saints option is because New Orleans is just a Louisiana version of Vegas. There's no way Carr wants to be in another version of Vegas.
I mean,
I tell you, oh, go,
well, I was
go.
gonna say if he wants to be close to home, I mean, geographically speaking, out of those 4 that he mentioned, New Orleans is the closest. So
I mean, yeah,
I'll tell you, out of those 5 places, I'm picking Miami or Tampa. And if they can bring Bruce out and bring in that air raid offense back with Derek Carr, I'd fucking go to Tampa, dude. They got a top 5 defense right fucking now. So if they get that offensive line, which the offensive line, like I say, Tampa might be a dangerous team to watch out for going to the Super Bowl because they already got their center back, dude. They're picking back up their line. You're going to be right at the end of the season where all you got to do is just get hot. I said, we've talked about this numerous times about losing before you go to the playoffs. Like right now would be the perfect time to get hot.
plus
So
his first match is against the Cowboys, and we know how the Cowboys are in the playoffs.
Is that who Brady got to play? Is the Cowboys?
Yeah, that's his first matchup.
Oh fuck!
And I have a weird feeling that Cowboys, like always in the playoffs, are just gonna choke
Hey,
the first
fucking
game.
take that shit. Fucking that shit's too much.
I'm gonna predict that I think Dak's gonna throw like 3 interceptions.
He already throws my fucking 3 a game. He already does that, bro.
Yeah, but
Black Jack Carr.
I think he's gonna throw 3 interceptions against the Bucks in the playoffs.
Yeah, okay. So that's interesting. I'm glad you just brought up Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring that up for a little while now because I saw like a meme caption a couple weeks ago. It was when Dak won. They beat the Titans even though Dak threw like 2 or 3 interceptions. He has as many interceptions as Carr does, even though he's played like 5 or 6 fewer games. And the caption was, "Dak Prescott is just black Derek Carr and a good team," which is it's funny, but also when you think about it, it's like, okay, so like the Cowboys overall they have a better team than the Raiders. I mean, they have a better defense, better coach, a coach who's at least a proven winner, like he's won a Super Bowl on his
Hey,
own.
Dan Quinn is a balling motherfucker over there. Mike McCarthy, fucking garbage.
Oh yeah, like they got a head coach that's won a Super Bowl, and they
Yeah,
got
you
a
are right. He got
defensive
Super Bowl.
coordinator that's
So I
been
didn't
to
mean
the
to cut
Super
you off.
Bowl.
You can finish.
I'm just saying, like, so when we think about it, like when we think about Carr, because everything we've said about Carr, if he had a defense, he had this, he had that. I mean, they would be good, they would be relevant, they would be a playoff team. But like, how has Dak performed in the playoffs? Does he have a play? I don't think. Does he have a playoff win? He has the one, I think.
One, I think.
I think
Yeah.
he only has one, and then
But
every
let's
other.
also be real about Dak. That motherfucker didn't play the first 5 or 6 games of the fucking season, and he got 14 interceptions with only 20 fucking touchdowns or 24 touchdowns.
Heck, and they
Like
were doing real
motherfucker,
good with his backup.
that motherfucker slaying interceptions like he giving away fucking Big Macs at fucking McDonald's or something. Like that
That's what's
motherfucker
so
just
funny is Dak and Carr's seasons are kind of like switched. Like Dak wasn't here in the first few games, but his backup was playing really well, and everyone kind of wanted to see more out of him. Carr is not doing really good during the season, but now the final games, his backup is playing really good, and now we want to see more out of him. It's like everything's switched.
Yeah, and Cooper came in the beginning of the year and didn't even have nowhere close to interceptions like that. So
Yeah, the only
like
time
I say,
we
and
decided
they're
to
saying
switch
that
Cooper and
Dak
Dak.
is his best year. They're like, this is one of Dak's best years. What the fuck? The
Yeah.
fuck
And
are
the
you
only
talking
reason
about?
that they switched Coop and Dak when Dak came back was because they had Coop play against the Eagles, and of course you're gonna lose to the Eagles really badly. Because at that time, like before, like now, I guess they're like injured now because they're losing games. Like the first few
Yeah,
weeks, they had like the number one offense and number one
Dude,
defense at
you
one
think
point.
when Jalen
they're
Waddle
loaded
or
together.
Jalen Hurts comes back that the fucking Cowboys are gonna beat them? Like, come on, Gardner Minshew fucking had a shootout with those motherfuckers. Jalen Hurts is 100 times. Like, Jalen Hurts fucking balling my fucking vision, dude. He got great vision for a player. I said that shit last year too, before he even had this year's deal. But he's gonna beat up on Dak, I think.
Yeah, but that's if Dak can beat Brady in the wild card, which I don't think is gonna happen.
I don't think so either. I mean, like I said, don't fucking count out Tampa Bay and Brady getting hot at the fucking right moment. Hey, look, Ozzy, I feel the same way, bro. Like, I don't fucking care anymore. Like, listen. This is the thing. So let's just be real. One, nobody's ever said on the Raiders that Carr is leaving yet. So until they say that Carr is leaving or they're going to trade him or yada yada, then it's all talk from that point. But at the same time, if he does leave, I've always said, once a Raider, always a Raider. Carr is a diehard Raider. He's broke every record here, but he's also been here a long fucking time where other quarterbacks only been here for 5 years and 6. He's been here for 9. So long story short is that he's never not going to be a Raider great. He's going to always go down in the books as one of the best Raider quarterbacks to play
He's
without a
definitely gonna
Super
come
Bowl.
back at like those alumni parties and stuff
He's
for
gonna
like
fucking
former
retire a
Raiders.
Raider at the end of the deal because every Raider at one point or not has been fucked over, and they've still come back. So that's just how it is.
Yeah. Heck, even then, some Raiders like back then. They kind of left the team to try to win a Super Bowl, but then they came back.
You know, the thing people need to start, I think, paying more attention to is that if the direction of them to move on is, you know, from Carr, they got to start paying attention. What's the next best thing for the Raiders? You know, from Carr to what next? You know, like that's what it is. Do you go play the let's go get veteran quarterback? Look at the Colts. Everybody implies that the Colts are going to keep doing this because that's a history of what they do. But good organizations go and draft fucking good quarterbacks to let them run their franchise for the
That's
next
why
fucking 20
that's why
years.
I'm
So
fine
to
if we
me,
draft a QB and we start him, or we keep Stidham and start him and have the QB learn
and
under him.
if I'm Josh and Josh is not getting fired, bro. Like people got to understand that. I don't give a fuck what they think or what they want to feel or how they are. Josh is not gonna get fired. Like I say, Mark is keeping that contract and he's gonna fucking wait it out for 4 fucking years. Mark it, his dad done worse and he's gonna do worse. So, but the thing is that if Josh gets to play, look, I think Stenham wins. Like I'm not saying he's gonna win hell of games. I think Stenham does win games. Honest to God. But the thing is that it's about getting CJ Stroud and developing them. Listen, they tried to come in with Derek Carr and develop him in the season as him playing. And in the offseason, they tried to put everything together really quick, and then they tried to do that. The thing with Stroud is if you draft him, you bring him in, then you sit there every game and you're telling him in the sideline, stand over here, put in your earpiece. You're listening to the play calling. You're listening to what he's looking at, what he's visioning, what are we seeing. Like, from day one, Stroud is being trained from Josh and what he's looking at. Why Stidham does this? Why Stidham looks at that? Because there's no better teacher, in my opinion, going to be. Because listen, Tom Brady isn't a fucking CJ Stroud. He doesn't have the mobility. He doesn't have that type of. That's not the type of player he is. So pocket passer teaches a mobile quarterback. What sense does that fucking make, dude? Like, go get Aaron Rodgers. He probably have a better chance of teaching fucking CJ Stroud because he's a mobile quarterback. He has that type of vision. He sees it, what
Would
he's
Aaron
looking at,
Rodgers
how
fit
he
in
can
Josh
roll off, you
McDaniel?
know?
Would Aaron Rodgers fit in McDaniel's system like that? If McDaniel's is like
And
to say
Rodgers
that
is a fucking
he's worked with true pocket passers. Mac Jones a true pocket passer. Bro, Tom Brady's a true pocket passer. Jared Stidham will roll out at times.
Jared Stidham ran more in one game than Tom Brady probably did in his career.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So what's the point?
I'm saying though, I mean, like I'm not to say like Jared, like we've only seen him one game as a starter just
It
last week.
doesn't matter. You've seen the system played the whole year. He just showed you how the system should have been played the whole year. That's all.
Yeah. I was saying that because just looking at his progression with quarterbacks that have been true pocket passers, I mean like you don't really see Rodgers roll out as often. You don't see him roll out.
Rodgers can play in the pocket. He's played in
If
there
you've
his
seen
whole
younger
career.
Rodgers, probably not now.
But again, Rodgers will play in the pocket?
He's a pocket passer. In my opinion,
Yeah,
he
that's
doesn't
what
roll. He
I'm
doesn't.
saying. He can play in the pocket, and he still moves out to the outside. His
No, but I'm
famous
saying when
fucking
you're talking
play.
about CJ Stroud, how is he going to fit McDaniel's system? Even though he's like, not to say he's a full on like improviser like
Okay.
Lamar. I'm saying
I'll tell you why. So you guys are that you're basing that McDaniel system is just a pocket passing system, but that's not true because Josh McDaniels obviously showed you that he can tailor the offense to a pocket passer or a mobile quarterback, and it works either way effectively. Because one, he did that with Brady because Brady was the quarterback and he's a pocket passer. That's just how that goes. You're going to have that rep because you've had it for years. But don't forget, he created Matt Castle, he got fucking Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's gotten fucking Brissett, which every one of those guys runs. So it's not that they don't. But what I'm saying is that when you look at the system and Josh's system, you watch 16 games, visual games. You watch with your own eyes of Josh fucking McDaniels, the way he calls the plays, the way that the game goes. You've watched it all fucking year long. Nothing's changed. In the second half of those games where Derek Carr wasn't completing or getting those deals, he didn't just start calling different plays. Derek Carr just didn't complete fucking passes. There's a difference. Now, here, when Stidham comes in and plays in one fucking game, he just showed you if Josh's system was only tailored to a pocket passer, how the fuck did he put up 365 yards on 20 or 23 passing yards and still be as mobile as he was inside there, picking up first downs and getting close into touchdowns. Like
And that's what
that,
I'm saying. The quarterbacks are going to improvise. Even Brady would
CJ
improvise.
Stroud. See, so now let's take this. If you just watch
Carr
Stenham
doesn't
and
improvise.
play,
He likes to sit in the pocket. He
CJ
doesn't like.
Stroud gonna improvise like a motherfucker and do it at a pretty high
Oh yeah.
level. And if Stenham can play an offense like he did, why in the fuck can't CJ Stroud? That's his shit. That's exactly the
And
time
now I'm
of
looking
player,
at it.
CJ. And why is Ziegler scouting fucking CJ Stroud so fucking hard? Why is he going to multiple of his
And
games?
now that I'm looking at it, I agree with you. And that's the thing that we look at Carr. Carr, this like have you if you've seen Carr doesn't like to like he'll roll out when he needs to, but at times he'll like to sit in the pocket and try to throw some. And that's the thing. He even in that Chargers game, remember like in the first game of the season, like there was opportunities in the fourth quarter for him to get the first down, but no, he stood there in the pocket and tried to make a read. That's his
Yeah, and
problem.
I think when you're looking at the direction the NFL's going, the
Mhm.
direction the NFL's
Is
going
oh,
is
it's
is a
definitely improvise or
mobile.
scramble,
It's a
mobile quarterback.
mobile passing quarterback. That's
Yeah.
what you got to have. You got to be able to have the passing vision first, but you have to have that
Uh-huh.
mobility second instantly.
I
And
mean, hey,
CJ
look at all
Stroud
the
fits that
AFC
blanket.
Hey
QBs.
man, I'm
That's
just saying,
facts.
dude. If you
And in
don't
this deal, so look at it like this. This is why I think Stroud becomes a way more dangerous quarterback than Stenham by far. Okay, like let's go
wait,
down the list.
Dustin, I was thinking of this. Do you think it's possible that we don't go quarterback, we go full on defense, tank this year with Stidham, and then go for Caleb?
Yeah, but that'd be a waste in my opinion because you can get it right now. Like they could literally
But that's
listen.
Caleb
They can
Williams
go to
compared to
the Super
CJ
Bowl here
Stroud.
next year. They can go to the Super Bowl here next year. Okay, listen. People got to understand that the points were Carr put up the points. Carr showed you that we can put up points. Carr showed you that all fucking year long. It's
Look,
not about it.
Caleb
Phantom showed
Williams
you he can
though.
put up the points. This is what matters. The defense. The defense. The defense gets those stops. We are leading first in the division, if not tied for fucking the division. Like that matters. And people can say, well, I looked at this game and I'm gonna blame these five on the offense. It doesn't matter. It's not. It's an offense and defensive game. The games that are 14 points or more in the offense can't give up points. So there's
Uh-huh.
no excuse about how the fuck the other team got ahead of us is because the motherfucking defense didn't stop the ball, no matter how you want to justify the conversation. Now you go revamp that defense out of
That
here and
Niners
have
game,
dudes
they
like
played
sitting
pretty
there
bad.
behind. Facts. Facts. You go get some linebackers, some fucking corners, safety, fucking D line. Bam, that team's probably competitive as fuck. Competitive as fuck.
And
Goes from the
remember what you said.
24 to the 15th.
Remember what you said like a while back with Patrick Graham's defense. They only show up for either 30 minutes. They showed up. They played okay in the fourth quarter, but then they slowly slopped down and down and down and
Yeah,
down.
they've never played 60 minutes here yet. Like they haven't
Hmm.
had a 60-minute game yet. Period. Never fucking from start to finish. They haven't had a 60-minute game or 60-minute game. And if you think I'm full of shit, go look up Josh and them in the locker room videos and look what Josh says every time he in there. We haven't played a full 60-minute yet, but we'll fucking get there sooner or later. It's exactly what he says damn near every time because they don't. But again, fucking, that's all I'm saying is when you look at the way that Derek played all year, right? Derek sits
Hmm.
there. And this is Josh's system, man. People got to understand it's not about quarterback anymore or the player or this is Groot. This is a system that has worked for many years because he got 5 fucking rings of him calling plays in it. So the a system is very effective. And people say, well, that was bad. Motherfucker, I get that. But listen, Belichick was on that team damn near just as long as fucking Josh McDaniels, bro. Like for real. Like Josh McDaniel been the only other guy tendered in that fucking time just as long. There's a reason for it. If Brady thought he was garbage or Bill thought he didn't know what the fuck he was doing, he wouldn't have had a fucking job there as long as he did, and they wouldn't have been successful as long as they did. His first year in the Super Bowl, he got it as a QB coach, and the next 5 rings he got was calling plays as an offensive coordinator. So he most definitely knows what the fuck he's doing. And again, when you're looking at the plays and the way, like I've said, if you look at way Carr played, you look at Devontae's always picking his yards. Always, motherfucker, always picking them. Josh Jacobs, fuck picking up his yards because he got a good ass run fucking line. So these two motherfuckers are doing it the whole time. But you need the rest of the team to pick up to be able to. You need the defense to be able to hold off players. You need the offense to be able to score more points. I don't disagree with that point. Put up 35, but let the defense get 24. You know, like that's a good fucking deal. That's what Buffalo does. What good fucking defenses do. They fucking close motherfuckers out. So it's what you're supposed to do. So long story short is, I believe that it doesn't matter. Look, I believe if you're going with Tom Brady, you got to fix your line. You got to go to your defense. You got to tailor so much. I mean, defense should be favored the most, anyways. But if you're playing with Brady in the offense, you got to go offensive line. You got to get receivers. You're gonna have to get tight ends. You're gonna have to get people that fit him to his fucking scheme. Where Stenham, dude, he just showed you, he put up 365 yards, one game. It doesn't matter. It's the system. It's the fucking system. It should speak pretty high for a guy that sat on the fucking bench all year long, literally hopped up, fucking put his helmet on, ran in, and fucking smashed on that team. There's no denying about how he played against the team. And it's not about, it's only one game vision. No, it's not. That's the 17th game, 16th game played this season. He's seen the system. He's been in it a long time. He knows how the fuck it's supposed to be. That's why when people keep saying like, "Oh, Josh opened the playbook," no, the fuck he didn't. Stenham just knew the play better. He knew it better.
That's what we said in the beginning of the season.
Better.
That's what we said in the beginning of the season, that he's a quarterback that will definitely get an A on everything because he understands what is going on, dude.
Yep.
He understands all. Like,
What's good, Ray?
What's up?
What's good? What's good, everybody?
I hated it when like everyone was trying to make excuses as to why, like as if they didn't like it that someone else that wasn't Carr did good in a game. Like,
I mean,
oh,
and that's
McDaniels
his personal choice. You can't do nothing about it. You can't tell. Like as an NFL fan, you can't or like you can't control at the end of the day. You can't control what another team does, right? It's just your opinion or it's just what you say, right? So anytime a coach or something does something, we just got to reflect on it and look at the positives. So I
look at it like this.
What I see, people in our fan base was like so negative, like, oh, why is McDaniels so good?
And I think a lot of people, and I think a lot of people look at it as because they think, oh, this is the reason why, because they want to get rid of Carr, or Carr doesn't like the system, so he benched him or something like that. And so what Josh did was in the situation that he did, he put in Stidham, and I think, dude, Stidham definitely outplayed Carr. I mean, I'm not to say that Carr, like, he outplayed Carr the entire season, but like he had a good game.
He outplayed him yardage. So listen,
this entire season, only 2 quarterbacks have thrown 3 touchdowns against the Niners. That's Patrick Mahomes, who's said to be the MVP of the season,
and over 300 yards. And over 300 yards. Over 300 yards.
And it's only him and Stidham's done that to the number one defense.
Look, here's one argument. There's one stat you can't discredit in Stidham is that Stidham's only played one game. He's played one game. Carr played fucking 15. He never got 350 fucking yards, and Stidham got it in his first fucking try. Like, you can't discredit those type of things. Like, this guy put up more yardage in one fucking game than Carr's done in the last few years in an individual game.
Oh, but it's one game. It's not just one game. He didn't go against some like okay team or good team. He went to go against a team
it's one game. Hey, how about this? Let's talk about one game. Hey, one game, right?
You can't hate on Waller, dude.
He's not a fucking top 5.
Hey, let's look at this though. Let's look at this though real fast about how they say that Stidham only did it in one game, right? If anybody can, how about you go back and tell me when the fucking last time Carr even did it? How about that? Like, how about you just go back fucking 400 total yards offense Carr put up by himself?
Nah, hell no.
Last season against the Ravens.
What was his yardage?
That's the first game of the season.
Exactly. That was the last time he did it. That's what I was saying.
No, but I'm asking, what was his total yardage? Was it over 400?
Yeah, he was leading the NFL in passing yards the first week of the season.
Yeah, but I don't know if
isn't that because he went to 3
overtime? Oh, it went over to overtime.
Yeah,
so you're right. Okay.
He went to 3 overtimes.
Okay, you are right. You are right. But now let's look at this. You had one whole season and this fucking season. Now, when was the time he did it before then? Probably Tampa Bay, 2016. I mean,
Nick, I can say this. Carr's only had 20
How much? No, what did he get
3
against the
touchdown
Jets
games
in the
in his
first
entire
year?
career.
What did he get against the Jets the first year?
That was 2020.
That was the first year in Vegas. I don't know how many yards he got then. He played pretty good in that one.
No, but that was the last time he threw 3 touchdowns too.
When?
Against the
Oh, the
Jets?
Jets.
Yeah, against the Jets. That's the
No.
last
No
time he threw
way.
2 touchdowns. Yeah, I
No,
did.
no,
You're
no.
gonna tell
Hell
me I don't
no.
know the stats?
Hell no. He's thrown more than.
There's
That's
no
the
way.
last time Carr threw 3 touchdowns before this
3
season.
TDs?
He didn't throw 3 TDs last season in any game.
Damn.
But
I
they'll
don't
say he
think he.
played
I don't
great
think
and
he's
took him to a
wrong, yo. I don't
playoff
think he's
and everything.
wrong.
And took him to.
You
I
can't
mean,
tell
it's
me.
easy. Just go back to go to Derek Carr's stats, go to ESPN, and then go scroll down the fucking 2021 season.
Bro, I
No,
looked
against
at
the
every
Broncos,
game.
against
I
the
looked at
Broncos, he
every
had to
single
have thrown
game.
3 touchdowns.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. We
He
carved
didn't throw
Against the
3
Broncos?
touchdowns. No. This
Yeah, but
season,
you gotta take away. You can't take away the factor. So you assume
But
because
here's
of
the
the
thing,
yards. Because of the yards he did that. But Jacobs got fucking 11 touchdowns, bro, or 12 touchdowns
and
over
here's the
fucking
thing.
1,500, well,
Even if
1,400, 1,500 yards. Oh fuck, dude.
and even
oh,
if
people
Derek
down
Carr
me.
and even if Derek Carr put up 300.
What happened?
Ray's internet went out, bro.
Ray, you there?
So this season,
Wait, can you guys
Carr's put 3 passing touchdown games twice.
wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
No, I can't hear you, bro. Your shit's fucked up.
he's so full of shit.
He's
Here,
lying. He's lying.
I'll go after you.
Look.
Or
So,
what I
whoa.
was really quick was that out of what's it called? Even though Derek Carr, even if he did put up 350 plus yards in a game or 3 TDs in a game, and if you only see one, like I'm saying that if it's even one, like there's 17 or 15 other games in the NFL, and you're telling me you only did it one time. Heck, there's quarterbacks that do it like 3-4 times in a season or 5 times.
Or 7 or fucking
Exactly.
10. I
So
mean,
you're telling me
Heck,
only
I've seen
one
Joe
time
Burrow
you
throw
do it
5
once,
TDs against a divisional opponent.
and you do it once, even if you even do it once.
has Carr ever even put up 5? I mean,
No, he's never put up 5. He's only
No,
put up
he's probably
4,
put
I
up
think,
4.
3 times in his career.
look, there's a thing that Stenham has that Carr doesn't. Stenham is not afraid to run. And
But
Carr has been afraid to run since 2016, and that's fact. That's a factual fact.
Oh, wait, Dustin. But you know one thing Stidham's had his entire career? The
Same coach.
The same coach. You got to keep that in consideration.
Yeah, but I think if Carr came back
Where the
next
hell
year,
you
he
been,
would
Ray?
be way better.
What
I
MIA
think
on
Carr
us?
would, if Carr
I see
came
your
back
message
next
to
year under Josh's system, there's no way Carr's worse.
Heck, I mean,
So
hey, if
there's
we're
no
gonna
way I would
argue,
believe that.
like, if we're even gonna argue, like, hey, Stidham only did good because he's been under the same coach, what's wrong with that? Maybe I want that. Maybe I want a QB that's been with the
That's
same
facts.
coach.
That's why I'm saying that Stroud would be. Stroud's the way. Stroud's the ticket. So I'll tell you right now what I think we should do, and I hope the Raiders do it. Champ Kelly been scouting on fucking CJ Stroud all year. Fucking Zig has been to numerous games of CJ Stroud. So and people can say, well, it's OSU. Yeah, they can say it's OSU.
He's been Notre Dame
good.
too. Chip's been to Notre Dame.
Exactly. So my point is they probably see that with the way, dude, listen, they've watched fucking Stenham play in practice all year long. It's not like they don't see how he's looking at it, how he's working off the fucking plays, how he's fucking playing action better than than Carr's playing play action. You know, like there's a lot of things that go into a Carr move. The players, the organization, and the fans. You can't just walk in and be like, we're cutting you today. Like, you'd fucking destroy your whole deal. But guess what? When you go in and have 4 shitty fucking games at the end of the season when people are hoping to get into the playoffs, it makes it a lot easier to fucking cut a motherfucker or bench a motherfucker than it is to do that in the beginning. But what I think we should do is that if you go over there and you fucking keep Stroud, listen, or Stenham. Stenham is a key factor in building the organization, dude. He's a free agent, 2 year, $20 million. $10 million a year. I'd fucking give him that. And I'd only do 2 years because I only need him to be the starting quarterback for 2 years. And if he works good, I trade that motherfucker and get another fucking quarterback because that's what Josh has done in his career. People can't say Josh ain't made quarterbacks. Josh made plenty of fuck quarterbacks. He's made fucking
Look,
Castle. He's made fucking Jimmy. He's made fucking Brissett. He's
Brissett.
made numerous fucking
He's
quarterbacks that's
fucking. Who
come through
else
the
has
New
he made?
England. It wasn't Belichick
Fucking
over there.
Hoyer.
Fucking
Brian
he didn't.
Hoyer.
Yep,
Max Jones was definitely good in
fact.
that system.
So he knows what he's doing when it comes to making quarterbacks. So
Wait,
what
wait,
I'm saying is that
Gus.
you don't want a Derek Carr thing to happen with a player like Stroud. Stroud is coming from a school where everybody says, "Oh, he's going to fail," blah blah blah. So he already has that on him. And this is what you need to do. You need to bring him in. You need to fucking phase. Send him. You two are going to compete just because Stroud's going to push him. He's just naturally going to push him because he's a
And
good
that's the
player and
one
everything.
thing that I could say Corn never had somebody
Wait,
I
actually
was just
push
about to
him.
say that. That's my
I'm
one
very,
problem. It's like
But
ever
that's
since
what.
Carr came
I'm
into the
Oh,
very,
league,
I'm
Raiders
very
only
curious.
drafted one QB the
Sounds
entire
good.
time.
Wait,
Even
I'm
with
very,
Brady, when Brady was around, you know how many times they drafted a QB? Heck, they drafted a QB when
Every
he wins a
year,
Super Bowl.
5,
mostly.
6 years, fucking,
Yeah, almost
and
every
kept
year.
him.
And Jimmy G was the one QB that Brady got rid of because Jimmy G challenged Brady's job. When Brady got injured and Jimmy G was balling out, Brady didn't like that. So he told Bill Belichick, "I want this guy out of here," and they traded him.
you know, the one thing that I'm curious, even I know this is kind of a little off topic because you guys are talking about Brady, but the one thing I'm looking at is that you guys are talking about CJ Stroud. How are we going to even get CJ Stroud? We're going to have to trade up
I
for
don't
him.
know. That's what I'm saying.
And we can do it. So listen, I'll
There's
tell you
no way
right now.
AB's
I'm
going
gonna
to
You've
get
tell
been
you my
saying
theory. I'm gonna
how we
tell
can
you
do
my
it.
theory right fucking now. I'm gonna tell you my theory right now. So if you're looking at the way that the team is falling out, it fucking now this is all gonna matter about how Stidham goes in and plays Kansas City. If Stidham goes in and shoots out with Kansas City with Devontae Adams and Waller and all these the same players, guess what? He's gonna have same players next year, and he's gonna compete against these motherfuckers in our stadium, which is probably gonna be another away game because more Chief fans getting ready for the playoffs. Fuck, they're on the road just like fucking the Niners were. When you're on the winning, you're gonna have fans on the road. So, long story short, if Stenham shows he can go into that game like he did that Niners game where he didn't have the stand affect him because he's been in big moments in the snow in New England behind Tom Brady, regardless if he's playing or not, he's in the atmosphere. So he knows how to fucking acknowledge those type of deals. So long story short, if he fucking goes and if he goes and plays against Kansas City and becomes, let's just say that they fucking win, or let's just say it's another Niner game. I get it. You don't win, but it matters when you're putting up 34 fucking points or 40 fucking points. That shit fucking matters. I don't care you
And
winning or
like I
not.
said
That's
earlier,
a high
Dustin,
point of fucking points to be putting up in games and them back to back. So that tells you if you get a defense, you're going to be able to win some games because motherfucker put up points. That's what it's going to say. And it's not only saying that, it's saying that Stenham
That's going to
fully
be the
understands
narrative.
Josh systems. Yeah, fuck yeah, I will. Because now you can't say it's Carr or nothing. Because now you got to evaluate the real fucking problem because Stenham over here lighting it up and you ain't even doing shit for it. So now the real problem gets identified. Now let's go. We go. Let's say odds are we're gonna lose this game. That's the odds. We're gonna be the 6th overall pick. We're at the 6th pick. You add the 2 fucking picks that is going to be the Texans and the fucking Chicago. Then I think it's the Seahawks. So if you're looking at just those 3 fucking teams, one, the Texans are going to take Bryce Young. I believe they will. And this is where it's going to get really iffy. Is you'll probably have to make a trade with either the Chicago
Colts.
Bears, which Champ Kelly has a lot of insight to them. He's been over there for a long time. I'm pretty sure he can pull a trade off with them for sure. And not only that, it would be more favor to us if you can make a trade with Seattle because Seattle, as long as they want to stick with Geno Smith and build on the defense, they wouldn't be the more logic pick because it's not going to take as much draft cap to get up into there. But let's be real, dude. If you know that CJ Stroud's the quarterback and you're only jumping 2 fucking spots to a team that's going to go defense to begin with, I would fucking pull the draft cap. And don't get me wrong, you got to remember, Derek Carr is going to be a factor if they trade him. So there's your first
hey,
round back the following
The
year,
only
or
two
that's the first
teams that
round you give off,
stand,
you know?
the only two
So
teams for me that stand in our way, like to get Stroud, are the
it's
Lions
Carolina.
and the Colts. No, Carolina actually is like behind us. The
Yeah, and
Lions and the Colts.
I think
So
Lions would roll with Golf. How old is Golf?
Golf?
27.
Yeah, he's in his
I
mid.
think they roll with Golf, man. I mean, Golf been
Goff's
killing
really
it
good
like a
this year, dude.
motherfucker over there. So
It's
I
hard to
think
say
you'd
it,
go
but I,
so
defense.
then let's say it's the Colts. Like the
yeah,
Colts
the
are the
Colts. That's
team ahead of us that
hard
kind
to
of
I
say.
think they're
threaten.
going to go a quarterback for sure, and that's why I'm saying I would trade up to the fucking Cleveland. I'd trade up to the
But it's like
fucking.
Indy would also do the same as well. They would probably do the same too.
I don't
Indy
Who,
think
would
they have
Jets?
as much draft cap as us to be able to do that to begin with. I think they just went through draft deal, and I think they're probably still in it.
No, I
So
don't think the Colts have that much draft cap. No,
they're
they
not going
don't.
to have as much as we are. We got 12 picks this year, fucking probably 10 next year. Like, no, hell no, they ain't even coming close. And not only that, we have a quarterback that hasn't even been traded yet.
Yeah,
So
see,
and has zero deal on it. So if you can pull off something with Derek, it just solidifies the trade up to get fucking CJ Stroud because you're not really losing anything and you picked up your fucking franchise quarterback, dude. Like CJ Stroud's the real deal, bro. I mean, the motherfucker went in there against Georgia. What was it, 46-45 game? Like
I
CJ is
watched that
fucking
whole
real
game,
deal.
bro.
Georgia
Yeah,
Like
got a
I've
he's
really
the
been
good
real
saying
deal.
about
defense.
what I've been saying about CJ Stroud, Dustin. You said it before. He does not. He will go up against a linebacker, whoever. He doesn't care.
He'll
He'll
just
take a hit.
fucking thump
Heck, that
your ass.
He'll
impressed
Fuck
just
me
yeah.
because
leave.
hey, that did impress me because Georgia, I think they got 3 to 4 guys that's gonna go defensive players that are gonna go in the
Gonna go
first
in the
round.
first round.
Like I
Definitely
think
in the
4
first.
defensive players from Georgia are gonna go in the first round.
Yeah, and I just think if you have two shots with the Seahawks and the Bears, like I believe if the Seahawks say that they're like if you can call up the Seahawks and be like, "Are you going quarterback here?" and they're
I
like,
think they're
"No,"
gonna stick with
I
Geno
think
Smith.
you can. I think you can make the trade with the Seahawks easily, man, and fucking get Stroud because the Bears are not gonna take Stroud. And I don't think Will Levis works in the system as well as CJ Stroud would work in the system because of the mobility, the accuracy, the pocket presence. You don't have to cater to the offensive line right away because one, Stidham already showed that he can be productive behind the line. That's right
Plus,
there
a
right
lot of
now.
people believe that Levis needs a year to sit before starting.
Yeah, and they claim that he's the most QB ready quarterback, but at the same time, you're not looking at that with Stroud. What you're looking at with Stroud is kind of like the Stidham factor. You're bringing in Stroud because you want to do what you couldn't do with Carr. You want to be able to relay in-game feeling, in-game contact, in-game things like he's standing here listening through the mic, seeing how the plays are playing. There's a difference when you're visualizing it when you're there and watching it on a video. Watching it
Hey,
on a video, you can only get so much contrast from it. But when you're on the field and you got Josh Allen and you're visualizing it and seeing how he rolled off, how he did that, what he did here, what he's seen there, those things matter massively. It matters massively. And Carr don't get the fair opportunity to that because he's at the helm. But that's his choice. That's what he chose. That's what you do, and that's what it is. But if you take Stroud and you groom him, like I was just saying about letting them visual it, let them see it. That's where I think Stidham has the advantage. Like that play, I keep saying about that Devontae play. I believe Stidham has seen that fucking play fucking fold out numerous times under Tom Brady. So that's why he carried out to the outside like that and why he waited in that corner the way he did. And Devontae got off the play like he was because he's seen it. Carr hasn't seen that shit. Carr hasn't been in the moment to be able to visualize that. You know, like this is what I keep saying. Carr would have to go back and watch 4 years of tape to get where Stidham's at right now visually, like
Not only
being
that,
there.
but Stidham saw Brady, Cam Newton, and Mac Jones. So he technically saw the field with those guys on there. So he knows different types of quarterback play from 3 different QBs.
Yep.
yep. Yeah, he
Because you
knows
got
the
Mac Jones, who's like a crazy systematic guy. And then you got Cam Newton, the big
Hey,
mobile
hey,
QB, the guy
hey.
that wants
Let's
to
say
run. And
this.
then you got Brady.
How would you guys feel if we did um get Mac Jones?
Fuck
I
that.
will literally shoot Ziegler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro,
You do
that
not want
shit.
to bring Mac
Seeing him
Jones, bro.
talking to him for that length in his ear
If
had me
New England
tripping.
dared to say his name, I will block them. I don't care if they.
Ah.
I don't care what
I'm
they
not
do.
even entertaining a fucking Mac Jones conversation whatsoever,
Hey,
dude. Like,
hey, bro, that fool's a dirty player.
he's a bitch and he sucks, bro.
He
He
got
sucks.
stiffed by Chandler
Man,
Jones.
if you tell me you just gave up Carr for fucking Mac Jones, I'm fucking dead.
The dude is
I'm
barely
dead.
good with McDaniels, and he is trash without him.
Yeah.
Hey, hey,
I'm not
fucking New
even trying
England
to
got
roll
to
that
do
route.
some
Hey,
shit with their
hey,
offensive
last year,
coordinator job.
hey, yo, last year,
Listen,
freaking, what's his name? Mac Jones, when he played the Bills in the snow, they just sat there and ran the ball. They didn't trust him with the pass.
facts.
Yo,
They ran it
that says a
44
lot.
They
times and
ran the
passed
ball
it
the
3.
entire game. He had
That says
44
yards.
running plays and 3 passing plays in
and
that
He
that
had,
game.
says a
he had
lot.
23
Hey, there's
passing
another
yards.
quarterback that I would take in the later
But then
rounds.
don't forget, they went later on and what they played again that year, and guess what happened when they got over there?
The
They got their
Bills
ass
freaking
What happened
beat.
when they had to
destroyed
pass the
them.
ball, though?
Yeah, because that's what my boy. They beat that ass. Dude, if we
Hey,
get Mac Jones, a motherfucking Mark Davis should be
Devontae would
fucking
want to leave him.
instantly 86 from the Raiders.
No,
Like,
I would
Hearing,
if
beg
we get
Las
Mac
I'm
Vegas
Jones,
hearing
to
if we
take
get Mac
all of Mark
Jones, the
Davis's money.
NFL
he
needs
does
to
not
say
want to
that
lose that
he
new
needs to be
arm ass
fucking sell
quarterback.
the team right now, right now.
I would beg Vegas to tell Mark, give us your team if you get Mac
Is
Jones.
Dude, is motherfucking Bill Belichick coming next? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, Bill on his way over here to be the
Heck,
defensive coordinator? Like, what
heck,
the
having
hell is
Matt
going on?
Patricia as the offensive coordinator shows that New England is no longer what it is. Like they couldn't get an offensive-minded coach to at least call offensive plays. Like that kind of shows that New England's getting slowly depleted. Like they're
I do
losing.
believe that, but if they get Bill O'Brien, that goes against that because then they're
I
right
don't
back
know
where
Bill
they left off.
O'Brien. I don't know if Bill O'Brien wants to go back to New England.
I'm telling you, where's he at? Mississippi, if I remember. Is that where
oh
he's
no,
at, or where's
oh no,
he
that's
at?
Lane Kiffin's at
Yeah,
Mississippi.
Lane Kiffin. Where's he at? I'm
Hey,
telling you,
what about
dude.
what's
I'm
his name
telling
from
you. Where
Texas?
did he? Okay, listen. Where did Bill O'Brien get his head coaching job from? Motherfucking Bill O'Brien or Bill Belichick in New England. Like I'm telling you, you got to go back through that fucking
Didn't Bill? Yeah,
that walk of fucking death. But I think he would. I'm pretty sure he'd want to be an NFL OC than a college.
heck, he might go to Mike Vrabel because Mike Vrabel was his defensive coordinator.
I just know when they brought it up in Bill's interview, he said that he sees or Bill O'Brien being here next year. Like he said straight up, I see him being here. He said, I'm pretty confident on Bill being here next year, is what he said.
Man, with what QB? Like,
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Derek Carr would fit fucking great over there with fucking them, dude. I mean, I get they get to the winter, but you got fucking Stevenson and Harrison, dude. What are you worried about fucking being in the fucking
plus you
snow? You
got
got
that
dudes
Bill
that can pound
Belichick
the fuck out of
defense
that
that's like
ball.
top
But you
3
know
every
what's
year.
crazy?
Damn right.
Derek Carr is
Damn
literally
right.
Derek Carr's
And you
literally
got Nelson
the same
Aguilar back over there. Fucking already knows the motherfucker.
What did you say?
I said that, dude, if Derek Carr goes to New England, he's literally going to be in the same schematic system that he was going to be over here with us.
The only difference is that it's much stricter.
Or no, he's going to have Matt Patricia doing play calls.
The only difference is that Bill ain't gonna give up no motherfucking not one 14-point lead. Period. Like that's the difference. Like
And the
it
difference is
ain't
that if he
about.
sees Carr throw
Listen,
more
Carr
than 2
didn't falter in
interceptions,
the
he's benching
system.
him.
Carr didn't falter in the system, bro. Carr didn't falter in the system. Carr was averaging 27.2 fucking points a game all the way up to the Saints fucking game. How does Carr falter in the system if his offense is averaging 27.2 fucking points per game? You're not. That don't seem like faltering to me. They said it was the third best fucking offense in the league at the time, and 2 of them were playoff bound, which Eagles was the fucking other one. So at that point, you can't say like he falters. What faltered is the defense give up a lot of motherfucking points. And again, let's just say this. Let's say that Derek fucking Carr's in the Rams game and he's with fucking Bill. Do you really think Bill gives up 3 or 2 fucking scoring touchdowns in 5 minutes? Fuck no. Fuck no. So then we can go to multiple games with these low scores. It's not about no quarterback's just going to go out there and put up 30 every game. It's unrealistic. There's plenty of quarterbacks put up 14 points, 10 points, fucking 14 points and have won games. The difference is you got a motherfucker like Bill Belichick over there. He ain't giving up those points. That's a fact, dude. No matter what fucking the point scale is like that. Motherfucking Graham can't say that. Bitch, give up 5. So there's a big difference when you're going from Josh calling the plays over here and putting them, where Derek goes right to New England with the same system because that's their system. It's their shit. They're systematic. I got a book where Josh had to give that bitch back when he left there because it's theirs, and they're going to go out of it. That's why Matt Patricia still had a fighting chance to be in the playoffs with the quarterback that had, 7 touchdowns with 8 interceptions? Like, what the hell? You tell me Derek Carr goes over there, he gonna put up 20 fucking touchdowns. And he gonna be dotting on Nelson Aguilar for 1,000 fucking yards because he about did that shit right here in Vegas. So I think you get a massive change in the game. I think he's not gonna fucking fail on them because Bill ain't gonna fucking allow that defense to give up that shit. That's where it's gonna matter. That's what matters. Carr didn't fucking falter nobody. Our defense faltered him just like they have for year after year after year after year after year. So if people are gonna see it, I'll bet anything. You send Derek to New England, and they'll probably be Super Bowl bound, like straight the fuck up. Because if Mac is only putting up 10 touchdowns a year and has a fighting chance to make the playoffs against the fucking Bills, the fucking Miami, the Jets, they were all competitive ass teams, and they're still competitive with the quarterback that sucks. So I'm telling you, Carr goes in there, instant upgrade. He's got a way better arm, way better vision. He is a bitch in some things, but at the same time, he's still a way better player. So there's no way I don't see
I
him.
think I see
No
Carr.
way.
Realistically, if I see a team that really schemes Carr, would probably be the Jets.
No, I see maybe
James, I
the
would want
Redskins.
Stiddy. There's a reason why McDaniels had Ziegler trade for Stiddy. They traded I think a 6th-round pick for Stidham.
Yep, a 6th and got a 7th back and took
There's a
that
reason
7th and
why. There's a
Edwards and
reason
got
why
a
out of
5th.
all the players from New England,
Who do we
he wants
send Mullins to?
Who?
Mullins.
Nick Mullins. Who do we send him for? Because remember we had him.
He's in Minnesota. He's the backup.
Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Man, I
about
remember
the
preseason where everyone thought Nick Mullins was going to be the QB2, and then Stidham just made him look like some undrafted rookie that wasn't supposed to be here.
Nick Mullins has played better than Stidham in the preseason.
hold on. So am I
Mullins actually played
misunderstanding?
bad.
Am I misunderstanding? He said, would y'all want Stidham or Jacoby Brissett as a backup QB, and wanted him to back up Carr? Oh, I like Brissett.
I like Brissett as a backup, but we're not going to.
No.
If you look at it, Carr's not going to be here.
There's a
said
reason
back
why
up
we
to
have
Carr.
Stidham.
If I listen,
Probably
I said
back
if
up for
Carr is not off the team yet until they fucking finalize and say he's still on the team. And he still can go in that fucking locker room at any given fucking time and go in those fucking meetings at any given time. There's not anybody telling me can't. And usually when you're trading players or things are bad, just go ask Clowney to send your ass home. So there's a big difference in what's happening with Carr. If they were fucking looking to do that, they wouldn't allow him in there because they wouldn't want him there. So he chose to leave. Nobody told him he had to. He chose to leave, just like they told him if he wanted to come back right now, he could. So, again, to Clowney said he 95% ain't going to be there. Motherfuckers said, get the hell out of here. So, that's all I'm saying is there's still a lot. And if I was looking at who I'd want to back up Carr, I mean, why wouldn't Stidham? Stidham looks like he plays pretty good. So, I mean, you like I said, if you went up heads up, look, I think Carr got comfortable because they knew he was going to be the quarterback regardless this year. I mean, just to extend his deal, no matter if you're in practice and you're like, damn, look at Stidham over there. You're like, damn, I just gave Carr a fucking $100+ million contract, you know? So you got to eat that shit. And Al Davis had to do that with Jamarcus Russell. So, I mean, it ain't uncommon. But what I would say is like fucking, I would send them in and a heads up fucking competition. If it was me, I would sign Carr back, get him to sign for $30 million, give fucking send him $10 million, and I'd let them go heads up in the motherfucking deal, and whoever wins wins. And if Carr don't win, you know, I only got him on a $30 million with a no trade clause because I would I would make him restructure the no trade clause. So if I was to bring him back and have him compete, what I would do is say, okay, Carr, you're going to take 30 million. We're going to give 10 million of that 40 million to Stenham, and then we're going to change your no trade clause to where we can trade you wherever the fuck we need to. And if we're going to give you a heads up fucking competition in the off season or training camp, and if you lose, we're going to ship you out after that. Like straight up, that's what I tell him. If he wants to be the Raiders quarterback still, so I mean he's
No,
earned it.
no. I mean,
And if
like,
he's I think when you brought him in this year, let's say this, right? When Derek Carr came in this year, who was pushing him? Nobody, because they didn't even have Stidham yet. And by the time that they got going, Carr already was in the system. He already had Devontae. No matter if Stidham came here and played better, you can't just pull Carr out. Like you can't do that. So I think, like to say, if he would have, if they wouldn't, have, if let's say that we were going in this off season and like they had the whole off season and everything where all the players were intact and came in at the same time in an open competition, I don't know if Derek Carr, like you wouldn't be, you don't have $40 million invested on him to be able to say like, nah, he has to play. Like you're not going to go to $2 million quarterback and be like, God damn, motherfucker smoking him over here, plays these plays better. Carr over here on a $40 million contract, and we're gonna bench him. Like that doesn't even make sense. That's why I just feel like Carr was already guaranteed to play, regardless of if the production in the camp or not.
hmm.
That's just my opinion. But I mean,
I just feel
that's
like if Stidham can do what he did against the Niners, but because if he can put up, because I know it's going to be like a 40-point game. If he can put up, like, if he can make it a 3-point game against Mahomes, I say don't even think about with Carr, because at that point Stidham just proved what he can do, and McDaniels
hey, and
proves what
I'm
he
not
can do
saying
without Carr.
I'm not saying keep Carr or not because I don't think that's the right way to go. I think the best way to go for the Raiders is ship Carr, play Stidham, draft Stroud. Just sit Stroud for a year, start him next year. Stidham's only on a 2-year, $20 million contract, and look, it works to your advantage because let's say that let's say Stidham balls the fuck out. Let's say he balls out, and let's say
Because then people
CJ
want to talk about
Stroud,
cheap contracts. That will be a
yeah,
super cheap
hey,
contract.
not only that, you still have your quarterback you drafted that's still on a cheap ass contract for the next 5 fucking years. So it works out. And not only that, let's just say Stidham play it works out, and let's say that CJ Stroud just takes off like he should. Now you can trade fucking Stidham and get draft cap out of that motherfucker to somebody else and
Like
have
you
your
can trade
quarterback
him to
and
New
draft another.
England. You can
Oh,
trade him
yeah,
back
that'd
to
be
New
crazy.
England.
That'd be
Like,
crazy as
hey,
fuck.
remember when we gave you a 6 for Stidham? We want a
I want
third.
a first. Yeah, but I want a first. No, a third would be good. Even if you
That'd be
got a
so funny if that
even if you
happened.
got a fucking fifth, it'd be better. So
That'd be so funny if that happened.
it's
You
all
know what is
possibilities,
you know
man.
what
You
is
just
funny
never
though
know.
is how it's still funny to me how Stidham said in a college interview when he was in college is how he thinks of himself as a Derek Carr and Tom Brady, and now he just took Derek Carr's job, and people are saying Tom Brady's gonna take his job. Ain't that kind of funny?
Yeah, that is. It's ironic how sometimes shit comes full circle too. That's why I just think like. That's why I just think like in this whole deal, I get that people want to see. So this is the thing I'm just baffled on. If you're telling me, if you're telling me that you take a $2 million quarterback and just had a game like he had, $2 million, all that motherfucker makes. So you get $2 million quarterback, comes out and produces at a $40 million quarterback. This guy is $38 million cheaper. This guy is fucking $38 million more. He puts up fucking just as equal yards as Carr has put up all year long and better. So right away, this guy's already just as good a production, if not better, on way $38 million cheaper. So you're telling me that if Josh, like this is where I'm mind blown, if Josh can take a $2 million quarterback, and let's just say he gives 10 or 15, I've said it, I give him 2 year 20 million or 2 year 30 million because I think it'd be right between 10 and 15 million. And you play him in the fucking 2 years, man. Like that's rebuilding your team, bro. You just took a $40 million contract, you minimized it from 40 to fucking 10 million because that's all you're gonna give them, or 15. So let's say you go 40 to 30 or 40 to 25 million. $25 million, substantial amount of money to put on top of $27 million. And it's going to put you back up in the $50 million range to be able to build your shit. And even if you get to the 30 mark, that's 30 million on 30. It's 57 million. So you get 57 fucking million. That can build your defense. Brady, don't build your fucking defense, dude. If you move Carr at 40 million and you give 30 million to him, you only got 10 fucking million, and now you're only worth 37 million. Like, you're not building your fucking team that way. You don't build your team that way. You actually hurt your team that way because you have so many holes all over the place you need to fix. And this is where I just keep getting mind blown is that it's like, okay, you have a shitload of draft cap. Nobody's arguing that point, but you have to hit on all those draft caps, and that means out of 12 or 15 of them, these guys got to be starters, dude, because you need right tackle, you're gonna need linebackers, safeties, corners.
Here's also my
I
one
mean,
biggest problem is how
Hey,
people
Dustin, let's
are.
talk about. Hey, let's
hold
talk
on,
about.
let him talk. Hold on, what did he say? What were we
Is
saying?
how everyone wants like a Brady, and then Brady's here where like, oh, maybe if we have Brady next season, we'll like make it to the AFC Championship immediately, or maybe
It's
even the
not
Super Bowl
guaranteed.
if that's possible, right? What's wrong with just trying to see if we can just win one playoff game?
What's wrong if Stenham gets there instead of Brady, and he got there for fucking $30 million
Like,
cheaper?
I'm fine if we win one playoff game and then we lose the next one because that's the biggest progress we would ever have in the past 20 years.
That's fact.
So McDaniels would have done something that we haven't done in 20 years. And if Jared
They
Stidham
did it
could do
with
that, win us
Stenham.
a playoff game,
And
and say if we do have a CJ Stroud, and maybe like we want to move on from Stidham, or maybe we'll give him another year and have Stroud start in his his third year.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that because then that just shows the progress is working.
and it shows that it's working
Instead
for
of just
two
trying to
quarterbacks, not just one.
immediately reach for a Super Bowl, I'm fine if we win one playoff game because we haven't done that.
Yeah, and the only reason people are pushing that narrative so hard is because the reason they're pushing that so hard is because Super Bowl's here next year. And they're sitting here saying, like, oh, look at the Rams. They just did it. And then who was it, the team that did it right before them? Fucking
Tampa.
Yeah,
And
Tampa. So,
the
yeah,
reason why
Tampa and
those
them.
teams
And
did it,
they're
I'm
just
gonna
putting big
promise you.
narratives behind it.
I'm gonna promise you that's never gonna happen in at least the next 20 years because the way the Rams did it, they had to build that up. It took them 4 years to trade all of their draft capital to build that team. They have no future for the next like at least 3 to 5 seasons. And then
Detroit does.
Tampa Bay kind of had the built team, and then Brady just brought people along with him. But you know for a fact, once Brady leaves, that team is not going to know what to do unless
That's
Bruce
fact.
Arians keeps an eye on the team.
Or it goes back to coaching.
He got to go back to the coaching. Like Bruce Arians, if Carr goes there and Bruce Arians the coach, watch the fuck out, bro. Like I'm gonna tell you right now, that's an air raid offense, dude. That shit fits Carr to the T. That's why I say Sean Payton with Derek Carr would probably be ruthless motherfucker too.
That's why
Drew
the
Brees was
Rams Super Bowl
sucking
so
in
rare.
fucking the Chargers when he first was out there, dude, and then they fucking had his ass go over there, and that motherfucker changed night and day under him. Night and
Dude,
day, massive.
Arians with Carr would be lethal, dude. There's this
What's up,
misconception.
Algos?
Hey, what up, Cortez? How you guys doing? I had to
All right,
pop out
sweet.
for a second, but back in here, back like Jordan, like they say. No, what I want, what I wanted to say, guys, is there's this misconception out there that Carr is like a check down guy, like a check down Charlie, like hey, short and intermediate passes. And yes, he did that under Gruden because Gruden ran the West Coast, style of offense. But I think Carr's underrated asset is the deep throws, the deep ball. And I don't know if you guys remember, there was an interview with Tyrann Mathieu, and he was interviewed as part of like the NFL Top 100. And the Carr made the NFL Top 100 a couple times in the past few years, or more than a couple times. And Tyrann Mathieu said the biggest threat with playing with Carr is the deep ball. And I thought that was like super telling for an elite defensive back, an elite safety like Tyrann Mathieu, to go ahead and say, hey, you know what? Like Carr is dangerous, with those deep throws. And yeah, I agree with you, Dustin. If he pairs
I
up
think
with
it was
Bruce Arians, it'd be
2020.
lethal.
He was ranked first in deep ball accuracy.
Yeah, there's this misconception out there that Carr like checks it down and shit. And yes, he does do that. I mean, that is part of his game. But the guy's incredibly accurate when it comes to his deep throws.
Dude, Bruce Arians, no matter what people want to say about his attitude or what he does, his offense is a phenomenal offense, dude. He's done it on numerous teams, dude. He's taken them to Super Bowls on numerous teams with his system. His system works, dude. And I think when you're looking at the team over there, that you got Mike Evans, fucking Chris Godwin, fucking Julio, Russell Gage, fucking Scotty Mills. You got fucking Oaten, Kim Bates. You get Fournette, which you can probably move off him and go with White. My point is that you got a plethora of fucking weapons over there, and I think Todd Bowles reverts back to the
The only
defense because
reason
he's
Arians
already
isn't head
calling it.
coach is because him and Brady weren't getting
That's
along.
fact. That's why I'm saying if Brady leaves, then that's an option.
Like
That's a
Arians
great
didn't
option.
like it that he wasn't given credit for the Super Bowl win.
Yep.
Yeah. And the NFC South is weak, so I mean, I can see Carr going in there and turning
Motherfuckers
that shit
over
around
7.
quick.
Hey, that fits Carr's narrative right there. 7-9 going to the playoffs. Let's go. That's his record all time. So, but that's my point is that would be there or Miami. Like if you got in Mike McDaniel's offense and played with that fucking defense, like Carr's probably gonna be winning some pretty good games. Man, Carr ain't never had Tyreek and no fucking Jalen Waddle, dude. Like.
He don't even have
He got
to
a
try.
way better, dude. He got a way better arm than Tui in the deep ball, man. Way better arm than Tui in the deep. Tui can't
Miles
even get the
ahead.
ball 40, 50 yards downfield on
Yeah,
the
they
best day with
really
wind behind it.
try to say that Tua's got a good arm when everyone,
Bullshit.
including the media, knew that Tua doesn't have a good arm.
Hey, I bet Carl dot that motherfucker at 70 yards downfield, and I bet Tui can't even get to the 70-yard mark. So,
right in the breadbasket.
Facts, dude. Carl fucking dig that motherfucker right in. And dude,
Man,
I'm telling you,
if Tua and
Tyreek over
Carr
there.
switched places like beginning of this season, you know how many times you would probably hear wide open just down the field.
That's the
Hey
thing
guys,
is
there's a reason why Mayock and Gruden drafted Ruggs, dude, for the deep ball threat, and they
Bro,
knew
that dude was
Carr
gonna be
could throw that shit.
generational talent.
He was gonna be generational talent.
There were plays, dude, where Ruggs was literally burning him so bad he was like standing there. Oh, okay, thanks. See you later. Fucking just walks off to the touchdown. Like that's the thing. That dude was fucking. That guy in the second year was gonna murder
Heck,
in
when
the
we
NFL,
beat the
bro.
Chiefs
He was gonna
in
murder in the
2020,
NFL.
the first time, that's how we were doing it. Ruggs was
He
burning the
he
defenders.
had like 126 yards on like 3 catches, dude. Like it was crazy. I
Ruggs
remember
is that
that
type
game.
of dude where it's okay if he has like 3 catches every game, but he's probably gonna have 100 yards every game too.
See, this is the thing that like bugs me about the whole Carr talk is like if Carr goes to Miami, Carr puts up 21 points or 17, 13. The defense in Miami ain't going to give up those points, dude. Good defense, got good system. So they're not going to give up those type of points like that. He goes to Tampa Bay, gets up 14 to 21 points. They're not going to give up those fucking points like that. Like, that's all I say is, like, it sucks that he gets such the bash on him like he is right now because the guys put up the fucking points to win. They just didn't have the defense to close the fucking thing out. And I get people want a guy to be like, people want Carr to go and put up 30, 40. Like, that's what they want. They want to see, like, oh, we need this Patrick. No, you need a quarterback. Like, I get that everybody wants a Patrick, but the odds of that's unrealistic because there's really only like fucking 3, 4 motherfuckers in the NFL, 5 maybe, that are even on that level to begin with, out of
The
32
AFC for
fucking
some
teams.
reason has 5.
Yeah, who?
The AFC for some reason has 5 of them, and the NFC only has like 1.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is like you have these 5 guys that have it, but you have 32 teams. Like that should speak enough for itself. 5 out of 32 teams, that's jack shit. And then you're talking about over what, hundreds of colleges, and you ended up with 5 of these motherfuckers in the NFL. Like that's all I'm saying is that you can't just look for those guys to win games. you need to be able to say that, hey, Carr can average us 21, 28 points a game. We need to have a fucking defense that can keep other teams from scoring 24 to 28 fucking points a game. Like, that's all they got to do is just come up with a defense that can keep the points like that. And if fucking Carr was so serious about being a Raider and what was best for them, and then they should have talked to him about that and been like, hey, we can get these defense. We can help you here. But we never did that shit. We said we were going to help motherfuckers, still gave them shit. So that's just failure on our fucking coaches, and especially recruiting, man.
Here's the one. Here's the one
100%
question
agree, dude.
though. If say they do, it's like if say they do get rid of Carr, right, and then we have another QB and like a cheap contract deal, do you think that they will finally the defense is fixed, like at least
So
top 20?
this is what I think. If you keep Stenham, you don't have to fix the offensive line. You don't, man, because
he
Stenham
moves.
just showed you, man, against the motherfucking listen, I don't care if people want to say about the scheming part or not. Both are going to get through that line, and both didn't even get to him.
Heck, and
So that's all I'm saying
Stidham
is obviously
escaped.
they did a good enough they did a good enough job on that line to not allow those motherfuckers get over there when they're one of the most leading teams in the NFL in sacks, fucking
Also,
getting after the quarterback.
So
They said that Stidham escaped out of I think 8 sacks.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is he offers a more mobility threat, more. So look, I do believe they'll fix the defense because they can afford it. That, you know what I mean? Like, they will fix it because if you stick with Stidham, this goes back to my point. You have $57 million fucking dollars, or fucking, let's just say that you pay 15, you're at 52 million.
Well,
Why
Dustin,
do you need it? What do you need to fix in the offense? Tell me. You're going to get 2 receivers because you need to give this fucking guy a receiver, but you can pick that up in the draft, and you can pick up one in the fucking free agency. So, bam, fix the offense. Going to get a fucking, you need a right tackle? Fuck it. Get one in the draft later in the round. They've hit on him before. Now you go into the fucking defensive side. You have all the draft to be able to get every defense. And when you get out of that bitch, you got 50 million fucking dollars to be able to go get a guy like Clowney and hope that motherfucking Chandler fucking retires, because I'd love Clowney on the opposite side of Max going after motherfuckers. Like, that'd be a huge upgrade in our defense. He comes from that type of defense, and he's played exceptional in it even when he was in Houston. So I would like to see him in here over here on the opposite side of him. And he can play linebacker, DN, and across. So I'd love to see him.
So I agree, Dustin. Yeah, I mean, we could use the cash to build that defense, but that cash needs to be used wisely, right? It goes without saying. I think about, the Gruden regime and how they try to fix that defense, and we got guys like Corey Littleton, LaMarcus Joyner,
Mayock just
but you gotta think,
bring it anyone.
So, yeah, but you had Mike Mayock that was a fucking analyst for 32 teams at a desk on TV. Ziegler and Kelly and all these, they go fucking see these motherfuckers. They know players. Listen, let's just talk about the last 4 people. Let's do this. The last 4 guys they put on the team. It's Tillery. Tillery been playing very good at the fucking defensive tackle spot. Tyler Hall, very good at the fucking cornerback position. You have fucking what's the other
Harvey
dude,
Lange.
the linebacker,
Harvey
Lane.
Lange.
So exactly, just got picked up. Only played 3 fucking games. Played great at the fucking, or played 3 fucking practices and fucking started in the deal right away against the Niners.
Dustin, but then you're looking at the draft, and I'm not. I know you're higher on Ziegler than I am. But then I'm looking at guys like
I have mad respect
White,
for Ziegler,
Britton Brown, who haven't really seen the field.
Yeah, but Britton Brown is going.
But that's because they did. Because I personally think I don't think they realized Jacobs was gonna have like.
They didn't. They were going to shop him, dude. They were going to shop him.
They didn't realize that Jacobs was going to be the next messiah of the Raiders.
Hey, mark my words. Britton Brown going to take Zeus's ass job. Like, I'll fucking say that right now.
Yeah, I agree with Dustin. I agree with Dustin that if they keep Jacobs, they're going to get rid of one of those 3 rookies. And
it's going to be Zeus. He runs in the back of the line. He has 0 vision. Britton Brown showed you in the preseason that he will straight cut your ass up, dude.
And there's no way they're gonna get rid of McCormick. I wanted to see McCormick.
McCormick ain't going nowhere, dude. That fool, like I said, he's still here and he will be here come next year. But the thing is they didn't miss on their picks. For one, they were a 3rd round start, right? So 3rd round start, they picked up who? Parham. Parham starting at left guard all year long, played fucking phenomenal ball all year as a rookie. So pretty good pick there. They got Matthew Butler. They got Matthew Butler. I mean, he's a rookie. I mean, he's not going to come out and just be a superstar. The odds of that happening isn't going to be. But they also changed the line 21 times now. So that he's going through a lot of transitions over it. But then you're sitting there and go for Matthew Butler. Matthew Butler is probably the only one that hasn't produced in a high perform in any game yet.
I think they wanted
I
to,
mean,
like,
I haven't seen Neil Farrell much either.
I
Neil
think
Farrell
they
graded out at an
83.5.
83.5, dude, in the first Kansas City fucking game, dude. Because
I do remember he did play well in that game, but I want to see more though. I want to see more of that.
I think the problem
he just
was, like,
played in the Niner game. He just played in the Niner game and played pretty damn good.
The scheme a little bit. I think that's what it was.
Could you say that?
I think Neil Farrell's gonna listen. The reason I think Neil Farrell didn't get the playing time is because one, they played him in key moments. That's why they were able to trade Jonathan Hankins, because they fucking graded him out on a division game, which is a game that matters, especially within our team. And he played damn good in that first game. And he played against the Niners here, and he played damn good in that game. So
heck, and Chargers game, Matthew and Neil were going crazy on Herbert.
Yeah, and you have to remember, you fucking got Bly Nichols, fucking Andrew Billings, fucking Pecco, Tillery, fucking Butler, Cleveland Farrell. Like, you have all these dudes playing that position, and these guys are paid from free agency. Farrell's here from the draft, so he can sit his ass for a year. And it's not uncommon that when the Patriots brought players, it wasn't uncommon for them to sit players for a year. So they knew the system, they learned their deal. And I'm not saying that they're Patriots, but the system they learn from is motherfucking Patriots. So it doesn't matter if people say, well, this ain't it. The system is. They didn't just fucking forget the system. That's what they were bred in. That's what they've been for 20 fucking years. Josh has only known that. That's what he's known.
The only difference is, like, Ziegler's a little more aggressive in, like, draft and free agency.
Well, dude,
I agree, dude. I think I've mentioned on another live, guys. Like, I think we had the conversation. I think it was Wednesday or Monday, but his move to go get Devontae is a very anti-Patriots move. To go ahead and trade 2 premium picks for Devontae. Obviously, Devontae is a premium player, elite guy, in my opinion, future Hall of Famer. But that's actually like a very like non-England move for him to do that. So I was actually like really surprised that
Ziegler made a very big statement.
But I think he made a baller move, because this shit's gonna go down in history later on when he says we used Derek Carr to go get fucking Devontae Adams and shafted him and made him the face of the NFL and went on and won a Super Bowl. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, from
Yo, if Devontae Adams wins the Super Bowl with us, Ziegler just made the biggest scandal on freaking history is screw over Derek Carr.
Yeah, but then at the same time, you have Ziegler, who gave Chandler Jones a 3-year, $51 million contract, and I can't let him slide for that, dude, because that was a dumbass contract to give to a 31-year-old pass rusher.
Yeah, but I've seen other people do contracts like those. And
you always have that one player that didn't deserve the contract.
But it doesn't really hurt you, okay? Because I get the contract physically. When you look at paper, it's like 3-year, $51 million or something of that factor, 17.5 a year. And if you were to cut them, you're gonna eat like fucking $20 million of it. It's a massive deal, right? But I've seen contracts like this be used in the past before, where, for instance, they owe it. And look, they're not afraid of dead cap. They got $50 million of it in dead cap right fucking now.
They cut a lot of players, and then they had dead cap.
Exactly. But this is what I've seen in the past that I've watched on numerous teams. A player at $17.5 million, you're probably never going to move off of him because nobody's going to take it. But I've watched other teams say, you take 7.5 of that, we'll take 10 of it, and we'll take the player. Because now it's only costing them $10 million, and it's costing us 7.5, which they just put the dead cap anyways, and that's it. That's nothing for them. It's just like the car. If they drop them, it's 5.6 million dead cap.
Dude,
Like
we need
they're
that. We
not
need that guy
afraid
to
of the
retire,
cap.
dude. We need Chandler to
I
retire
think
because
it's
I'm
going to
looking at the
depend on
contract
his
right now.
injury. It's going to depend on his injury because look at Chandler. Chandler might be getting hyped because he's like, bro, look at the way we were playing at the end. We might have these guys next year. Defense is going to be better. You know what I mean? You might get Chandler hype right now because of the possibilities going into the off season. So I
I
agree.
try
We
to
need
get
to
that
get
guy
him.
restructured. I try to get that guy restructured.
You're gonna have to ask him for sure because you're gonna have to. But how do you do that when you're like, fuck, this is a New England guy.
He
We
also
seek
has the
after him.
potential outage. They can cut him in the 2024 offseason. So like next
Yeah,
offseason, they can just
but
cut him.
that's the end of his contract too. So it's like you're stuck with him for 2 years no matter what.
Yeah, it's 2 years. I think Ziegler should have made it like a 1 year deal with like a bunch of incentives in there, like
I
like
think you
sack
can
numbers and
either.
Pro
I
Bowl
think,
and
like you
shit.
said, the two options to me would be to trade off him and eat $7 million straight up because I think you can get rid of him for 10 million, no problem. I think someone would want him for 10. But so you would just eat 7 million or ask him to restructure. Period. Like because otherwise, I mean, and like I said, if his injury is bad and bad enough, he'll just fucking retire anyway. So you won't have a choice. But what happened to him anyways? I can't even remember what the
It
fuck
was a
happened to
bad
him.
elbow injury.
Yeah, so
His arm got twisted.
yeah, so I don't know how bad it is or not. But if I was just gonna guess, I'm guessing we're gonna probably see him here next year. The only thing I would hope is that we draft somebody in the draft that will take that spot when he leaves, like straight
Oh yeah,
up. So
you definitely have to draft a defensive end.
fuck yeah, you do, and you gotta
So you got
listen.
to draft two, dude.
It wouldn't be bad for Chandler to be a mentor for a year. If you like, let's just say that we get a DN in the second round, right? And you let Chandler mentor him here because we're already into the money regardless. And if he restructures and brings it down, let's say from 17 to like 12 or 13, probably 12 would be a lot better. But and then he gets a mentor underneath Chandler. Chandler's got a high energy and he's a very knowledgeable fucking guy. So it wouldn't be a bad dude to mentor him. It's just you don't want to do it at $18 million pretty much.
That's an expensive assistant coach, dude. I'd rather just have Max do
Yeah,
the mentoring.
that's bad. That's bad.
Nah,
But
at
for
that
10
point they'll
million,
probably
12
Max would
million's
be
not
like that
expensive.
crackhead
12
teacher.
million ain't expensive. Max is getting 25 fucking million dollars. 12 million dollars is
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
expensive.
Max would be a James White teacher, freaking Breaking Bad teacher. They'd be like, nah, this how the heck is he gonna teach him how to be a crackhead every game and scare an offensive line every game? That dude has his motor is way too high to teach anyone how to use it.
Yeah, I just think like there's so many possibilities that can happen here that can be good possibilities for the team because people got to look at this game like I think it's a tryout for Stidham 100% to see how could he go point for point with Mahomes because that's what's going to matter. Does Stidham make the play like he did where he got cracked in the mouth and started bleeding? That makes a crucial point. And can the defense fucking back up Stidham enough to be able to fucking give him a stop or two? Like if the Raiders give them a stop or two at the end of that game, we win. Like we win against the Niners, straight the fuck up, getting ready to go to the Super Bowl, getting ready to go to the playoffs, fucking won 8 fucking games in a row.
We beat the Rams, dude.
Like that's all I'm saying is like we have chance to be able to say, hey, we damn near beat the fucking Niners and we beat your ass in the Chiefs.
I think I did make a post of this. I'm gonna try to find it.
But that's all I'm saying. Stidham would be more solidified in there, and then that would help us going into the off. Because I'm telling you, dude, I swear to God, I think they got to get fucking C.J. Stroud, man. If C.J. Stroud can come in the system and play ball like Jared did, but C.J. Stroud, motherfucker, we're gonna kill it, bro. We will kill it. Like PJ Stroud has got a great fucking arm, and he is accurate. He's got great mobility, dude. He's got great. Look up his pocket presence for being sacked. You think I'm full of shit? Look up his sack rate in college, dude. And the whole time he's played there, he has a 12.7 sack rate in the pocket. That's fucking crazy,
All right.
bro. That's
So okay,
crazy.
I found it. Okay, I found it. So I put this after the Niners game. If Raiders didn't lose games where they had a 10-point lead, their record right now, like say if they won all the games where they had at least a 10-point lead, their record right now would be 12-4. They'd be the second seed and one game away from either clinching the first seed or winning the AFC West. If they
Sad,
didn't
dude.
Crazy.
lose, if they only didn't lose the 17-point leads, they'd be 9-7, one game away from clinching the seventh seed. If they
Shit.
won every one score game, they'd be 15-1, already clinched the first seed. If they won games where they lost by at most a field goal, they'd be 11-5, the fifth seed, one game away from winning the AFC West. So if they just didn't lose all them one score games, they would be like the top 3 in AFC right now.
I
And
need a box of Kleenex.
that's even saying that with fucking Hollins and fucking Foster and fucking Cole and DJ Turner. Like fucking that shit matters when you're saying shit like that, dude. Because if you were just to swap them out with one more decent player, like we'd be probably killing it. So
No hands, Cole.
yeah, fuck yeah.
DJ
God, him
who?
and
DJ
yeah, fuck
who? I haven't seen that dude all year.
yeah, that's facts. I ain't seen half these fucking guys all year. I mean, like I said, I think our leading receivers are Devontae Hollins and fucking Foster. Like fucking crazy, man. I mean, Waller might be up there now because of this last game, but I just think with fucking it says if Devontae catches it, we will win.
Hey guys, I'm actually like I'm in the camp of, and I'm still thinking this
Hey,
through,
Obi,
but
that's facts, bro. That's facts, Obi. I mean, one more yard and we beat the Rams, 100%.
yeah, that is true. So guys, I'm in the camp of if Stidham plays as well as he did or close to the level of his play on Sunday against the Niners and he plays similarly tomorrow, I'm in the camp of hey, let's ride with Stidham and I see the defense
Oh yeah, that's what we said too. Yeah.
as being such a liability. Like let's just draft defense and take the best defensive player in the first round and focus on that and worry
I want
about
to
the
do that.
quarterback.
To be honest, I don't know
The
if I want
defense,
to.
so look, yeah, I think you have to go quarterback for multiple reasons. One, when's the next time you're going to be back up there again? And right now, you only have Caleb and Drake that are going to be coming out next year that are really next level fucking talent. Like they're fucking phenomenal next level talent. So unless you can guarantee yourself in that pick next year, what are you waiting till Archie and that other kid that's going to be taken to Tennessee right now next year? Fucking can't remember that kid's name, but I'll remember in a minute. But long story short, I think listen, the draft in this year's draft is so deep in defense, you don't gotta take one in the first round. And let's just say you trade Carr. Let's say you trade Carr and you get a first round, but it's a late first round. You're still getting a good ass defensive player. Like they got good defensive players through this whole draft. We keep mocking and people are mocking the defensive player up here in the top 10 and they think that's only good because they ain't had to mock down later.
Bro, that's why I
There's
need this
good
car trade
players
to
later in
happen,
the
bro.
draft by far, and they're good all the way till like the third and fourth round that could make game changers on your team. Like this defensive draft in the college, coming out of college, is pretty fucking deep. So, I mean, what did they say? There's top 60 players in there that can fucking be franchise players on the defensive side this year. So, I would go Stroud hundreds. I'm telling you. I mean, I don't care if it's Levis. I would prefer Stroud 100%. I would 100% prefer Stroud because when you just
Same
look at
here.
the way they're in the system, the way that Jared played, people can say, "Well, Josh isn't." It does fucking bullshit. Jared played that shit as a run pass fucking system, and he fucking killed it, dude. And if he goes into the Chiefs game and does that shit again, I don't want to hear no motherfucker say, oh, he didn't scheme, he didn't get motherfucker, he just carved up multi motherfuckers like that, dude. So now you got to be honest and say
Just went
that
toe to toe
defense
against
is
the number
shit.
one defense and offense.
Yeah, they're gonna be like that defense is shit. this fucking guy, this kid come in 2 games, put up 30+ points and can't get a fucking win. Like, okay. Like, you ain't going to have a choice but to know that the
Imagine that
defense
your
is
first
garbage.
your first ever start in the NFL against the #1 defense, you put 34 points on them and you lost.
So, look, I would tell you this right here. If you know in 2 games, like, right, if you knew in 2 games that CJ, or not CJ Stroud, but if Jared Stidham was your franchise quarterback, I would go defense in the first pick. But if you can't answer that question and say that that Stidham is your franchise quarterback, you don't have a choice but to take Stroud. I mean, fuck, let's be
yeah. I
real.
mean, I've
Let's
been
be
saying,
real.
like I've
Let's
been
be
saying,
real.
Dustin.
CJ Stroud will be a franchise quarterback. You can't argue his talent. He's not like a lot of these other quarterbacks that's come from there. This kid
You
got
just
poise
have
in
to
the
hope
pocket,
that the
poise arm,
circumstances
poise
fit.
running. Like, he's not dumb. He's not dumb educated. The kid is a very smart fucking kid.
I
So
agree, dude. If we take a quarterback, it should be Stroud, and this is why I've been, hard on
even if it's
Ziegler and
Bryce,
McDaniels.
even if you got Bryce, I hate Bryce. Like, I don't like Bryce because he's a small little
Yeah, but
bastard.
Texans are gonna take
But
Bryce.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
but check
saying.
this.
But if you have a pick at either one of those two, I'll take either one of them.
Yeah, but check this out, guys. So I've been hard on Ziegler and McDaniels because I think it's pretty clear. I think we could all agree that before this season started, they were obviously not sold on Carr because they structured the contract accordingly, right? So to
Yeah, I've
get
been
out of
saying
it
that.
in the
What's the
event that,
loophole?
yeah, with the loophole, right? In
He
the
should
event
fire
that
his
we're that
agent
this
for that too.
yeah, in the event that Carr doesn't, succeed in this system or whatever. And they didn't
Yeah,
trade
but
him at the but
so look at this. So look at this. You ever think about why Carr chose to leave and not put up an argument or say anything publicly or anything? Because maybe at that table they told Carr, "Hey, if you don't perform to the end of this season, we will have to move on." We're taking it as when they gave him that contract that everything was fucking lovey-dovey. That, oh fuck, thank you, you're our fucking go forward. If that was the case, why didn't they just do the 4 years right off the get-go? Because they knew. Just people didn't fucking pay attention because they told you right there when that contract was done that they
yeah,
already talked about that at that table. They talked about it at the table. That shit is not just something that's looked past. They literally sat there and was like, Carr, if you don't perform to this deal,
Out of all
we're
the
going to have to move off
contracts,
and go on. But if you do perform up to where we need, you got a 3-year, $40 million contract coming behind it.
yeah, it was
So
essentially a prove it contract for sure. But this is where I come in, Dustin. So I think because I agree, 2 games is too small of a sample size to properly assess Jarrett Stidham
yep.
and determine whether or not he's actually our franchise quarterback going
#1
forward.
defense, #1 offense.
I would have wished, guys, I would have actually wished if we would have benched DC earlier so this guy could have a larger sample
I
size
would
for
have
us to
benched DC
evaluate.
after the Saints game. If you couldn't even make it past the 50-yard line.
I think it kind of speaks a little. I don't know if I would have done that because so look, I think when there's a lot of things that happen when you go too early into the season and put a quarterback because one, you might have the energy of the team that's falling down. You have fucking where maybe 1 minute you're high and the next minute you're low, where they've already experienced in this as him as like Carr. So I don't know if you want to brainwash your fucking guy to get fucking high low, high low, high low. Where I think they kind of did it perfectly. They literally came out like people are sitting there saying like, "You guys didn't win the game." You're right, we didn't win the game,
We
but
scared you.
Stidham come in and fucking damn near beat your ass, motherfucker. What the hell are you talking about? He
We did
didn't
scare you
win the
though.
game.
We made you
Like,
guys
we won
think
the
you were
game
gonna lose.
morally. Honestly, this is our backup, bro. Come beat your ass, like straight up. We ain't playing. We're not playing Purdy. Purdy playing our defense. We're playing their defense. #1 defense in the NFL, bro. Like, that's the thing people aren't understanding. Like, I get that Purdy ain't the, all the great quarterback. Motherfucker put up 37 points. What the hell you mean? Like, their offense put up 37 points. So he still puts up points. He had 2 touchdowns, 38 yards, dude. So, I mean, the guy puts up touchdowns and he scores and 37 points, no matter however you want to cut
He's
it.
reliable.
But
It was basically the battle of systematic QBs.
Yeah, and this is how I look at it: is Purdy went against the 24th ranked fucking defense that's trash. We give up all kind of big plays, and McCaffrey carved our ass up. But there's a difference that Stidham went against the number one fucking defense. He ain't going against the 24th. He ain't going against that. He went against the number one and fucking gave it. He shredded him, bro. I mean, that motherfucker was carving him up. So that's what there's a difference when you look at the game when you're looking at it from both ways. He went against number one defense and put up phenomenal stats. Purdy went against the 24th fucking defense and still struggled at times and only put up 37. So I mean, you think about it. If fucking Mahomes got over the, well, I'm not gonna say that because, like I say, division games, things
Heck, that
like
was the
that.
first time
37,
Purdy. That was the first
37
time
points,
Purdy had to
37
catch
points.
up in a game.
Yeah, 37 points, 37 points. That's all I want to say in that point because I just think Stidham is going to shock a lot more people than they think, man. Some guys sit back long enough, they get a chance. He's right at the end of the season. He played at a very high level. This will determine how well I think Purdy is. Is this next game will determine, is he carry that high? Does he play the same? Or does he fall off the fucking cliff? And if he falls off the cliff, then you got to think about, well, if you get into the off season, you're there for fucking 6 to 8 months. It's a long time. He can probably fall off even more in there. So you wouldn't want to make that move. If he goes in there and beats fucking Patrick Mahomes, I mean, there's no way you can't think about it or even as an option because he fucking did something that we ain't done in fucking but 3 times in the last 10 years. So it has to be an option. But I agree. I think the final key factor is going to come down to is you only got 2 games of him playing in a regular season and it's too risky to fucking say if he's going to be the franchise quarterback. That's why I keep saying, CJ, welcome to the Raiders,
Yeah,
CJ
but
Stroud.
you know what, Justin? I think we could agree though. The guy's been in the system, right? 4 years, drafted in 2019. He studied under Brady. He followed, he followed Carr out here to Las Vegas. So he's been under 2 like really good quarterbacks. And based on his performance against the Niners on Sunday, I think we could all agree the guy isn't terrible, right? Like he could manage the offense and carry it forward. Maybe not at the super elite level, but
I
his
think
what I'm
people
trying to
need to
say is
go
his
back and watch his tape,
what
though.
but
Like, watch that
what I'm
game
trying to
again.
say, yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like his floor isn't that low, you know? Like it has
No,
to
hell
be
no.
actually like pretty high because he knows the system. He's been in it for a number of years. So even if you ride with Stidham, I don't think we would be in necessarily a really bad spot going forward.
I mean, Stidham shows you that he has play capability. That's what matters.
Yeah.
I just
I
need
think the thing that
this
Stidham,
game to start already.
I think the thing Stidham offers that's a really high trait is how fast he can get through his progressions and still be aware about it. So I think that's a massive fucking trait to have is to get through your progressions and still be aware of the field. And then not only that, he has the get through the progressions and take off running trait. That's a massive trait, man, in these type of days. And not only Josh Allen does it really good, dude. Like he'll look through his progressions, drop and take off running for fucking 10, 15 yards. You know, like when you have that type of memory where when you're looking through something, you can remember how this side of the field is playing or how he rolls off a guy over here and then throws it back over there. Like Carr doesn't do that shit. This fool did it in his first game. Like people can say luck, but maybe they need to go back and watch the game because maybe they need to go back and watch the game again because there are a lot of strategic plays where for instance, you had Denham roll out to Waller. He literally rolled out of that fucking deal and was deadlocked on Waller the whole fucking way. And then he fucking lobbed it right over the top of him because he knew Waller was already over the top. Like that shit he already knew. Like he knew that shit was going to happen because he's ran that play hell of times. He's familiar. I haven't seen Carr do that all year. I haven't seen Carr do that all fucking year. You know, there's plays where he looked through the progression and he dropped down to Jacobs in the screen. Fucking, he dotted him. Watch the video. If you think I'm full of shit, watch how he looks through it and he gets over here and he has all these guys moving over here because that's how he's carrying them over. And then just like this, just goes whoop, and just throws it right to him because he fucking knew and he looked him off to do it. Like That type of shit is just because he's been there and seen how it works, how the system works, how it draws people off. Like he has the play. Listen, I would be 100% confident with them to say that we're going to roll into next year with Stidham if we fix the defense. I believe Stidham can put up. Stidham just put up 34. Why couldn't he go out there and put up 24, 27, and have a defense that can keep teams to fucking 20? Like have team defense that can keep them to 22. I don't really care. Like Josh put up the points in his system, man. Like I 100% believe the motherfucker will. There's no doubt. You go back, the defense sucks. Fuck that defense. Fucking kick it. I don't. That fucking.
Yeah. Hey.
I get that people will argue that. Oh, sorry.
Let's talk about what position will help our defense out in free agency.
Linebacker.
I think that's one of your topics, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and then let's go to Sergio's topic afterwards too, because that's a good one.
Linebacker. I would sign a free agent linebacker.
Just in free agency, what would help our? And I know I'm on two different screens
because the draft. Because I've been looking at this draft, I don't like the linebackers.
I know. Where's it? What's your computer doing? I'm gonna take this one off for right now.
Put her backstage. I muted myself over there. Nah, so not counting the draft, just straight free agency. What's the number one position that we would need to go after?
Well, that's why I said linebacker.
Yeah, see, me and Sergio's on the same shit.
Because I don't trust the draft for these linebackers, but a lot of the linebackers are heading to free agency. I think you can get some of them, and some of them on a cheap deal that can still produce pretty well to help out Denzel Perryman. And heck, Denzel Perryman has been playing better ever since he's been with us.
I don't know though, man. I would go, but we could say that he's a liability in passing down. Can we say that?
Denzel's been ranked top 10 in linebackers in the coverage.
Okay, but now here comes back to the system shit. Okay. Do you guys agree that 56 Lange played pretty fucking good against the Niners? Yep. Never even playing in the system, never played a fucking game. He only practiced with the team for 2 fucking games. Was that guy not all over the fucking field?
Yep, he was all over. He's a one that we should look at.
What do you guys think? I want to make sure not just one person thinks that, but what do you guys think?
He was moving around that linebacking. He was going in, like wherever he needed, he was there to do tackles. The same goes for
Sergio? What do you think about him? Did he or no?
I mean, yeah, I did kind of see him all over.
And making plays right on the line. So this is what I'm trying to keep saying. If you get $60 million, right? Perryman is no longer a $2 million quarterback, no more than Stenham's going to be a $2 million quarterback. He's going to be 10. Then you're taking a guy like Perryman and you're going to move him to $5 or $7 million. Well, and who knows if he wants more? You know what I mean? But I'm just going to say, like, let's just be there. But now, let's look at this. Well, Langley just come in, only played in the system for 2 fucking practices, played at a pretty fucking high level, and I'm going to sign him for fucking $1 million. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is what these guys are doing. They did it with Tyler Hall. Tyler Hall just now, $1 million, and then he's playing really good football. You know, you're gonna do it with Tillery. You're gonna do it with numerous fucking people. So that's all I'm saying is that's all I'm saying is that I think these guys are gonna move more in the direction of why pay these dudes hella money when all we got to do is put them in the system and get the people we need. And I've said this: they've made 4 or 3 crucial ads over here. The Tillery, the fucking 4. Let's look at it. Dron Harmon too. Dron Harmon playing fire as fuck.
Every position, if you think about it, if you think at every position on the defense, they got somebody that knew how to play their defense. Look, defensive end, Chandler Jones.
If we do not keep Raiders Down Under, if we do not keep Rocket Sin, I will flip out. Because that dude did when Hobbs went out, when Hobbs went out, the secondary had to rely on him because he was the only one not
we
giving up
could
a
say
single
that.
touchdown.
We could say like Rockison was our number one DB.
I don't
We could
want
all
Devin
agree.
White because the only reason that Devin White pans out is because of Levante David.
I'd
Man,
be
Devin
good if
White
we
is
got
not
Levante
coverage
David.
linebacker. I'm not taking him. But what were you saying,
Hey, Dustin,
Cortez?
I told what was I? I was just saying, at every position on the defense, we have somebody that has played that position before, except corner, I think.
I mean,
So,
they traded for Rocky Sin for a reason.
yeah, I think they're
Yeah,
going to
so a
try to
reason, so that
re-sign
works.
Rocky.
Hey,
There probably
and
favors
can
in
we
him with him
agree?
getting injured right here.
And can we all agree that Rockison was our number one DB
Definitely,
corner
he didn't give up. He only gave up one touchdown all season.
Yep,
all season? That's
Yeah,
solid,
hands
bro.
down, he was the best
And
DB. Yeah.
hey, bro, and they need to
I was
move.
so mad that no one, like the media, didn't talk about him. I'm like, this dude's been shutting down everyone.
But that's what I'm
They
saying.
need
Give
to.
him another guy on the opposite side, and bam, and move Nate Hobbs back to the fucking
And
slot, and then you're
apparently,
gonna have
since
Tyler Hall backing up, dude. I mean, you got a pretty good core right there. Webb and
week
Abu.
10, apparently since week 10, and Meek Robinson has been balling out. He's been by average letting, I think, a passer rating
Meek
of
needs to go to
74.
safety, free safety. He needs to play
I
safety.
remember we've been talking about that. I think Meek would ball out sort of as a strong safety because
I think he would kill it, dude.
Because he
just put him
can
as a strong.
cover. It's just that his size is gonna
Yeah,
kill him.
strong safety. I don't know,
Yeah.
dude. Yeah, like I think he's more of a free safety if he plays safety. I like my strong safeties to be have more size on them. So they can
And
come
what's
down
the other
the field.
question? So this is my other question. What are we gonna do with Merrick?
I think they're gonna keep him. They're gonna try to get something out of
You
him.
don't have a choice but to
I
keep
personally
him.
want to cut him, dude, or trade him.
Yeah, bro, he's not like we have seen him.
Because you can't get rid of
Bro,
him
I
because
watched
then you
him
only have
play a
Boy,
lot of
one.
football guys.
man, you'd really be fucking the pooch if you do that, man, because now you just cut your fucking quarterback, and Morick was the second highest graded safety in the fucking deal, and he played good under you might as well shoot yourself in the face, man. Like,
I do
Yeah,
feel
but
like
you know what,
Morg
Dustin?
is just
So just real
struggling
quick,
in the system.
real quick.
so look,
So like
this is
with
why.
Merrick,
Oh,
just real quick. So like with Merrick, he obviously succeeded in Gus Bradley's cover 3, right? But he's not that instrumental of a defensive player that we would switch up our scheme in order to make him successful. I've seen enough through 16 games now to realize that he's not going to be successful in this scheme, dude. He's got to be
yeah,
the
but
worst
I'll argue the best.
tackling
I'll argue it because
safety in the
listen,
league.
I'll tell you the difference why he was successful in Gus's and not here. In Gus's system, he had a motherfucking cornerback by the name of fucking Hayward that was right underneath there, always doing his fucking
Also,
job.
Nate
And this
Hobbs.
guy got a Meek motherfucking Robinson and fucking Webb. He doesn't have the players to play underneath him for him to be able to play his. He's playing two separate areas
Also,
the
Hobbs
whole
last
time.
season in his rookie season, Hobbs was rated as the #1 slot corner.
Just a second, dude. So that being said, though, like there are some basic things that I see that Merrick just has as inherent flaws. Like his leverage and tackling are just terrible. Like
Heck, the dude
he's
doesn't
just
even
like
know
a
how to
really
catch an
bad tackler, and
interception.
as a safety,
Hey,
I need my safeties to
hey,
tackle.
Yeah, but
and he
dude, at
can't tackle.
TCU, he killed it and he lurked the field on both sides, free safety, strong
guess
safety,
who's
and
gonna
murdered
be?
motherfuckers. Like, the
He's
guy
not
is
doing
no
that in the league,
slouch.
dude. He's not doing that in the league.
The one
Hey,
thing that
Yeah,
makes me
them
so mad
coaches
about
better get
Morg is
on their
how many
fucking.
times
I'd
he's
probably
dropping
start talking to
interceptions.
fucking. Listen, Rob Milas got good play out of him. Why is it fucking Chris Ash and Jason Simmons? Those are guys I'd probably be talking to about that because Ron Milas played just fine with him back there, and motherfucking Jason Simmons and Chris Ash ain't fucking doing it. Like, and again, I would argue the fact that Mork hasn't had the play underneath him to be able to make sure he can just take care of himself because there's a lot of times where Mork's out of position and he's down there, and I think he's trying to compensate to make up for like where they're at. So I would say I'm playing Mork next year 100% because if you improve the corners if you improve the corners, I would draft a safety because of Deron Harmon. If I'm drafting a safety, it's because Deron Harmon, because he's getting older. You need somebody to replace. So worst case scenario is Deron Harmon plays well. If Morick doesn't, then you move the guy you just drafted over there and try him. And if Morick plays well, you got your safety for Deron when he retires. But or
I got a
yeah, probably
safety in
retires.
this draft that's a killer, Dustin.
You gotta, like I said, what are you gonna say about Hobbs? Because there's no fucking way anybody can sit here and say Hobbs is just killing it right now. Hobbs has been playing out of position. He hasn't been
He's out of
tackling.
position. He's on outside corner.
That
Yeah,
hand
but
injury probably messed
but
him up.
it's okay for him, but it ain't all right for fucking Morick, right? Like they have fucking people that are not playing in their scheme the way that they need to, so they can play the way they have, and he can play
And the
out, and then
crazy
they
thing,
can come up with an excuse. But Morick, when it happens to him, there's no
but the
excuse.
crazy
Like,
thing is, hey Dustin, but the crazy thing tomorrow we're gonna see him on Kelsey. He was on Kelsey before. He's been on everybody's tight end.
yeah, but fuck, you know who? Fucking Morick?
Hmm
Nah, they
Yeah,
had
but
everyone
fuck
on
you.
Kelsey.
That
They had
fucking
Kelsey
motherfucker
and
had 24 or 26 yards and 4 touchdowns,
they
bro.
had 3 guys
Yeah,
cover Kelsey, and Kelsey
and
still
that's
got
who's
4
gonna
touchdowns.
mostly be.
That
Yeah,
just shows how good Kelsey is.
Yeah, I'm just really low on Maury, guys, because of his tackling ability. It just bothers the fuck out of me seeing game after game the guy just doing all these arm tackles.
Hey,
You know what?
It
I
just
want to
really bothers
fucking,
me.
hey, bro, they don't wrap up
I
anymore.
said,
If I
hey, you
notice,
know what's funny about this? So Graf and all these fools, Graf, Scout, all these motherfuckers told me no. I said I wanted motherfucking what's his name over there? The
Holland,
fucking yeah,
Holland
I said Javon Holland, dude. Go watch all the videos on there, Les. I said Javon
from
Holland all
Oregon
the way,
too, bro.
baby.
You know
Gonna
him.
be best
You know
motherfucking
him
Hey
safety
yo,
out
personally.
there.
that's why I say
No,
this
no,
draft.
no. Look
This
at that
draft, I
fool was
want
a
Christian
dog.
Gonzalez from Oregon. I promise you,
I
he's gonna
told
be
him
good.
about Drake London too. I called the Drake London. I called all those motherfuckers, man. Like that's how I just think fucking. I think fucking more. I loved Holland. I would have loved, but we weren't getting Holland no matter what because Holland went. Miami took him and they were before us, so we weren't getting him anyways. I just think fuck,
Yeah,
man.
I'm just like very,
I'm
very particular, like what I want out of a
add my
safety, dude.
backup
And number
one.
one on my list is always tackling. And if a safety can't tackle, then I mean they're pretty worthless in my book, dude. Like
Yeah, but you got to
even
think if you're taking 12 picks, dude, and you can't address every spot on the defense and hope they all pan out. Like
yeah, I mean
you
it's not
got to
realistic.
yeah, because that's 12, 15 picks, and then they're not all hitting. And then if you're saying like you're risking a pick on a spot that should already be there, I mean, sophomore slumps happen to a lot of great players, so it's not uncommon. Second year production falls off. What would happen is how bad does he want to be good next year? Like I think that'd probably be more in there. But long story short, and I would just give him next year. He sucks. Oh well, go after him after that. And like I said, you can pick. I think it's more crucial that we pay attention to linebackers, the corners. Fucking line and corners are got to be the most crucial thing going in there because and DN. You got to have a guy to match or to match Max Crosby's energy. Have to. So I just think freaking. I just think I don't know. I don't think we should.
Let's go.
Sorry, he just messaged it in there. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the sad thing is like we
free
just need
agent.
help at every level on defense, every level.
Yeah, because I believe if we picked up 2 corners that were good corners that add value to the actual cornerback position, then Morick doesn't get hung out as much, and then you still have Harmon still playing pretty free. But let's be honest, why was Harmon playing pretty good? Because he had Rocky fucking Sin over there that was playing his side of the field pretty fucking well. We had a meek motherfucking Robinson over here with motherfucking with Morick. So I mean that's not fair. That's not even fucking fair. Motherfucker getting beat on already as it is. And he's got to be over here covering linebackers coming up, wide receivers outside. Like he don't even get the fair competition as fucking Rocky and fucking Harmon, Deron Harmon are having. So I just say a lot of that shit matters, especially when it comes in there. Yes, is he off? I'm not gonna argue that, but fucking Nate Hobbs is off too. So, but I still think Nate Hobbs is a great player, and Mork has shown he could be a good player. So, if it was me, I would risk the one more year. I would fucking, like I say, draft one later on. But I think it's more crucial in the draft to either nail a DN right off the get go, linebacker off the get go, or fucking corner off the get go. Like I think those are three most crucial points that we need to get. And like say, if we go into the say we do the draft, they're gonna play. If they know like Mork ain't playing well, you still got free agency to make that fucking deal and trade Mork off out of there. So
I really wish we had 2 first-round picks.
we very well could here in the
We
next
might,
fucking
dude.
month.
If we
Put you in
do
the
have 2
car.
first-round picks, man, I so want Christian Gonzalez from Oregon.
Yeah, dude's a beast.
I swear to God, he's gonna be the best corner in this draft. And everyone's
He's
overtizing.
good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, he's really good. So I don't know, man, because I don't know. There oh man, I don't know, because isn't Porter he's a cornerback, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah, and that guy comes from fucking Hall of Fame pedigree. I mean, that's tough because guys like those guys, and you got I know we're getting off the court. I shouldn't, but Marvin Jr.
Marvin Harrison.
they
That
should.
little
Man, I
motherfucker.
hope they draft a corner in the early rounds because this cornerback room is deep.
That's what I'm saying. They got good players here, and you're right. I like that kid a lot, dude. I'm just saying, like you got guys like Porter. He's a fucking first round pick, I think, isn't he? Isn't he projected first round
Yeah,
pick?
He's
Yeah, he is.
projected, yeah.
there's like
Steelers.
5 corners that are projected as like an
Yeah,
early first round pick.
The Steelers are trying to get him because of his dad. And that's the thing I'm just saying. Like when you got players like those, they're Hall of Fame, fucking come from that's our rival, dude. And that's like you're not just getting a guy that I think when you got bloodline certain guys like them, he didn't get to college and make the NFL for no reason. You know what I mean? So
It
I would
matters.
yeah, fuck yeah it does. I mean that guy could fucking matter pretty big. So that's all I say is like I think fucking there's a lot of good picks right there, dude. I mean,
Yeah, but what we need first and foremost, guys, on the cornerback position, we need guys who could play man, like man-to-man press.
The
We
top
need
3
those types of
guys are
cornerbacks.
Ringo, Gonzalez, and Porter.
They could play man.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what we need.
but I
I
like
think
Gonzalez because he can
Porter
play
would be
because Gonzalez he can play every scheme that you throw at him. Like I don't know. And he's like the tallest corner in this draft, and he can run like a 4.3.
Dude, this is a complete tangent, but like Sauce Gardner might be the best rookie cornerback that I've seen in like the past like 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Like it's insane.
Bro,
I want that guy so
love my
bad, dude.
favorite
That
debate
guy's
this year
insane,
is the
dude.
Tyreek Woolen and Sauce Gardner because you got one rookie who like loves to get the picks and he's like known well because he got the picks, but then you got one guy, Sauce Gardner, he doesn't really get picks, but he shuts down every wide receiver.
They don't throw in his direction.
Because no one wants to throw it at him.
That's like the Byron Jones fucking Xavier Howard debate, dude. You know, Xavier Howard gets the picks because no one wants to throw at Byron Jones. You know, so
yeah.
Heck, Aiden Hutchinson's the first, I think, defensive lineman that's got like, I think 3 interceptions in their first year. Which is funny that Aiden Hutchinson has 3 interceptions and he's a defensive lineman.
Dude's a beast. I mean, his dad was in the league too, right? Talking about bloodlines. Wasn't he in the league too?
Yeah.
I think so. I think his dad was drafted like a 3rd or 4th round pick.
like I said, I mean, they got a lot of options you can go through this deal. If you did get 2 picks, I mean, and you never know. Fucking, I know, like, I don't think Jeff Saturday is going to be the coach there. Like, I really don't. I think if you're looking at the Colts, you're going to want to fucking get a legitimate head coach. Like, you want a legitimate head coach, I would think.
The question
So for
is,
me,
are the Colts going to continue the QB carousel?
but
That's the one
I
question.
think Carr would be the best option out of the ones they've traded for. I mean, I'm taking Carr over Wentz. I'm taking Carr over Matt Ryan all fucking day long. So I don't even know if that's even an argument. So I think, but the problem is this is where the real problem becomes. Does Carr really want to go there for Jonathan Taylor and fucking Michael Pittman? Like that, I don't know if I would do that. Like, that's why I don't think the Colts are a favor for Carr's destination in any way,
That's
shape, or
why
form.
I feel like it's not going to happen.
I don't
Where
think
do
he
you
goes there
think
at
Carr's
all.
gonna go?
Let's be real about the Colts real quick, right? Let's just see with all the options on the table. This is why he ain't going that fucking team. One, they don't know who the fucking head coach is for goddamn fact. Jonathan Taylor fucking been injured, fucking, and who knows, this one could be one that probably affects him or not. But outside of that, you only have fucking Michael Pittman, so he's pretty much, he is no Devontae Adams. So basically, you're back in the same situation as you were here. Devontae, Pittman, fucking Jacobs, fucking Taylor. And I'm not saying that Pittman is Devontae. I'm saying that's his number one is Pittman.
Plus,
So
yes, they have a top 10 defense, but if they get a new head coach, you don't know if that defense is going to be the same.
facts, and he don't. If he get a new head coach, it's probably not going to be Gus Bradley coaching that fucking team and the defense. So can change the whole way that thing's projected. So I don't think Colts is destination. Why would you go to the Colts if Brady leaves the Tampa Bay? Like if Tampa Bay, man, fucking not only Tampa Bay, the Saints got a better fucking team. I mean, you got multiple teams over here that got way better rosters than the Colts. I would put the Colts at like no. That's what I would do
Hey,
because
that's I like to thank Carr's brother then for helping us narrow down which teams might be the ones.
yeah, because then you got to start looking at like the Saints. The Saints have a good owner. Dennis Allen, I don't know if that even matters. I mean, fucking Dennis Allen ain't no great coach,
It
but
doesn't
he
sound like
does
they want
have
to move on
Alvin.
from him.
Kamara. He has fucking Michael Thomas. He has frickin'
Chris Olave.
Olave. He has Callaway. So he has some good weapons over there. Then you got fucking Taysom Hill can be your tight end. I don't even know who their tight end, but and they got a good defense. So they do got a good defense. So there's one. Then you got, like I said, Tampa's another one. They're fucking good on offense and defense, dude. I mean, the only one I would question would be like because like I said, I don't know if I'd want to go to Tennessee because Tennessee has Henry, which they run the ball through him a lot. But fucking Burke sucks, dude. That guy's a pussy, man. Like that guy's a straight bitch. So I don't know if I'd want to even play with that dude. Like motherfucker might fucking sneeze on himself and got to take himself out of the game. So I don't know if I'm going over there because I don't even know who else their fucking receivers are after him. So I don't think Tennessee would be an option for me. Washington, you got Scary Terry. Fucking Washington can be intriguing because fucking yeah, fucking Scary Terry. Man,
But they
what's that
might
other
fire Ron Rivera.
Samuels?
Hey
Then
guys,
he
you
has
guys knew that Terry McLaurin was going to be a Raider, dude. That Mayock was actually aiming to use the third round pick that we traded for AB for Terry McLaurin. That actually came out later. Isn't that crazy?
yeah.
Uh,
That's
He
why
would
I
have been
just
a
think
Raider.
like Washington can be intriguing because you got halfback, uh you got a halfback over there, you got a few receivers. Samuel's a good receiver.
the
But
issue though is
I
that
wouldn't go with Washington. I wouldn't pick Washington, like
but
straight
yeah,
up.
the issue though is like they're probably gonna fire Ron Rivera because he kind of just ruined their chances to make the playoffs.
That is trap facts.
Yeah, because for some reason, this weekend he played Wentz instead of Heineke, and when they lost, an interview asked him if he realized like if Green Bay wins this game, you're eliminated from the playoffs, and he had unintentionally admitted he didn't realize they could be eliminated.
Oh
So
yeah.
he, so yeah, he kind of just got himself fired after the season.
And Washington ain't a destination you want to go to. The Jets isn't, but it would be a good destination because of the fact the defense is intact. You got a really good defense over there,
You got
and
a
then you
star
got a
running
really
back
good
rookie and a
offense.
star receiver rookie.
Yeah, yeah,
Hard
and you
because
got Elijah
it's a
Moore
tough
there too.
division.
So
That's a
Before
tough
Brees Hall
division.
got injured, he was like the best running back rookie in the draft.
the only
I
way
just think
that
that's a really tough division, though.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking, it doesn't matter if it's a tough or not because you're saying like in the Bills, the page, you're saying the AFC East.
Yeah, man, you got the Bills, who I think are going to be running that division. Miami's no joke, and I think the
Yeah,
Patriots are
but
always going to be
listen,
pretty
that's the thing though.
contending.
He can be on either one of those two teams. I'm telling you, do you really think the NFL is going to let Tui keep fucking playing? This dude's been knocked out twice in concussions, can't even remember his fucking plays, and you think that fool's going to get to go forward, right? Like, he's
One of
not
them
going to
was
get to
on
go
national
forward.
television and he had like a weird spasm. Like his
Dude,
nervous system was going
you know what's
crazy.
going to happen? I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to ask him to fucking retire. He's going to fucking say no because he's going to be a player. And you know what's going to happen? Roger Goodell going to send his own fucking doctor over there. He's going to have him evaluate that motherfucker. And then when his own doctor comes back and says that they feel that they need, he's going to fucking do it because he'll have the power because it's his dudes looking at him. Like, I don't know if Tui going to stay here much long. He just got went backwards, dude hit his head and knocked himself out again. Like, that shit's going to keep happening. And I don't think after, like, why I think it's going to be bigger than people think is because I think in the past, like Joe Montana, people of those, a lot of people had a lot of concussions. It wasn't uncommon. The problem is that you just had a guy die on the fucking field and get bring back to life, and now you got a kid that's about to have fucking mental drama, mental brain problems the rest of his life. Like, I think people are going to be scaling on that shit a lot more than people think. Like, I
Heck,
think that's going to be big time looked at.
heck, the NFL is probably going to be a lot more serious on the concussion protocols because a lot more has been happening than usual.
I mean, I know they don't want a guy going brain dead on their fucking field next, like
Plus, I
straight
think
up.
after Antonio Brown, they want to make sure that we don't get another one.
Yeah, dude, listen, if a guy gets a hold of Tui in the wrong deal and fucking slams that fucker down wrong, he might not wake back up, you
Yeah.
know, and be a vegetable right there on that
And
field.
not only
Like,
that, I'm pretty sure this guy's got a family that's telling him this. Like, we don't want to
hey,
see you
I,
die.
I think there could be a very high possibility Tui don't end up on that team next year. And I'm not saying like they're going to cut him or not. Maybe they may just ask him to take the year off, you know, so I don't know. But well, he'd be free agent next year, huh? So I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot to that one, man. So I wouldn't count that spot out. And if I was Carr, I'd go to fucking Miami in a heartbeat. Like, that'd be my number one spot. If out of any team that's out there right now, I don't know, Niners or the Miami. If I can go to Niners or Miami, I'm going either one
Man, how
right
funny
now.
would it be if Carr went to the Niners?
I mean, fuck, I'd even go to New England if they fucking got Bill O'Brien over there. So I'd go Miami, New England, or the Niners if it was me. Like, those would be the teams I'd be pushing at.
I mean,
Because they all got,
Miami's definitely attractive with that defense, and you have those weapons. Like, that's definitely a good spot.
yeah, and they were already going to pay Tui. So if he went out and balled out this year, Tui's going to get paid. So you already know they're going to have the money to pay Carr. So it's not even going to be an issue. So I think Miami would have to be my number one destination if Tui's going. But if Tui's not going, and obviously the Niners probably aren't going to even entertain Carr, so I would say my number one destination outside of if Miami's not there, my two number one destinations have to be Tampa Bay if Brady don't sign, or New York Giants. It has to be. If there's no other team out there, and listen, I get like the New York Giants are loyal as fuck to their fans are loyal as fuck. The owner, they may, like I say, quarterbacks do go there to fucking die, but their team is playing better than it's played in 10 fucking years by far. By far. And not only that, it's the caliber of players. Like, you put Carr over there, you can see a Detroit Lions type deal over here in New York because they have the players to do it. So I think like Carr offers way more than Mike White and fucking Zach Wilson. So I don't know, man. I think
Plus, I
I would
think
want.
all they need on their offense besides a QB is just like an offensive lineman because their defense is perfect. Their offense, their QBs just suck.
But the
Yeah,
question is like, what would the Raiders trade Carr to an AFC team?
That's the question too.
I mean, you
Like,
can't be picky like that if you're trying. You can't.
I know
You
it's just
can't.
normal
You'd
that
trade him
like
to the Colts, though, right? I mean, the number one spot everybody's talking is the Colts, and now they won't trade him to the Jets.
yeah.
Like I think freaking. I think. God damn, I had a good thing. Oh, Atlanta. Atlanta is another option, dude, because they don't have fuck quarterback, and I know that they got fucking Desmond Ritter, but fuck, come on, you're telling me Derek Carr over Desmond Ritter, dude, and he's gonna have Drake London and fucking Pitts and them. I mean,
What if
that probably wouldn't be a bad spot
what
either.
if he went to Carolina?
That'd
Because
be
there's
fire.
rumors, because there's talks that John Harbaugh might take
Yeah,
the job in
Jim,
Carolina. Oh
Jim.
yeah, Jim Harbaugh.
Hey, but fuck, I don't know. Jim would probably trade. Fuck, he wouldn't. I don't know if he'd get Carr, man. Jim is like wants those RPO type guys, dude. I don't know if
Dude,
he's gonna trade.
wherever Sean Payton goes with Vic Fangio, that's where Carr should go.
That's what
Wherever
I'm
that dude
saying.
lands,
That's
wherever
exactly
that
what
dude
I'm
lands,
saying.
he would light shit up with Sean Payton.
Fuck yeah, dude. I mean, he'd fucking kill it, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, and let's think about it. He ain't going to Washington. Fucking what coaches? Denver, but he wouldn't. I mean, got Russell Wilson. Can't go to fucking the Chargers because they got Herbert. So where? I mean, if he went to the Colts, then yeah, I would say like fucking a. Um, he ain't going to the Saints because motherfucker already there, so he ain't going there. Um,
I would think he would go to an NFC team.
I mean, fuck, just think about it. If fucking Jim and listen, Jim said that if the Broncos offered him the job, he would take that job like straight the fuck up. But I also seen a post here right here a little bit ago, if I read it right when it came through on my. I think it said that I think Jim. Oh, I think Jim announced it that he's not gonna leave. I think Jim announced he's not leaving Michigan. Yeah, he said that he's not that he has no plans to leave Michigan. But boy, I mean, can you imagine if he went to Carolina, dude? You got DJ Moore over there. You got pretty good halfbacks. I mean, you got fucking good
Hello.
defense. You got good defense over there. So uh, that would be a good
Okay.
spot. I'm not even gonna lie. That'd be a great spot for
Yeah.
Carr too, man. Like straight up. But do you think Vic would? I mean, man, I don't know if Sean would want. But Sean can add. I mean, like I say, DJ Moore is a good fucking receiver. So I guess he can just add a few pieces to that and have like a pretty fire offense over there too. He's got good two halfbacks back there that can pound the fuck out of that ball. So I don't know. That's a tough one. You guys want to talk on a different subject now? You want to talk on yours, Sergio, or what?
Which one?
Airstrike or tryouts?
I feel like we kind of did talk about them a little bit.
Yeah, did you talk about tryouts? Oh yeah, about the players. Yeah. All right, Cortez. Ooh, I had had Al's, but I'll have him wait till he comes back. Cortez. This guy. What does this say? TB12 to Vegas in 2023. I hate even talking about Tom Brady, man. Like, that guy's such trash. He's not trash, but still, I mean, I don't want him as a Raider ever. I won't even lie.
This Raider Nation civil war is never gonna end.
Says, do we address secondary O line or D line? Fuck, that's a tough deal. I think D line. Nah, I would think O line over the D line. How the offense is on point with JMD wants it to be. What is that? Oh, why the offense is on point when Josh McDaniels wants it to be. Fuck, cause he's a bitch. That's why, motherfucker. He's a straight bitch. Cause, like I said, the motherfucker wants to score points. He'll score points. There's no fucking doubt about that. So, that a huge potential free agency. Yeah, that's probably a good one. Who do you think would be a good ad in free agency? What would be a good pick where you're like, man, that was a good ad to the team in free agency? Anybody, Sergio?
Here, let me see.
Just somebody where you're like, man, this guy would actually really help out our offense or defense.
If I could say on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, let's just pick one for each side.
All right. So on offense, Evan Ingram on tight end.
Ooh, that'd be fire, bro. But do you think he'd leave Jacksonville?
I don't know. I thought of it at first, and then Jacksonville got really good all of a sudden.
Fucking, he got really fucking good in that bitch, too.
And Doug Peterson loves his tight ends.
Yeah, I think he stays. I don't think he could leave.
And then on defense, I'm kind of on a tie with Jonathan Jones, the cornerback from New England. And
25, old number 25.
Yeah. And then
he would be a really good ad. I ain't gonna lie.
If Ziegler wants to be aggressive, if you want to help out Denzel and Crosby, it wouldn't hurt to get Roquan Smith.
I don't think we're getting him. Way too much money. That fool's gonna be fucking. And then someone just traded for that motherfucker.
The Ravens.
Yeah, they're gonna pay that fool. That fool getting paid.
I don't want to get in. If not Roquan Smith, then maybe
Would you want to get into a battle? Would you want to get into bidding war for him? Is what I think would come down. You know what I mean? He's gonna fucking. Baltimore's not gonna trade for him and then just be like, we're not gonna try to pay him. They already knew that was coming with it.
Let me see. His market value is
24 million.
17.5 million per year.
So, I don't know about that. Where did that come from?
Spot Track.
What's the topic? What were you saying?
I mean, he's one of the best fucking linebackers out there.
Free agents.
Yeah, he's one of the best. He's one of the best fucking all-around linebackers in the NFL. So I don't know how they're projecting him at 17 million. Roquan Smith.
What? No, bro. He deserves more than
I would just say, like, I think somewhere around the 20, 21 million when
Yeah,
he goes
20
to his
because he's
contract.
gonna.
But
If we don't
I
get
could be
Rocco
wrong. I
Smith,
can be
I'd be
wrong.
fine if we get a guy like Anthony Barr or Anthony Nelson.
Ooh, I'd
But
love
but
Anthony Barr,
Anthony
man. I
Barr's
won't
up
even
in
lie.
age though, if you think about it.
Yeah, but he still gets up after motherfucker too. So I ain't even lie.
Who's
But
the best?
I want Clowney for, like, I'm gonna tell you right
And
now.
put
If
Clowney
Clowney
at the
fucking
left
gets
side
out,
outside linebacker. Fuck.
put Clowney over where Mad Max, or not Mad Max, but Chandler Jones is at. Like, fuck that.
Fuck,
Just put him
bro.
over
Double
there.
Yeah,
sack.
dude. But Clowney will give us like 10 games, dude. He's always injured.
I don't
He's
give me
injury
10
prone.
games, 10 sacks. Fucking, I'll take that all day. And let's make sure we don't play him for the first fucking 7 then. How many games he played there this year? I don't recall him being injured this year.
Nah, he
But I
played
do
the
think
whole season.
his sack fucking count is down though. I'll give him that.
Oh, let me check how many sacks he got.
Yeah, I don't think he's even over 10. Maybe I haven't monitored him too much. But shit, this year's been weird in sacks because I think both of them are only like 14. Him and Judon, 14, 15, 14.
This year Clowney has like 2 sacks,
Yeah, fuck that. I'm not trying that route.
which is weird because last year he had like 9 sacks.
Yeah, like I say, people get old and go fucking. I don't know. I like the fucking Jones dude, man. I think he would probably be one of the better adds to our team in the offseason because the Patriots.
Jones.
Yeah, because the Patriots ain't gonna try to give him money like they did with J.C. Jackson. Like they probably just let that fucker go too. We can go pick him up for fucking 10 million. I'd take his ass too right now.
His
Dude, out
market
of
value-
principle, guys, out of principle, I don't believe in paying a corner that much money. Like the money that J.C. Jackson got, like I don't believe a corner is worth that much.
Like he didn't really take much. He got a $16.5 million per year. Like that's all he got. He didn't go to the Chargers. He took a friendly contract with the Chargers.
That's a lot.
Yep.
That's still a lot of
So,
money for a corner.
Jonathan Jones' market value is like 12 million per year.
Yeah, well, I'd probably offer him 10 coming to Vegas. I mean, 10, 12.
Yeah,
10,
with the
12 is
tax
fine.
situation and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Give
10,
him
12
10.
is fine. I mean, 12 ain't bad. That's what I was saying right
He's
around
real
fucking 10, 12.
consistent. I mean, this season he has 4 interceptions.
Hey, what
Oh,
would
he's
you get?
locked
What would you
down.
guys?
He locked down fucking Adams, bro. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna say, oh, he locked him down where he couldn't, but he was on that motherfucker the whole game, bro. Like, literally just on him, and he's done it to other people too. Like, I would try him, man.
Hey guys, so what would you guys pay Rocky a sin? Because I think we all agree he played pretty well this year.
I
He
would
played
give
damn
him
well,
whatever
actually.
he
What would you guys
wants.
give him? Whatever he wants?
Yeah, bro.
Nah, I'd probably have to put him in the. I'd probably put him around the $12 million range too, because
How
what
many
the
years?
fuck did he do?
How many years? 3, 4?
How old is he?
I think he's
He's
only like 27.
26.
26, 27. Yeah, 26.
His market value is a little under 11 per year.
See, I about hit that right on the head because I said 12 million. I'd probably do because
You can
he's
give him
gonna
like
be
a
good.
4-year contract,
That's
11 million per
That's
year.
exactly what I was gonna say.
That'd be a pretty
4 year,
good deal.
48 million. 4 year, 48 million, or 3 year, 36 million. Maybe the 3 year, 36 million. But if he pans out, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot there. But if he doesn't pan out, then you got another David Amerson fucking problem on our hands. So
Yeah, I would give Yasin maybe like a 4-year contract and then like 11 million per year.
yep, that's probably where I'd be too. 11, 12 million, and yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, if you're telling me you got both your cornerbacks at 11 million a year, you're doing pretty fucking good. So if you got
And then
Jones
Hobbs is still on a rookie deal. And you can draft really
Rakia,
good in the corner.
Yeah, but we don't have our safeties. We're missing our safeties. We're missing our linebackers. We're missing a D end. There's still a lot of holes.
hey, two corners that are done and over right off the get go. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure.
And,
I mean,
and I've always said the
Rome wasn't
corners
built in
is
a
one
day.
of the I was about to say Rome.
You were about to say Rome wasn't built in a
I
day.
was. Well, right when he
You
said
were about
Rome,
to say.
right, he said,
I was about to say, hey,
It's a
guess what?
jinx, dog. It's a jinx.
yeah, freaking. What I was about to say is that I forgot now.
Something
So
about getting the two corners though.
why I think the cornerback position is so crucial when you're starting is because of the passing game that you can get away with not having linebackers is if you have good corners because they're covering their players like they fucking
Especially
should.
since you got Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes in our division.
I'm
And don't
actually
get me
like
wrong,
huge. Go ahead.
no, you go.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm huge on like focusing on the defensive line first and foremost because I think pressure hides a lot of weaknesses in the secondary. So to the extent that we could deepen our bench in the defensive tackle and defensive end room, like that's where I would put all my energy and all my money.
I would.
The only problem with that is that what
Hey,
happens when
hey,
they
but
get
the
past your
thing
line?
tomorrow's game, we gotta get a spy to keep an eye on Patrick Mahomes.
That ain't gonna work.
It worked when fucking Clee
Arden
spied
Key,
him.
Arden Key spied him
Yeah,
in 2020.
Arden Key, yeah, he
And
did
Clee
spy him
spied
too.
them before when we
Yep, Clee,
beat them.
Clee,
I know
Clee
that it's
spied him
just
pretty
I don't
well and
really
contained
care
him
about our
pretty well.
defense this
Yeah,
game. I just want to
Maybe
see us.
Malcolm Coons could spy him. I could see
Hey,
Malcolm
I'll tell
Coons
you
getting
right
that
now,
spy.
I've said that since week fucking 2. I give two fucks about this defense. This defense is garbage. It's fucking just as bad as Paul Gunther and Gus Bradley's. Like it's just
So
horrible. And
this is actually my question, guys. So I think we all agree the biggest holes on this team are on the defensive side, and we have to go grocery shopping in order to improve the defense. But I think the most important question is the right guy, meaning Patrick Graham,
no, heck
the
no.
right guy going forward? Because
oh,
if
hold
if
on,
he
this
isn't,
is
we need to
your
pull that.
topic, huh? This is your topic. I got it right here.
Yeah. So that's my topic,
I've
guys. So
never
like,
been
should
more
Patrick
upset.
Graham get another year? And for me, I think this is the most fundamental question that we need to answer going forward. Because if we don't have the right architect of the defense, then Ziegler and McDaniels need to have a serious conversation and pull the plug on this guy and put the right architect in so that we draft the right players for the scheme, right? Because if the scheme is shit, then we're going to be drafting players that don't fit that scheme, and then again we're doing this song and dance again next year with a new defensive coordinator trying to get that guy new ingredients for him. So in my opinion, I mean, I don't want to bias the conversation, but I don't think it's the guy, dude. I mean, Dustin knows this. I would make a full-on push for Vic Fangio. I would have Mark Davis open up the pocketbook and get the
Yep.
best defensive mind in place and start grocery shopping for Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio is a former head coach in the division. Like, he knows this division through and through. And obviously
And had
he's,
the top
one of the
three
best
defense
defense.
in that
Yeah,
division
and
Yep.
too.
top three defense in the division. Khalil Mack called him like a defensive mastermind, a mad scientist. I want that guy instead of Patrick Graham. But what do
And
you guys think?
and that's
I've never been more disappointed that I haven't heard any rumors that McDaniels and Ziegler went into the Steelers front office during the Pittsburgh game and asked Brian Flores if they want a job. I want Brian Flores.
Hey,
I've
I ain't gonna
wanted
lie.
Brian Flores the entire season. I wanted him during the offseason.
yeah,
They're both great
like
candidates.
like me and Dustin. Like, there's three. We brought it up. How many? Like 2 months ago, I think we brought up the three possibility ones that would work out. Vic Fangio was my number one. Then it went to Wisconsin's DC intern head coach. He was number one in the nation in college with the number one defense. And then Brian Flores was my last one.
That's my guy.
Brian
That's my guy.
Flores would make the most sense because of how much it would cost to get him. Because you're gonna fire Patrick Graham. That's his contract's probably not even much at all. So you can probably move off him no problem. And
Plus,
picking
plus,
up
you know for a
Brian
fact Brian
Flores, you're
Flores
probably
knows
going
how
to
to
get
make some
paid.
defense.
Say again.
I said, plus, you know that Brian Flores would make a good defense with what he
Oh,
has.
but dude, facts. Dude, he don't lose those fucking games. He was number one in the NFL in turnovers, dude, and interceptions in his second year in Miami, dude. So there's no way that the guy does not improve our defense by far. I mean, I think he makes our defense good by a mile, not just a little bit, by a lot of bit.
Heck, I wanted the dude
So,
as our head coach because he gives me Raiders head coach vibes.
oh yeah, dude. Like I said, I think he makes the more logic sense because listen, if you go get Vic Fangio, man, you're probably paying that motherfucker $10 million a year, and I don't even know if Josh is making $10 million a year. So you're not getting Vic cheap. Like you're getting Vic for like $8 to $10 million a year. You're gonna pay him head coaching money to be teaching your fucking defense, like straight up. There's no way he's gonna take $5 million. $5 million. He's like I said, he's getting paid. He's gonna get paid.
Yeah, but like you said, Dustin, scared money don't make money. I mean,
Hey, that's
you gotta
facts.
open up.
Hey, if I was fucking Elon Musk, I'll tell you right fucking now, some motherfuckers getting fired and they're coming. Listen, if anybody goes and watches my lives or our lives from the beginning, I have said this from week fucking 2, man. I wanted Sean Payton because I felt he would be way better with Carr in this offense because we're more built for the spread. And I said I wanted Vic Fangio in the defense because the guy is elite when it comes to fucking defensive plays. And being in the 3-4-4-3 hybrid, that's his bread and butter. But that's also Brian's. And Brian did. See, the difference about Graham and Brian is Brian did coach the defense on the New England Patriots, fucking and did very well at it. Fucking Patrick Graham never did. He was just linebackers coach. He never fucking called plays or anything of that factor out there. So that's the only thing I would say is that I would prefer Brian Flores at the cheaper option, I think, but I would love to get Vic Fangio and Sean. I mean, no doubt in my mind. You got douchebag ass Mark, dude. He's just not going to do it. It doesn't matter like what we think or not. Josh is saying 100%, and you know damn well they're going to say because all these motherfuckers that were putting out that 6-week stat where they were like, "Oh, fucking, we have the top 5 fucking defense in these last 6 weeks." You know what they're going to be like? "Oh, Graham, he's a top 5 defensive coordinator." You know, like that shit's going to get turned. So I hate it and. For me, I think fucking. I mean, they're not going to fire Graham. I would. I'll tell you right now, I would. Like, straight up, I'd fire that motherfucker right here after this next game because you already know he's going to put up 30 on the defense. So if he's fucking putting up 30 every game, man, I mean, he got to go. Got to go. I think he was probably one of the worst fucking hires, in my opinion. But you want to speak on the other topic?
Who?
Al. Well, you too, because I fucking tried to get you a minute ago, but
Go.
or you want yours right now? You want yours?
Oh yeah. I could go ahead. What's the I forget
It's
which
right
other
here.
topic. Oh yeah. So I was because we're approaching the end of the season, guys. Tomorrow's our last game, and then we go.
Hey, what are you doing tomorrow, Ghost?
Just watching the game, kicking it at home. Why?
Oh shit, we be showing the games on Saturday or whenever game day we show it in the VC if you want to join.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
I'll roll through. Yeah, let me
Yeah.
know. So
I usually show up.
So tomorrow's our last game, guys. Last game of the seasons, and then we're going. What is it, like 7+ months without football, which sucks.
Thank God.
Fuck that. We ain't going no fucking 7 months. Fuck. No way in hell. We're gonna be talking football every fucking day like
I'm
now.
just happy I don't have to watch another Raiders game.
We will, Dustin. Though we're going with no games. We're going
I
without
know. I
games
hate.
with them.
I do hate that part. I won't lie, man. I do hate that.
But for regardless, we're gonna have our football talk every week.
Yeah, no, and
Nah,
I'm happy to join
you
you
are
guys.
right. You are right. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying, like, oh, fuck that. We ain't 7 months, no football, nothing here.
No, I feel you, dude.
We get 7 months of bashing Josh. That's what we get to do. 7 months
Just
of
Hey,
that.
bashing Josh,
maybe we
bashing
need 7 months.
if Patrick Graham's here, keep bashing his ass.
right. So I was reflecting on the season, guys. Given that tomorrow's the last official game of the 2022 season, and we had tons of disappointing losses. I was actually going to ask like what was the highlight of the season, but I don't think there. I mean, there are a
My
few highlights,
my
especially
biggest
individual highlights.
my
But
biggest highlight was when I went to the Seattle game. Like the
oh yeah,
best
that must have
game.
been awesome. Yeah.
Seeing Josh Jacobs with that run up the middle and was gone. I was
Which
I
was
wasn't.
audible by car, by the way. Which
Yeah,
was
yeah.
audible by
Audible by
car.
Carr. It was supposed to be a toss out, and Carr switched it at the line.
For me, it's
Yeah,
just Broncos games.
Yeah,
yeah. Got to beat
just
the
because
donkey.
the only reason that I picked that one because that was my first Raider ever game going to, and I was in the end zone, so like I had a perfect view of everything, and it was
That's
cool to go
awesome,
to
dude.
my actual first game and they win,
Can I get
and
a number
and
4 with
overtime too.
Chris Cut fries, large, with the height? Yep.
It's kind of it's
Nope,
so.
that's it.
What makes the season so disappointing for me is
Thanks.
I was so excited because like I'm now
Yeah.
like so after this weekend I'm gonna be turning 18 and
Happy birthday, dude.
Yeah,
yeah.
hell yeah. Happy early
So
birthday.
Happy
last
early
year,
birthday, bro!
last year to me was probably the best birthday of my life because the Chargers and Raiders game was like my birthday.
Okay.
So we were like watching the game while it was my birthday, and it was like the first time like I actually get to see like Carr go to the playoffs and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was just so excited for next off season, and that's just what made the whole season so disappointing for me.
Yeah, I know it was tough, dude. But
Cause like my
as I
last year on my birthday, I'm like, oh my god, we're finally in the playoffs. This year, I'm like, I really just want this season to be over.
for me, dude, in terms of like reflecting on the season and specifically on what was the most disappointing loss, I'm actually taking the Saints game out of it, even though we got blown out and we didn't score and we couldn't move the ball past midfield until the second half. For me, probably the most disappointing loss, and I think this actually set the tone, and set the tone for the remainder of the season, was actually blowing that 20-point lead against the Arizona Cardinals in the second game,
Yeah,
because I think that sort of like set the tone for the remainder of the season in terms of us getting these big leads early on in games and then not knowing how to, put our foot on the throat of these teams and closing these games out. So for me, that was like the most disappointing loss, dude. I was in my apartment. I was like fucking started making food and shit. Like my girl's watching the game. I'm watching the game. We're like all happy and shit. And then all of a sudden, dude, the Cardinals keep on rolling back. And all of a sudden, dude, it's overtime and Renfro's fumbling, and we lose the game. And it was just like a devastating way to lose that game. And I think it set the tone for us, unfortunately, for the remainder of the season of us losing these games, right? Like not being able to close out the games. Obviously, there's a ton of other disappointing losses. Probably number two for me is that Rams game, like us losing to Baker Mayfield and allowing that guy to march down the field 98 yards, playing press man coverage. Thank you, Patrick Graham. You're amazing. Like that shit was also devastating. But I
for
mean, in terms of
me,
devastating losses, I don't know what you guys have in mind.
for me, it was the Chiefs game because I felt like if we won that game, that would have changed the tone for the season. That I think that would have
Yeah,
gave the
that's a
team.
good one. That's a good
I think
one.
that
Fuck
would have
yeah,
given the
that
team
game
more
would have
confidence.
fucking been a pivotal point in the season for sure.
And then what made it more disappointed is how the integrity of the refs after they make one call that the stadium doesn't like, they decide to put 7 bad calls on us just because the stadium is scaring the refs. And then
Let's remember, Josh did make a baller move in that deal, trying to go for that too. So
yeah,
he fucking tried. So I give him that, man.
and then how we had a 17-point lead and it felt so good, and then we just blow it. And then how basically our players, like, it was getting intense. Like Crosby was like getting into Mahomes' face. Diablo
Didn't he
punched
headbutt him?
Mahomes. Yeah, Diablo actually punched
I
Mahomes.
think he did headbutt him.
I think he walked up and fucking put it in and started talking mad shit to him.
Yeah, and Diablo
Hey,
punched
hey, do we
Mahomes, and
know
then a
who
lot
the
of the
right
players were getting
tackle is?
intimidated. Andy Reid was ripping on the ref for the bad call when the first half was over.
Yeah, yeah. Wasn't
Um,
that when they freaking roughing the passer or some shit on Carr
yeah,
when the fumble
and then the
happened?
NFL media tried to make that seem like that was the worst call made in history.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. And when the stupid cameraman was walking, fucking, he stopped.
oh yeah, and then you got Devontae mentally losing his mind because he's
Yeah,
the one over here questioning why the heck this team is losing.
that was a Monday night game too, dude. That shit sucked.
And not only that, you got Renfro running into Devontae.
Devastating. Yeah, dude.
So,
Actually, like about
so the
the
reason
refs,
why I chose that game is because that's like the modern Raider way on how to lose a game.
that is true. Yeah. Actually, like about that call, the controversial call with Chris Jones landing on Carr, like those refs got shook, man. They started calling that game completely differently after that
That's what
call.
made me so disappointed. It's like
Yeah,
they
when
were
that
even
crowd got
stuttering
into it,
too.
yeah, when that crowd got into it, and they just started calling that game in a very very skewed fashion, it just
What
made
made
me
it
sick to my
worse?
stomach.
What made it worse was when the first half was over, the fans were throwing trash at our players and calling them racial slurs,
Back.
and the security did nothing. So you have a stadium that's intimidating our players, like not in like say like a normal rival intimidation way, like actually threatening the players, and your security does nothing about it. Like even Davis was complaining about that.
Yeah, but then he wants to kick out a fan that has fired Josh McDaniels. Fine. Did you
Yeah,
guys hear
let's
about that?
hear about what exactly.
That that fucking dude that was at the game had the fire Josh McDaniel
Oh
sign,
yeah, I
dude, and
put
was
that in the
down
chat.
there
If anyone else heard that, like Davis is making an actual
yeah,
statement. Like when
yeah, he's a straight bitch, bro. Like it's like say, like, why is he such a bitch for Josh? He just want to lick his nuts. He wants to pull his nuts back up and lick his tatum, dude. Like that's what it feels like, dude. Like
like
straight up.
Davis for real did go 180 on Carr a little bit.
In a year, in a year.
Like McDaniels and Ziegler must have told Davis something.
Man, what the fuck? The Lakers are just on this stride, bro. Like they just fucking pummeled the fuck out of the Hawks, dude. Like what the hell? But yeah, you're right. I mean, fucking, he just made this whole fucking U-turn real quick, and he just fucking going against them massively, like straight up. Like it ain't his fucking guy anymore, and he don't give a fuck. Josh is his guy now. Like that's what matters. Josh is his guy.
Well, they better at least win a playoff game.
You better fucking do something.
If this regime doesn't win at least a playoff game, I will just forever believe this team is meant to lose.
Yeah, I mean, fuck yeah. There's
Like
no
I'm gonna
doubt.
have
I mean,
no like that's how I'm just gonna go every season. I'm gonna have no faith. I'm gonna be like, doesn't matter, nothing's gonna happen.
There are some people out there, dude, that say that that we're
Hey
cursed
guys,
and shit like that. What's up, dude?
Hey, bro, we got like 13 hours
For the
of
game,
game
before the
day.
game. Yeah.
Till game day.
I think there's people who say that our franchise is cursed and all that. I try not to believe in that, dude, because our franchise, it went through good times, especially, before I was born in the 70s and 80s, and I think we've just gone through a lot of instability over the past couple of decades, and part of that, actually, I think a major part of that, and even though my nickname is Al's Ghost on these streams, I got to put some criticism on Al for setting this franchise on the wrong direction, especially in the years right before his passing. He wasn't willing to relinquish control. He was a control freak. He wouldn't let other people make the draft picks. And for instance, like he picked guys like Jamarcus Russell, right, that set the franchise back, years. I was reading about
Fucking set us back till now. I mean,
till now,
motherfucker.
till
I
now, dude.
got
Dude, I was reading up on the Jamarcus Russell draft story. So at that same time, Matt Millen, who was a former linebacker for the Raiders, he was on the front office of the Lions, and the Lions were also in the market for a quarterback. So the Lions actually interviewed Jamarcus Russell as part of the drafting process. And so Matt Millen had a sit down meeting with Jamarcus Russell
thanks, man. Yep, too. Sorry,
at
I didn't make that go.
no worries. At that meeting between Matt Millen and Jamarcus Russell literally fell asleep during the course of that meeting. After that meeting, Matt Millen picked up the phone, called up Al Davis, and told him, "Hey, Al, I know you're in the market for a quarterback, but whatever you do, do not draft Jamarcus Russell. I just had a meeting with this guy, and he fell asleep in the middle of the meeting." And Al being Al was like, "Fuck it, I'm going with this guy who could throw the ball 70 yards downfield on his knees." He
Well,
fell with the big arm quarterback, obviously tons of raw talent, but he didn't have it between the ears. And drafting that guy number one overall is one of the most devastating moves that this franchise has made over the course of its
ever.
history. Yeah, dude.
Heck, I
Actually,
mean, you saw like in the late '90s how Al like he'll fire Shanahan. Shanahan won 2 Super Bowls. Got
Yep.
rid of Gruden. Gruden beat us in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Like ever since the
a,
late '90s,
a,
Al
lo- a
just
lot of
decided to go crazy, and we could have won maybe 2 to 3 more Super Bowls
Al
before Al
Al
died.
went Al went senile, dude, towards the end of his life, and he was a control freak. And I mean, I give him credit. Like everyone talks about his football acumen, like he knew football, right? Like he was a former coach, and he was also a commissioner and obviously an owner of the Raiders. So he did it all, which is pretty impressive. But I mean, towards the end of his life, I mean, he lost his touch when it came to drafting players. I mean, he always fell in love with the fastest guy in the draft,
Heck,
right?
you know something funny about the Bo Mixon story? Bo Jackson didn't want to play football,
Right.
and he told NFL players, "Don't draft me." And Davis was the guy that drafted him because he wanted to take a shot at him. Like that's the Al Davis way. Like even if like you don't want to be drafted, I'm going to draft you anyway.
Dude, it's such an Al Davis move, for instance, to draft a kicker in Sebastian Janikowski in the first round. You know,
Back.
like that's such
But
an
he
Al.
also became a Hall of Famer too. So it wasn't, I guess, a bad pick where he did it.
Yeah,
Just
it
people
wasn't a
didn't
bad
agree with
pick.
it. People didn't agree with it.
I still wouldn't have drafted Janikowski in the first round, to be honest. But it's just such a
Oh, I
valuable
wouldn't.
pick.
There ain't no way in hell I would. I got stuck in the 2000s trying to recreate the fucking 80s. Like
Yeah,
that's where Al's problem
exactly,
was.
exactly,
Yeah, he
exactly.
got stuck in what happened, getting all those titles, the championships, the fucking players, the mentality, and he just wanted to recreate it, and it just wasn't gonna happen again. Like it's hard as fuck to like the Legend of Boom. Like it's never gonna be recreated again. Like the steel curtain ain't gonna be created. The purple people are like, there's stuff you're not
The
gonna
the
recreate, dude,
2007
because those times.
Patriots.
Well,
Heck, I mean, I bet if Al didn't go crazy, this team would have won at least 2 to 3 more Super Bowls.
He wouldn't
hmm.
relinquish control, dude. Like he just wouldn't really relinquish control
I
in
think
that draft. In that draft, dude, with Jamarcus Russell, when he took Jamarcus Russell, the Raiders scouts. I read a book on Al Davis. I forget the title, guys. I'll look it up right now and tell you guys the title of the book so you guys can read it. But the Raiders scouts, it was actually written by a couple of Raiders scouts. They said that they were all clamoring for Calvin Johnson in that draft,
Oh
and
yeah,
Al
that was
Davis,
the big talk.
yeah, and Al Davis was like, "Nope, I want my quarterback. I want Jamarcus Russell." But everyone in that building was like literally
wasn't that Dennis Allen that was pushing for him that year.
might have, yeah, might have. Because what year was that? It was what, like
2006,
2008, 2006? No, it might have been before then, right?
2004,
That,
2005.
yeah, because
Who
Hugh
did we
Jackson
take?
came in
Who did
2000.
we take that year? Russell.
Yeah, we took Jamarcus Russell
It was
that year.
2008.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the Lions took Calvin Johnson, obviously. But imagine that, guys. Like if we would have taken Calvin Johnson in that same book, guys, like
Calvin
they
Johnson made Matthew Stafford.
guys. So in that same book, the scouts talk about how when Marcus Allen, obviously we ended up drafting Marcus Allen way back in the early '80s, and what's his name? Al Davis was really, really big on speed, and Marcus Allen was actually a slower guy. He was like a 4.6 guy, 4.6, 4.7 guys, 4.7 guy if you look him up. But in order to get Al on board to draft Marcus Allen, the scouts actually ended up like fucking around with the time on his 40 time. Like they ended up lying on it. Like they wrote like 4.4 or something like that, which wasn't true. But they did it in order to get Al Davis on board to draft Marcus Allen. And obviously, like Al Davis ended up hating Marcus Allen, which has been completely unclear to me. Dustin, do you know why, dude?
I have no idea.
Why he hated Marcus Allen?
I have no idea why he did.
I mean,
let
it
alone
looked like
let him.
they hated each other so bad that
Let
Marcus
alone
went to the
let him go
Chiefs.
to the Chiefs. Yeah, that's
So that's what I've noticed a lot is back then, Raider players that didn't like Al immediately went to the Chiefs. Just to mess with Al.
Dude, so like I try to like dig into like Raiders history like as much as possible, and like I have not been able to answer that question, like why Al
yeah,
Davis.
because I don't think anybody really knows the real answer to that. Because one, I don't think Al Davis has ever spoke on it, and two, either has Marcus Allen. So I think the only way you're going to have any insight on it is to either go back, watch games, or see the news in that time span to see what they were talking about. Because I've never heard it like just come out and be. I know he don't like the guy for sure, but I couldn't tell you why.
It's not, dude. It's like not even like, hey, I don't like that guy. He like absolutely hated him.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like beyond like dislike. And I mean, I read some stuff that apparently like Marcus Allen like held out like a year or two for like a contract, and that really pissed Al off.
Well, I kept hearing like it was like Marcus Allen was becoming the face of the franchise. Like he was becoming like the mascot, and Davis didn't like it. Like he said, like because Davis wanted to be the guy that everyone thinks of when they think of the Raiders.
That's fact. That's why he shipped Gruden's ass, dude. That's exactly why he shipped Gruden, because Gruden came to him after the Patriot game, told him that he wanted more fucking responsibility within the organization, that he wanted to be a GM / head coach. He wanted to make draft picks, this, that, and the other. Al Davis said, yeah, right. Called up Tampa, shipped that bitch there for two firsts and $7 million. He said, yeah, that's my shit, motherfucker, not yours.
Yeah, but we didn't do shit with those picks, right? I mean,
it's not about that at that point. It's about Al. Al's about, this is mine. I don't give a fuck what you think or not.
And that's where Al fucked up, dude, because like he put his pride before the shield.
Hey,
That's
Gruden would
crazy.
have been 10 times the man Mark Davis ever thought about. So
No doubt.
he fucked the pooch on that one.
Yeah, I mean, and then you look at the difference between Al and then Mark. How like Al went from like he became like a control freak, and then you got Mark who just lets the guys do what they want for like
Yeah,
a
Mark
few
can't be
seasons.
a control freak. Motherfucker don't even know how to fucking. What does he go and talk to the team? Good job, guys. Turn around, walk out.
Yeah.
I wonder what his fucking pump you up fucking cheer is. My dad used to be the greatest Raider ever known to man. Woo! You can only say that a few times. I mean, Mark's a garbage. Mark's garbage. I don't even fucking entertain that guy for anything, man. I really wish that the NFL would cast him off the fucking team, man. You imagine if we get a guy like Elon Musk, dude, that owns the Raiders, we'd win. We'd
Heck,
win. He'd
people are talking
hire all
about
the best dudes.
Magic Johnson.
All right, Magic, but it's like football teams gotta have money behind them, dude. Like I don't think Magic Johnson got fucking $300 billion. You know.
Heck, I promise you, if this team doesn't win a Super Bowl in Vegas, they're gonna take that. I tell you, the Vegas owners are gonna screw over Mark and own the team themselves. And
I
maybe
ain't
that's a
gonna
good
lie.
thing, and maybe that's a bad thing. But I know for a fact that the Vegas owners are gonna know how to build a Super Bowl team.
It'd be a great thing, in my opinion.
Because if you go to one of the most biggest cities known in the world and you can't win a playoff game or a championship in the city, you are the biggest embarrassment in sports. Because that's like going like say New York never had a team, right? That's like saying you're going to New York and you somehow never win a championship.
There's only one way. I need to get rich enough to buy. Yeah, fuck you and me both, spaceman. Mm-hmm.
Raiders down under, yeah. I defend Mark on like he's a good business decision guy and stuff. How like
I
he's
mean, Mark didn't get us out of debt. Jerry Jones and Robert Kraft, again, were the ones that put us here. They were the ones that voted to allow us to go through after they blocked our ass in L.A. So that's a strategic move. And what business move has Mark Davis ever fucking made? I mean, he bought a women's basketball team, dude. Like, that's not even, that they don't even make money like the NBA. So that's the only business move he's ever made in his lifetime, besides selling cocaine when he was at Chico State.
heck. I mean, now has like 3 professional teams. 2 of them won a championship. One of them doesn't even know who the heck they are.
Yeah, his woman's basketball team won the
The women
championship
in the
for
hockey team.
whatever fucking did.
And now the A's might move down here.
They'll probably win one before us too.
I'm
That
telling
would
you.
fucking suck. I'd be pissed, bro. I'm not even gonna lie.
Dude, in the span of like 5 years, 6 years, basically Oakland lost all of its professional sports teams.
Basically. And it would be so dumb if this team does not. Because that's what I kept complaining about the entire season. Like you can't mess up in Vegas. That's not how Vegas rolls. Vegas doesn't wait. Vegas is kind of like the New York team. Except it's not like the fans where they're like either you're good this year or you're out of here. It's the investors and people that run Vegas that are like, or the people that are like into sports that run Vegas that are like, hey, you better be successful
Yeah,
because
and don't forget
we're not gonna have
those
you represent us if you're just a bunch of losers.
and don't forget the reason that those Giants and shit are the way they are is because, or the New York teams is because they were winning back in those days. So they had a hell of a high standard for their quarterbacks. Now, fuck, their standards been minimized by massively.
Raiders
I
down
don't know.
under.
I mean, that's
There's
why I
no
think
way
they're
Vegas
just
is gonna
loyal.
be okay having a losing team. He's like, no, I'm. There's no way you're not gonna have a losing team just represent your city, like Vegas of all people. Like you probably be fine if you're Detroit because Detroit is a wasteland.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, fucking, but man, that shit did come on pretty hard this year, man. Yeah, you know what? You know what Al Davis would have told this one, right? You know exactly what Al Davis would have told these motherfuckers about voting
Oh
on his
boy,
motherfucking team
oh
because
boy,
he already told
LA
them once.
Variant.
He told them one time already where they can fucking go with that voting on his team bullshit. They told him he couldn't go down there until they voted. He told them, "Fuck off, can he borrow some money?" And then took his team there anyways. Like fucking Al's a fucking gangster, bro.
Raiders down under. When it comes to the draft picks, at this point, Raiders have sucked at drafting for 20 years.
That's you can't say that they sucked. I mean, you got Jacobs and fucking
Well, no, I mean
and
like
Max
they
out of
got
that same
equal,
draft.
but it's like
But you are right in the fact of our draft history, 100%.
and plus Ziegler, Kelly, and McDaniels have a way better relationship than Gruden and Mayock.
Facts.
So like
And
you
they do
know that
this
these
shit
guys
for
are gonna trust
real.
each
Like
other.
they do this shit for real. They're not just sitting on a fucking TV looking at motherfuckers analyzing. These motherfuckers do it for real. Straight go there, see them, meet them, watch them. Like they don't mess around.
What I
So
liked about Mayock was like he was a scout. Like he knew if a player was good, but
yeah,
the dude sucked at making contracts. And then you got
that is
Gruden. Like
that.
Gruden knows how to bring talent out of people, but he'll be like Al Davis and then pick the wrong guy in the first round. But then you have Ziegler, who can scout, and Champ Kelly, who's a really good scout, and they know how to make a contract.
That's facts, dude. That's the thing. You got guys here that they do know how to scout and recruit. And you got one guy that's been under Belichick as his fucking right hand dude for a while now. So he has pretty good evaluation talent, dude. And we all know Belichick can fucking pick him. So I mean, he gets good players where nobody even fucking knows them, you know. So
Shit.
it's just like the Neil Farrell. I like the Neil Farrell pickup. I think he's a good pick. He's gonna be a good pick. The Britton
I
Brown
just
is
think the
a good
reason
one.
that
Like
I just think the reason that both the defensive tackles haven't played that much is because they're just developing them for next year.
I believe so too. I ain't gonna lie. Can't just go out there and throw him to the wolves, dude. Just like I said, if we get Stroud, you got to let him go out, fucking play, get to. You got to be able to watch this and get better, you know.
Yeah. And then
That's all I would say. That's all I would say is the more. Hey, thanks Al for coming on, bro. We appreciate you showing up every fucking
appreciate
week
it.
and coming on the show. We really do appreciate it, man.
What?
You being gay.
I mean, my only problem with the draft was like the two running backs. That was my only problem in that entire draft. because yes, you may have had a plan to move on from Jacobs.
What are you warming up, bro?
But did you really have to get 2 running backs?
Huh?
Fuck, not 2. You got like 3, huh? Because you got Zamir, McCormick, and fucking Britton Brown.
Like, you could have used that
And a
7-round
Mirror
pick for
Dua.
anything
Oh
else.
shit. Oh shit, you about to back that or
You're
what?
saying in there to pick another player.
Yeah, because I mean, McCormick, they got him as a UDFA. I meant like, I would have been fine with Britton Brown.
No, I get what you're saying. You're saying like instead of picking Britton Brown, pick a different player.
Yeah, because I'm like, why? Because I'm like, why do you have to pick 2 running backs? Like, you could have gotten anything else.
Yeah, because I don't know. That's a tough one, but part of me feels like they took 2 because if one missed. Like, Britton ain't no slouch, bro. Like, that dude comes from UCLA. He's pretty nice fucking halfback. And I said the whole time, I felt like Britton Brown was the better halfback than Zamir. I mean,
Speaking of Brown,
been saying it.
apparently Brown has been activated for the Chiefs game.
Who has?
Brown.
Brown? Oh, Browner? Oh, yeah, Brown. Oh, Britton Brown. Yes, yes.
Yeah, he got activated for the Chiefs game.
Let's go. Let's
so
go.
It seems like Jacobs is hurt bad.
Well, if he's hurt, then fucking good. I mean, what happened to him?
He has like a hip oblique injury.
No, it's the last game of the year, dude. He's got to get like 200 fucking yards to even break the record like that. So
I mean, last game of the year. I mean, he's kind of proved. I think he's gonna hold the rushing, the leading rusher for the season.
Yeah, what has he got to get? Like 160, 163 to fucking beat him?
Yeah. Nick Chubb, Derrick Henry, I think they got to get like 160 to 170.
Yeah, and then freaking, and not only that, he'd be the only second rater in history that's held over 1,500 plus rushing yards and led the whole NFL in it. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, him and fucking Devontae had pretty good fucking years, man. Like, even as bad as everything went, he still had pretty good years.
Yeah, so at least now we get to see.
Fuck, man, where do you get that Zamir is an elusive back? Well, elusively running in the back of his fucking players.
At least now we get to fully see, maybe.
Zamir about dumb as fuck, and he's a gap scheme player, dude, and counter out, dude, and fucking go. Britton is fucking way more. Man, Zamir, this guy was such a bad pick, man. I think Zamir was just a fucking horrible pick. I really do.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, they should have picked a different pick with that pick, dude. Like,
I would have been fine with Britton Brown in the 7th if they just picked someone else.
That's what I'm saying. 100% would have been fine with that pick. I am fine with that pick. Like, fuck, I felt like Zamir was just a fucking guy. The guy, I can go, I bet you, I'm willing to bet right now, we can pull up all Zamir's tape, and I bet you we will find fucking, just through the preseason and the games he's played this year, I'm willing to bet we can make a highlight reel of him just running in the back of motherfuckers. Straight up.
I don't even think Zamir played preseason either. Britton Brown was just playing preseason.
Yeah. No, you got Zamir playing in the regular fucking season, and all he's doing is fucking running right behind. He played in the preseason, but he's just bad.
Zamir only played one game in the preseason.
He's so bad, dude. He's so bad.
Yeah, at least now we get to see maybe like what both Britton and Zamir could do, even though we
I just hope like they just keep Zamir there just in case Britton gets hurt, but I want to see Britton Browner go. We've already seen Zeus play this year. Let's watch Britton
maybe
play.
We'll finally get more out of what we can see out of Brown.
That's what I would do, especially against the fucking Chiefs in an NFL game. Like, I'd 100% do it. That would just
Especially
make more
since
sense.
this is probably going to be like a crazy passing game.
I think Britton gives you more advantage, dude. I mean, I'm telling you, the guy got great vision, great cutback, dude's got great power. I mean, I like Britton a lot, man. I mean, I said I like him a lot. I mean, this guy, go watch the tape on him. I mean, fuck, he'll speak for himself, dude. He will thump your ass too, like. And he doesn't run into the back of his fucking line, like. That's the problem with Zamir. That motherfucker runs in the back of the line. Like I'm telling you, I bet you I can go pull up 10 clips of him running in the back of the line. This motherfucker just started playing. Like you shouldn't be able to find that many videos of an NFL player doing that. You know, where he gets lucky is when they fucking put him to the outside and they pitch it out there when they're scheming on Josh going up the gut. Like this guy, he's irrelevant. He's so irrelevant.
I'd be
If
fine.
I was on the defense, you know what I'd be saying over there, fucking just to get in that motherfucker's head? I'd be sitting over there and I'd just straight tell him, I'd be like, don't run in the back of your teammate. And I'd just be telling him the whole time, don't run in the back of your teammate, man. Like, I'd fucking be clowning that fool.
Yeah, I'd be fine if the running back room next year is Jacobs, Abdullah, Brown, and McCormick. That's 4 running backs. That's enough
And
running
fucking,
backs.
and fucking Yak Johnson. That'd be fire ass
Yeah.
fucking, that'd be fire ass running backs room.
Because you don't need 6 or 7 running backs. You don't need that.
Hell, because you can revert some of them to the practice squad anyway. So if you're saying like your main backs are Zamir Cormick and fucking Josh Jacobs, I think you're doing pretty good.
If Raiders down under, if Zamir's an outside runner, why haven't they done this sweeps with him? Like, why do they keep having him go inside runs?
Zamir is an outside runner. Brown is between the tackles. I don't know. Zamir is the counterback in Georgia for 100%.
Zamir is.
I mean, if you're looking at Josh's one fucking play in the NFL when he tossed it out to him over there, then yeah, I guess. If that's what he did, he's only tossed it out to him on the outside fucking one time, and this fucking guy in college in Georgia, Zamir was fucking gap fit, dude. They used them to fucking gap, and they used them in fucking counters all the time, dude, because the way their team pushes and pulls, they would open up pretty big fucking holes. Like, Zamir is not fucking a player that can get small. The guy is not a good player. Not a good player. I'd take Amir Abdul on the outside any day of the week over fucking Zamir. Sincere McCormick, I think, is going to show people this dude's going to punch motherfuckers.
Hey, bro,
in the mouth,
McCormick's going to be the number 1 back if we let Jacobs go.
All right, James Cook.
Huh?
Did you just say that the Raiders are going to let Jacobs go?
No.
What? No.
No. Never.
What did you just say? He just said that. I swear he just said McCormick's going to be the number 1 back when they let Josh go. This motherfucker now ain't even say nothing.
Okay, yeah. So, yep, this is the one problem I have on how they got him out of Georgia. Is Georgia has that running scheme where the running back they're using the most, like, that's the dude that is like not really gonna make a mistake, but he's still gonna make a lot of mistakes. And then the guys after that, the reason that they're running back 2, running back 3 is because if they're in the NFL, they're gonna make a lot more mistakes than the other one. The Buffalo Bills drafted James Cook, who also came from Georgia, in the 2nd round. So Zamir was a backup that they drafted in the 4th round. And I'm pretty sure Britton Brown was like running back 1 for UCLA.
Yeah, he was. And he was fucking great at it too. Like I said, people got to go back and watch how he played inside there. They're just hyping up fucking Zamir because he came from Georgia that won the championship that year, dude. But fucking again, he was on a great team. They fucking used him in a lot of fucking counter out pulls and fucking pitches out. The guy, dude, if there's not a big ass hole, he can't get through. You got fucking guy like motherfucking Derrick Henry, that's a big ass boy, comes right through those lines and gets them all real quick. And Zamir can't even. He gonna run in, dude. Even if he's going to the outside, Zamir still hit his motherfucking lineman somewhere along the line. Like the guy does it all the time.
Heck, Jacobs was
He's
part of a
so
winning.
bad, dude. So bad.
Jacobs was part of a winning college organization, yet he showed that he might not be that fast, but the dude's a bowling ball. Like, it's hard to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, Britton was a beast over there. Fucking, like I said, he is a great player. I mean, I thought that was a great pickup.
Oh my gosh, that reminds me. I hope if Brown is given the ball to run, I hope he does this similar thing that Jacobs does. That Jacobs did the last Chiefs game where he's free and all he has to do is beat the safety, and he freaking knocks the wind out of the safety.
Who did that?
Jacobs. I love it every
What?
time when I see where Jacobs gets free and all there's left to beat is the safety, and Jacobs just freaking murders the safety.
Where was that at?
The Chiefs game.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
That's why I
I
say,
love
man.
it.
I mean, they got a good fucking. They got good assets to go forward. I mean, if Jacobs fucking, it's the end of the year. I mean, like I said, when you start seeing players they ain't playing, it don't even really matter. We're fucking done. The season's done. Fucking ain't making no playoffs. We ain't doing shit. It's like if Jacob sits out, probably better anyways. Fucking that way we don't fucking kill him going into next year. Devontae, I mean, I don't know if he wants it out. I think he wants that touchdown, dude. I think he wants the 3 touchdowns.
He's
Because I
probably
mean, what?
it's probably gonna happen since Jacobs is out.
Yeah, and you think about it. What is it that he has the record for the yardage, and then he has the record for first year receiver being. So he has the record for the first year receiver being on the team with the yardage he has and the touchdowns. So he's all he's doing is just breaking records one after one after one.
Yeah. He's also the most targeted receiver in a single season.
Is he?
Yeah. And
How many times has he been targeted?
There's only 2 Raiders receivers that are targeted over 160 times, and that's Adams and Brown
And who?
and Tim Brown.
In the
Now,
whole entire history of the Raiders, those are the only 2.
yeah, has been targeted over 160 times.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The receptions, I think only 4 or 3 Raiders have over 100 receptions. I think if Adams gets at least 10, he'll be second all time in single season receptions. I think he needs to get like 12 to tie the record, which I think Waller holds.
Yeah, but what is that? Only 110?
The record, I think, is 107.
And Devontae don't even have 100 receptions, and he's over fucking 1,400 fucking yards already.
Yeah, and might
That's
break the touchdown
crazy.
record.
That's crazy. That's how you know he's a fucking beast, bro. That's just how you know he's a beast.
Heck, Renfro almost broke the reception record. If only he was targeted a little more earlier in the season.
That's what I say. I mean, they got good pieces. They got good places to go.
Oh, and that's the thing I also wanted to talk about. The something that intrigued me about the receiving single season record thing. So let me see.
Is it on here? I don't think so. Oh, all right.
So let me see. Yeah, okay. So say if Adams gets at least 5 receptions, like next game, he'll have over 100 receptions, right?
Yep.
In a span of 3 seasons. Before 2020, right? No Raider has had 100 receptions other than Tim Brown. In three
Damn.
seasons, the 2020 season, the 2021 season, and the 2022 season, is where a receiver had over 100 receptions. Darren Waller, Hunter Renfrow, and Devontae Adams.
All back-to-back seasons.
Back to back to back to back.
Yeah, crazy.
Which is what makes it really impressive.
Yeah, but Stenham went and got him the 150, so you know that they're going to say it was Stenham that got all three of them the yards.
Yeah. Man, what's so crazy is looking at these records, it's just how old they are.
How old and how long they've stood.
Yeah.
And then you get a guy that comes in one fucking year and just just goes out there and fucking smashes it out. Imagine
Dang.
if Carr was on fire like Carr's been on in the past. Imagine how bad he would have really beat that fucking record.
Dang, I'm so upset if Jacobs is like actually hurt to where he can't play. Man, because he was about 150 away from Marcus Allen's yards.
I mean, does it say he's not playing?
Well, it says he's questionable to play.
Yeah, he'll probably play. I mean, I don't think he's not.
Yeah.
I think when
Even
you're
though,
activating Britain, I said this in the last game, you got to let the motherfucker play. I mean, you got to be at the point that you're going to run this like a preseason game. Like, you got to give fucking dudes playing time. You got to let them see the field at some way, somehow. So
if only McDaniels gave the ball more to Jacobs in like the first 3 to 4 games, Jacobs would have already broken the rushing record, the TD record.
that's facts because he only had like 50 yards in the first one and 60 in the second.
So yeah, Jacobs would have already obliterated the rushing record.
I know. Imagine how that looks on Josh the first year in. He got 2 players fucking beating Raider franchise records that been in there for a minute.
Like, people want to talk about the bad parts of McDaniel's resume, but then you look at some of the good parts. Like,
That he had 2 players he had 2 players over 1,000 yards in week 12.
plus, you're having them play like their best years.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
That's right.
if Adams gets about 110 yards, he would surpass his personal record for receiving yards
Even with Rodgers?
without Rodgers. So his most single season receiving yards was last year, and it was like 1,553 yards. Right now, Devontae has exactly 100 less yards than that. Or no, 110 yards less than that. So if he just gets like 100, at least 110 yards, he just made the most receiving yards with a new team.
That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. That's why I said he's a great fucking player, dude. I mean, That's why I feel like they just suckered Derek in then. I feel like they suckered him. They used him to get Devontae here. Then they got Devontae here. They're like, yep, we got our fucking guy now. Now all we got to do is fucking get rid of the quarterback so we can just move money around.
Hey, I mean, it's
Just
what I
fuck.
kept
I mean, I'm
saying.
telling you, Devontae. When we look at Devontae, he's like Raven motherfucker. Like he speaks his voice. He's fucking puts up big numbers on the field. I mean, in a massive way. And the Raiders have always been known for receivers, like having the speed out there, having that dynamic player. So I think it works perfect by how they did it. Like I'm not even gonna lie.
Like, I mean, it's what I kept saying. Either McDaniels is the dumbest coach alive, or he is scheming something.
Yeah, I mean, he schemed this one to the T. I feel like, and then not only that, it's like he just put the icing on the cake when you have Devontae over here 1 minute talking about he didn't want to be here, or he never physically said he ain't gonna be here, but the way he said it made it sound like if Carr ain't here, I'm not gonna be here. And then the next minute, it's like, yeah, I love Stidham. He's one of the greatest dude out there. Like that's how it feels. So I don't
Yeah.
know. Devontae is gonna ball regardless of who's that quarterback. Period. So
I mean, hey, he can't complain about Stidham now. I mean, like, yeah. I'm gonna head
I don't
out.
think. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, man. It's fucking late as fuck. So long
Yeah.
story, let's just close out. Fucking. All right, man. Let me bounce off here. Appreciate everybody that hopped on the show tonight, man. I'm getting tired as hell, and I still got to drive 40 minutes away to get home. And
Yeah.
then, long story short, man, I hope that we get here comes Cortez. Um,
My bad,
I hope we
guys.
get this dub against the. I hope we get this dub against the Chiefs, man. I hope Stidham can go out and ball out just so he can add more to his resume. So I mean,
Yep.
again, like I said, man, I appreciate everybody that shows up week in and week out. We appreciate your support, man. I mean, like I said, if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't even be here to begin with. Wouldn't have anybody to talk football with. We wouldn't have anything. So last game of the season is going to be a big off season this year, man. So we're going to have a lot of stuff to be talking about. Just because season's ending for us doesn't mean it's ending for us here on our lives or anything. We still do the same things week in and week out. We're going to be recruiting or scouting. We're going to be scouting college players for the whole entire time. So we'll have plenty enough to talk about. And again, like I said, it's getting late. We appreciate you all. And
You want me to drop the links real quick?
yeah, drop them out real quick, and then we'll bounce them. Fill them out in the Discord, the freaking Twitter, Instagram, do whatever you gotta do. Late tree.
I'm gonna go grab the link tree.
But hey, Sergio, appreciate you coming on, dude. Always great dude to have on the channel too, man.
Yep.
Appreciate you joining the cast with us always. So,
Yeah.
hell yeah, love the conversation.
I'm hoping I can finish my scenarios for the positions and then try to finish up the where Derek Carr might be traded position scenarios.
Yeah, I know. But you do pretty good on those, dude. I ain't gonna lie. You make them look really
Those have
clean.
been, to be honest, like my best posts so far.
Yeah, they're clean. They look good.
Yeah, my reels. Apparently, my reels been getting a lot of popularity too.
What is it?
My Instagram reels. You know the
Oh
videos.
heck yeah! Yep.
The Devonte Adams one where I put the oh no anyway.
Yep.
That reel got over 2,000 views in less than like 2 hours.
Nice.
So, I mean, I've been getting a lot more people seeing me. It's just that I don't know how like people aren't following me. Like I feel like a lot more people should be following me.
Hey, it happens, dude. I mean, fuck. Go look at the video we had on that Niner game. We were over 1,000 views in that video, dude. So
Like, I
we
don't
did
want to
pick
be
up
that
we
guy
did
where
pick up
like,
20 subs, I think. But at the same time, I would have thought, dude, being that many views, we would have been over fucking few hundred subs. But don't
I
work
don't want to
like
be
that.
that guy where like people just like go and glimpse at my stuff. Like, I don't
And
know.
some people
I
do
guess this is
that.
what
They
it's
save
like.
it in their fucking deal. They never follow you, but they fucking look at your page all the time.
Yeah, I guess it's like the hard part of being content creator. So
Oh boy, man, it's a mind game out there.
yeah,
Hey,
I
if
mean,
you guys aren't doing nothing tomorrow after the game, I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna do a live on my channel. I'll just put it in the Discord.
uh,
Yeah.
You
I'm
guys
hoping
want to
I
pull
can
up,
make.
and then we'll talk about after the game.
Did you
Uh,
put the Discord link in here or no? You didn't even put it in here.
What?
The Discord link. You have the Discord link.
No, no, no. I'll put the.
No, I'm saying get the Discord link and put it in the
Oh,
comments.
all right. Let me go grab it.
yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm hoping I can make it to 300 followers before Super Bowl at least, and then hey, that'd be a good start. Because I think I started in April. If I can make it to maybe like 320 before April, that's a pretty good start on my first year.
Yeah, I
Hopefully,
think we
like,
started in November of last year. Our fucking Instagram is I dude, I've gained so many people just over these last 2 weeks. I think we're at 1,300 or 1,350 people. Fucking, I think the Facebook's over 800 people. Our YouTube channel's over 130 subs, but that 130 came within because we redid our channel in what June, July, so what October? We redid the channel in
Yeah,
September,
yeah.
October.
October we did.
Yeah, and fucking, I think we've done pretty damn good in that time span. So YouTube subs are hard as fuck to get, especially when you're doing them on your own, not trying to go to other people's shit to get subs for yourself. So
Yeah.
like, it's hard as fuck.
yeah. And
It's
I
hard as
mean,
fuck. I don't know why.
I'm happy that like I picked something unique because I mean, what I do is kind of really tiring because you gotta do a lot of homework on it,
Mhm.
and like, and then you get stuck remembering the things. Um, because then basically, yeah, like when you know, especially I like it when people like argue with me when I like say about like some stats now and stuff, especially like the bigger content creators. And then meanwhile, I'm over here like I'm the one literally going through like all of the stuff that they put out there and literally researching the things. Like I might not be an analyst guy or like maybe the guy that scouts the people, but I mean, I'm just the one that like puts the stats like and maybe tries to evaluate like why the person's numbers are like this and stuff. And
Hey,
I
I ain't
mean,
gonna
I'm
lie.
pretty,
That's what I do. That's what I do. And then if they want to fucking get into depth conversation, I'll fucking go right away.
yeah, and
If
then
they
I'm
got
hoping
nope, say it.
yeah, and then I'm hoping like I said earlier how like I hope before April I make it to like 320 followers, so then like next season I hope my channel kind of blows up a little bit more so then I can make it to maybe I can hopefully double it, maybe make it to 650.
Oh yeah, that
Hell
would be
yeah.
good.
Hey, if I can make
Hell
it to
yeah.
1,000 followers in 3 years, that's a pretty good goal for me.
Hell yeah, bro.
You're
And
gonna
I'll
get
be
there,
checking out
bro.
your
You're
stuff
gonna get there. I wouldn't even
on
worry. You're
Instagram.
gonna
I'll
get
be
there.
checking out your rules and stuff, bro.
Yeah, because then at first I
Pretty
tried
good.
to do it. I thought of just doing it on my own. Because then when Dustin was like contacting me, I kind of at first thought of just saying no, of just doing it on my own. But like
Yeah.
this has also got me to help like talking to other people, and I also got like other bigger like 1,000 follower channels like just sharing my content and helping me out.
Yeah, bro.
Yep.
That's good, bro. Just keep on doing what you gotta do, and You reach your goal.
That's what it's about, is finding people that
Yep.
can help you outgrow yours just like you can help them grow theirs. So just because they don't have all the followers doesn't mean you don't have people on their stuff looking at it. You know, obviously you had over 2,000 people view it, so they do come
Yep.
through for sure.
For sure.
Yeah,
Just keep doing what you're doing, bro. You're doing a good job.
yeah,
And that's what we do, man. We put out
Yeah.
content. We start at zero, and we'll see where we all end up in years. You know, like that's what I love about the channel. It's what I love about the Discord, everything like that. It gives everybody ways to promote their platforms and not be biased. There's other guys that won't let you promote on their shit because they're scared of competition. You go inside their Discord, go on their deal. They don't want to promote. They don't want to promote. Like straight up, they'll tell you they'll take your shit down. They'll put it. We don't. We promote every
Yep.
single person deal because I've always said whoever has good content is going to get watched. Everybody else that ain't, it's going to get weeded out. That's just the fact of life. That's how it is. And I have no problem promoting any Raider Nation fan member or anything on any of our platforms. We put every one of these guys are in our link trees. They're in our Instagrams, the Discords. I mean, every person that's on the panel is promoted every way that they have any type of link, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or not. It can be fucking TikTok. It doesn't matter. We try to promote everybody equally across all platforms. We're gonna get the Me Six so we can actually start putting everybody's videos in the Discord. The problem is the bot that they use in there right now. If it doesn't say like if it doesn't have the heading like a YouTube slash channel, you can't put in the at Death Star report or things like that. You can't put those in it on those bots. But the Me Six you can put them in. So we're gonna get that and do that. But like I said, we try to promote everybody equally and fairly as much as physically possible because without all you guys on the channel, we wouldn't even have the channel.
Yep.
And I just, like I said, and too many other people, they'll just try to block people, censor them, don't want them to fucking. Too many people want it their way or no way. So that's why I just laugh at them all and keep doing what we do because it doesn't matter what the.
yeah. I mean, basically, what I do now to try to get
But
my
long story
content.
short, man, I think we appreciate all of you guys showing up, and we're
Yeah,
gonna frickin'. I think it's time to hop up out of here. It's getting
Heck
late,
yeah.
1 o'clock my time. So shit, you
Yep.
gotta think for Sergio. It's fucking 4 in the morning.
yeah,
I know, Sergio. Go get some sleep before the game starts at 4:30.
yeah. I'm definitely gonna do that.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
bro. And join the Discord. We'll be in there.
he's
Yeah,
in there
I mean,
usually all the time.
Yep.
yeah, I mean that's the best way for me to watch the games since a lot of the
Yep.
games aren't broadcasted here.
Yeah, facts.
Yep. Facts.
All right, man. If you guys have anything you want to say before we hop out of here,
Nah, I dropped all the links in the chat.
Yeah.
all right,
Just
man. We'll see you
whatever
guys on Monday.
happens.
Oh, say again, Sergio. Sorry.
Yeah, just whatever happens. Just
Happened.
off season, the game. Just let's not fight over it.
Yep.
Let's just do,
And I think tomorrow I'm gonna do a live after the game. If you guys want to, just follow the Nation's Nightmare YouTube channel, and we'll mostly be over there talking about after the game.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
We'll be live here on the Death Star Report on Monday, like always, talking about how Josh probably choked this game too in his 14-point league. So make sure to tune in. And until then,
Yep. And I'll
appreciate
see
all
you
you
guys.
guys always showing up, man.
I most likely will see you guys all Friday.
And we'll see you on Friday.
Yep. You guys, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow if you guys pull up.
All right. Hell yeah.
All right. All right. Much love, you guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Heck yeah. Have a good night,
All
man.
right.
see
Later.
you guys later.
Have a good night, Sergio. And then see you on Monday, man.
See ya.
Well, I'll see you in the Discord and everything, but we'll see each other, everybody back on the show on Monday. All right. We'll see everybody on the show on Monday. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Cortez is going to go live after the game tomorrow, which will probably be on there. So we'll probably see you Saturday. But long story short, I hope you guys have a great night, great weekend. let's go Raiders, and let's see where Stenham can take us out of this game. I mean, it's a really big game for him, I personally think. And
we should do a score prediction real quick before we get out.
41-41. We go into overtime, but I don't know who wins.
Oh, good one. I think we win by like 3. So 20-23. You, Dustin?
Fuck, that's tough, man, because you think it was, 39-29 with Carr in there?
Yeah, that's why I said 23-20.
Our defense sucks massively.
You think it's going to be
I mean, fuck, what did you say, Sergio? 40 what?
41-41. They're going to head into overtime.
That's a ballsy fucking predicament.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, I mean, if last game they were scoring like 34-37.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'll say 40-37 Raiders.
All right.
40-37 Raiders. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, mine was 20-23.
Man, if Stenham puts up fucking 40 burger, dude, I mean, this motherfucker has to be starting.
You gotta think about it.
Yeah, 40 burger on that.
I wouldn't care what they do with Carr. I'd be like, hey, at least this guy's putting up 30 and 40 points.
Yeah, fuck. Facts.
Fuck yeah.
All right, man. We're going to hop off. So, again, like I said, appreciate everybody, man. Appreciate everybody. Stop by. Freaking throw your links out there. Put it in the chat. If you guys want to promote your deal, join the Discord. We'll put it on there as much as physically possible. You can go to self-promote, promote it whenever you guys want. If you need it to be added everybody, just let me know. I'll put an add everybody on it every time it comes in there. If I can't add it to the bots, like I said, I'll add everybody every time you post it. So it does get out there. The bots just post it automatically, but if we can't put it, we'll still promote it by putting it in there manually. Outside of that, like I said, hope the Raiders win this weekend. I hope we get this win against the Chiefs, and to end out the season, that'd probably put a better taste in our mouth. Stenham's got to show up big here if he wants to be the quarterback going into next year, which I think he needs to be, because I don't want fucking Tom Brady, and I need them to quit talking about this old motherfucker and let Stenham do his shit so we can go on and spend that money elsewhere. I'd rather spend that money in the defense, put it down in top 10, top 15 by having invested money into it. Top 15, I'd be happy as shit with, dude. I mean, so like I said, if we can get into top 15 defense, I think would be just damn fine. So outside of that, good night, guys. Hope you have a great weekend, and talk to you on Monday.
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned.
Thinking out the box, I'm an astronaut. I blasted off a planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had a thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with position. I'm automatic, quarterback, I ain't talking shit.